Yo guys, I've got a spark which I'm going to use to ignite the fire for a brand new debut for a gameplay series here on the channel. You're no doubt wondering why I have a random name picker here on the screen, one of which has picked Voodoo'd out as a magic representative for the Locke, which is, appropriately named within the title of this video. Well, we are generating the cast for the Skylanders SPYRO'S Adventure portion of the Skylanders CarryOn Locke, so every single elemental representation is being determined by random here, and the Earth elemental representative is going to be Bash, so no doubt Crash for Skylands would be a huge fan of that. But that being said, I did originally have a live reaction to this, so I had some commentary again alongside this footage, but unfortunately I lost all of that commentary footage, so I'm coming back here to post-commentate it, and unfortunately that means you miss out on my live reactions as characters like Zap here get picked for the water element. So already in our SPYRO'S Adventure cast that's being randomly generated, so to say, we have 2 dragons of the 8 elements thus far. But as for fire, I'm incredibly excited about this because Igniter has been chosen at random to represent the fire element within the SPYRO'S Adventure portion of the Skylanders CarryOn Locke. Now, no doubt a bunch of you are also curious as to what the fuck a CarryOn Locke even is in the first place, or as I have called it in the title of the video, the CarryOn Locke. Well, the rules of which shall be explained after we've generated our cast and after the intro has played itself out. As for our tech elemental representative here, we have Drill Sergeant. So definitely not my favourite representative. In fact, of all of the tech characters, he was one I was hoping for the least. We're going to move on to Undead and spare myself wallowing in the disappointment for too long. And for Undead, we have my favourite of the 4 in sharp juxtaposition of the Drill Sergeant's scenario. So instead we have Ghost Roaster representing the Undead element, which means we only have 2 more elements left to be represented. And as you can tell, as we are generating which of the characters are representing each of these elements, the graphic alongside the video right now is changing to correspond with that. Now, as for the air element here, we have Warnado representing such an element. Very interesting how now we have 3 of the original cast of the Forgotten 8 characters. Naturally, that means our cast so far has been heavily bogged down by dragons and forgotten characters, but we're going to finally find out what our final representative is going to be for the SPYRO'S Adventure portion of the CarryOn Locke, and it's going to be none other than Stump Smash representing the life element to really run out this cast and make it particularly random, not very themed at all, and just really unique to say the least. Bam! Just like that, we are here with the SPYRO'S Adventure main screen. So without further ado, let's press this start button and get into the SPYRO'S Adventure CarryOn Locke, which is definitely something that I have to explain myself for. So the concept of a CarryOn Locke is not something entirely original. I've had commenters ask me to perform this very concept for a while now, and another YouTuber who I've linked in the description below has also beat me to the punch with what he deems the ultimate nightmare lock or something along those lines, where he is going through all 6 Skylanders games, and the Skylanders from the previous game that have survived are carried over into the next game for that portion of the lock. And so he keeps adding to this cast until he gets all the way up to Imaginators, where obviously all of the Skylanders from the 5 previous games that have survived have carried over into his final Imaginators playthrough. And he is going through all of the games on Nightmare mode to make things a little more tougher for himself, hence the Nightmare, the title of the series on his behalf. And I'm going to be doing the same. So the Skylanders cast that I suppose mentioned that we've generated at random, those who survive for luck are carried over into Skylanders Giants, and then we'll add 8 new characters for Skylanders Giants once again, generated at random, and we'll do the same for Swap Force. Whatever Skylanders survive Giants on Nightmare mode are carried over into Swap Force, where we'll have another new 8 characters added to the cast at random. And naturally, that's how the CarryOn Locke works. All of the other rules remain the same as a regular lock. So whenever an element switch pops up, I must switch out to a Skylander corresponding to that element, and I can't switch out once more until the element of the area has changed once again. If a Skylander is defeated, their class is dead, and they can no longer be used throughout the remainder of the series. That's right, if I lose Drill Sergeant, he can't be used in the later games because he will not carry over, as he is not a survivor of the SPYRO'S Adventure portion. Not that I'm, willing that into existence, but if it was to happen, and of the 8, Drill Sergeant is the most expendable because he is my least favourite of the 8. In fact, in the whole of the Spyro's Adventure cast, Drill Sergeant is my 31st favourite Skylander. There's only one worse than him, and that is Wrecking Ball, which I am so glad did not wind up popping up for the magic element. Now what we're going to do here is we're going to select Skylanders Adventure without further ado. We're going to start a brand new save game, which means that we are going to have to delete one of these. Let's delete the 3% one, because that means that I haven't got far through the game in that instance. So without further ado, let's press the A button, overwrite that save data without further ado. Now, as per the norm, I'm playing on the Xbox 360 because for the Wii version of the game, I have no means of actually recording it. I'm listening to things through my headset right now as I capture things from my Elgato for a smooth 720p 30 FPS experience. At least in the gameplay front, the face cam is a little more stronger quality. As you can tell, I have changed my attire because when I generated the cast at random, that was recorded a few weeks back. So now I'm here recording this with a brand new setup because I have a chair which is black and red one, so it suits the channel aesthetically speaking, because those are the colours I use for my thumbnails and everything. That's the entire branding of the channel, red and black. Then the best thing about this new chair is not only the fact that it's comfortable, but it no longer squeaks. I got rid of the old chair because it kept squeaking and you'd hear it in the background of like whenever I did voiceovers or whenever I did the gameplay videos. Point is, any videos involving that chair would be annoying because of the chair squeaking all the time. I no longer have that issue thanks to the glorious chair, and I also no longer have the issue of a beard. What can I say? I got to start this series clean shaven and all, so we're going to skip over this cutscene. And now that Eon is telling us that now is the time. Now is the time for the very Skylander I've already talked about in this series, Drill Sergeant. We're starting with him because, first of all, he is a speeding demon. I will give him that. He is great for speedrunning, despite how much I do not like this character. He does have that going for him. Also, the tech element is the first element to appear as the element of the area in the second chapter of the game. So by switching out for Drill Sergeant, it saves us time later in the log, not having to switch out again, because we will already have a Skylander with portable power corresponding with the current element of the area. And as for the episode structure, not only are we going to be getting this series weekly, so it's going to be going live every single Tuesday to replace Sabotage Season 2, which is now going live on the first Monday of every month. Or the second Monday of every month even. So Sabotage Season 2 goes live on the second Monday of every month. Meanwhile, for the Tuesdays instead, we have the Skylanders CarryOn Locke, which does have a twist added to it. So to differentiate my CarryOn Locke from the other awesome CarryOn Locks that again can be found in the description below, I highly recommend you go and check out these YouTubers, because Connie in particular, his channel is awesome. I highly recommend it. I binge through his shorts because they're really unique and very professionally made. So shoutouts aside, I'm putting my own little twist in this carryover concept. So whenever we usher in the dawn of a new game, any Skylanders who have a version in that game will be upgraded to that version of the character so long as their character has survived. So in Drill Sergeant's case, if he makes it to Giant, he'll be upgraded to his Series 2 iteration. Then, if that higher version of the character is defeated in battle, the Skylander isn't entirely gone. We downgrade to their original version once more. So Drill Sergeant, his Series 2 Drill Sergeant iteration dies in Giants, that's no problem. We downgrade back to his Series 1 version again, and only when their original version is defeated in combat can they not be used again. So it's basically combining the concept of a CarryOn Locke with the concept of the Supercharged series. And this idea of upgrading characters will carry on all the way up to Superchargers. So if we get characters later in the series, generated at random, whom have Supercharger versions in the Skylanders Superchargers, then when that game rolls around, so long as they haven't been defeated, their original versions that is, then we can go all the way up to their revamped version for Superchargers onwards. So for characters like Popfizz, his original Better Die Trap Team, if he pops up in a random name picker at the moment, I don't know what the casts for the latter games are going to look like, because obviously I haven't beaten this game yet, I haven't generated those casts. It's going to be interesting to see everything completed in at random. But say we can upgrade to whatever Skylanders version is in that game, and even if, say, a Series 2 was defeated, we go back to a Series 1 in Giants, but then they make it all the way to Swap 4 from Series 1, and they have a Series 2, once again they are upgraded to the Series 3, and if that Series 3 is defeated in battle, they go back to their Series 1, their original, and only if the original character is defeated in battle are they classes then cannot be used again throughout the remainder of the series. Obviously that means that we want to get as many characters through Spyro's Adventure as possible in order to upgrade to their later versions. And for certain Skylanders in this cast, we need to get them into even latter games. Ghost Roaster and Voodoo don't return until Superchargers with their elite forms, which I will be utilising if those two characters make it as far as that. Warnado doesn't return again until Swap Force with his Light Core iteration, so we go up to his Light Core iteration for Swap Force. If that gets defeated, we go back to a Series 1. This is important though. If there is no iteration of the Skylander at hand for the new game that they are going into per the carryover rules, then they remain at whatever version they are going forward. So Series 2 Drill Sergeant doesn't have a version of Swap Force to be upgraded to. So if Series 2 Drill Sergeant is defeating Giants, then Series 1 Drill Sergeant is what is carried over into Swap Force. When we get to Swap Force, we don't go back to the Series 2 iteration. So we are going to skip over the story scores. In fact, I should have skipped over the very first cutscene, but I felt as though it would be wise to let the cutscene play out as I explain the rules further, because that is what I'm adding to the CarryOn Locke. That is my unique spin on it. By upgrading characters, and only can they be truly gone if their original version is defeated in battle. So it means that we really want to prioritise getting characters through later games, ones that have iterations in those later games to upgrade to. So after Giants, you know, Drill Sergeant isn't going to be a priority, whereas in Giants, if we generate, say, an Eruptor, then we want to keep Eruptor for around as long as possible, because in Trap Team he has an elite version, which is going to be a huge help on Trap Team Nightmare mode, because that is going to absolutely obliterate whatever cast I have left, especially Golden Queen. Like, if we don't get characters like Wallop and Crypt King in the random name generator, and by that point in the series, that'll become even more unlikely. So it's going to be all more important to have those elite forms to truly even the playing field, because otherwise we're going to be losing like 16 character Trap Team. And bear in mind, I'm only adding one character per element, based at random per game. So gimmick characters aren't guaranteed. You know, by the time we get up to Swap Force, we could have, based on random name generation, we could have for Save Tech elements, Drill Sergeant, Boomer, and Trick Happy. You know, we could have going into Swap Force 3 Spyro's Adventure characters. We won't necessarily have a Spyro's Adventure, a Giants, and a Swap Force character, because any character can be generated at any time. And if and for a certain game, when a character is generated, they automatically go to that version. So, say Eruptor was generated for Giants from the Firecast, we automatically go all the way up to Series 2 Eruptor, and the rules are still in place. So, if Series 2 Eruptor is defeated, we go back to his original. And it's only when the original version is defeated in battle that the Skylander 3 class is dead. Yeah, so that's going to be key. It's effectively a second life by having a stronger version of the Skylander from the game at hand. So a blue-based Eruptor, a Series 3 Eruptor, is effectively a second life for Eruptor. Very important that. Now let's open up this chest, because Drill Sergeant apparently really needs the gold. Yes, give me all that sweet, glorious treasure. All those rules explained. Man, I really just kind of played this level off the top of my head, didn't I? I kind of played it subconsciously, if you go as far to say. We didn't find all of the areas. We did clear it under 4 minutes, which is rather impressive, given that this was all just second nature to me. But I played this level so many times that it's easy to go through it second nature, not concentrating on the gameplay whatsoever, as I focus instead on explaining the rules. And I talked earlier about episode structure. Not only is this series coming out every Tuesday, so it's going to be a weekly series, for Spyro's Adventure in particular, we're going to be playing through multiple levels per episode. As it's a weekly series, having longer episodes is perfectly justified in my opinion. In fact, I myself would support the idea of longer episodes in a weekly based series, as it only comes out once a week. So for Spyro's Adventure, we're going to complete a set of elemental levels every single episode. So for this first episode, we're going to complete the air levels and work our way up to the Stormy Stronghold and recover the Eternal Air Source. And we're going to do that for each of the Eternal Elemental Sources. So second episode will be Water, then we'll move on to Earth, Life, Tech, Undead, Fire, Magic. Then we're going to do for 4 Adventure Pack levels in one episode, and then we're going to conclude it with Chaos' Lair and the ultimate final boss fight of the game to find out which of these 8 characters are going to be carried over into Giants. Which means that Eruptor's gonna, not even Eruptor, I've been speaking about Eruptor for so long, I forgot that Igniter was actually the one randomly generated for the fire element. Can I just speak to Flynn immediately and get straight into it? Yes, I can. Apparently this game is as second nature to me as I thought. As I cough away. Sky what's it? Close enough. So let's head out for Perilous Pastures, where the first element of the area is going to be the tech element. We already have his Skylander portal, corresponding to that element. But as I was saying earlier, fire has it really tough in this game. This game knew how strong the fire element is and made it really tough on them. So Igniter, for one character that I really want to make sure makes it through to the next game, because he has a really busted Series 2 WoW power. In fact, all of the characters here who have Series 2 WoW powers and Giants, they all have busted WoW powers. So I want to get as many of them through to the next game as possible. I'm hoping to go through this game flawlessly, with no deaths whatsoever. But Igniter, his role in it is easier said than done, because he has to deal with the fire minions in Lava Lake's Railway. Then he has to solo shot the final Chaos boss fight, because going into it, you go into it with a fire Skylander, given that fire is the final element of the area before the boss fight. So yeah, getting Igniter through this series is going to be easy said and done, because Giants has some really tough fire areas as well. In fact, pretty much every single game has some tough fire areas, because fire is just such a busted element and the developers knew it. So, let's be charging away. Got to make sure I don't get my controls mixed up. At the very start, my very first thing I did to charge with Drill Sergeant was I pressed the B button, which is his gun in this game. This is gun, this is charge. In later games, obviously, that switches around because of the control change-up. So no wonder why I pressed gun to instead do charge, or when I meant to do charge, so to say. You know, playing Spyro's Adventure directly after having played the latter 4 games with the control mix-up is, you know, effectively mashing up my brain. My brain now has the consistency of mashed potatoes, which now has made me hungry because I love mashed potatoes. Mashed potatoes is one of the top tier forms of potatoes. Are we going to spend this entire episode making a tier list of potatoes? Well, I'm British, so you could damn well bet that that's what we're going to do. With, you know, mashed potatoes being S tier, top tier. But S tier isn't the top tier. As we know already, the true top tier on this channel is for Aloy tier. So what kind of potato gets the prestigious Aloy tier, I hear you asking? Because this is a question on everyone's mind. It is jacket potatoes. Jacket potatoes are the Aloy tier of potatoes. I love me some jacket potatoes. I gotta admit, chips, or fries as they are known throughout most of the rest of the world. Whatever you want to call them, you know, they're C tier. They're definitely not a top tier potato. You've got to really cook them right, make them nice and crispy in order for them to be satisfying. Like soggy, disgusting chips is something I see way more often, whereas something like a jacket potato or mashed potato, you really can't go wrong with them. But the best thing about potatoes is that you can have regular potatoes or you can have sweet potatoes. And if you change from regular potatoes to sweet potatoes, then the potatoes at hand instantly like go up a tier, because sweet potato is superior to regular potato on every conceivable level. I have no idea why I'm collecting the story score, because as we've seen from how quickly I blazed through the first level, we are not bothering with the 100% here. Let me zip line up to the key gate thing with Bob. Yeah, we're just going to stick with that, that's close enough. A bit like Skywatch, we're just going to stick with it. But yeah, that's what's cool about Voodoo. You can use this zip line to charge into things, make speed run through in this game a little bit easier, because otherwise Voodoo has very slow walking speed. Oh my word, this guy is only level 4. How is it just now that I'm noticing this? This is good for him getting this treasure, isn't it? Because by the looks of it, Voodoo is going to need some of that sweet, glorious treasure. I'll have to make sure I upgrade him off camera. Or, you know, I just won't, and that will result in his inevitable death. That's also a possibility. I think a lot of these characters are reset from the Spyro's Adventure Roulette. It was a while since I last recorded that for that series, but the episode structure is the same in the fact that we're doing the same number of chapters per episode as what we did back during the Roulette, but obviously the Roulette challenges don't translate over. We're focused solely on the carryover look, and that specific rule set this time around. Hello, Filament baby! Let's wait for Flynn to speak his mind, and then we'll switch out for Stump Smash, because you can't fit Skylanders during the cutscene parts of this game, because Rose Adventure technically is limited compared to the other Skylanders games. It doesn't even have a jump button, for Pete's sake. Where's the jump button? Yeah, that's just the whole general gist of these episodes. You can expect a lot more just random topics on hand, like potato tier lists. Now that is how you start a series. First of all, the voice crack. Another key signature Ignite trait for signature voice crack. You won't see that anywhere else, folks, I promise you that. That wire just kind of went everywhere then. But potato tier list. I'm trying to think of what other potatoes exist. Obviously there are crisps, which I do think are one step ahead of chips. They have more taste to them, they have a better texture, so when it comes down to it... Oh good, my Stump Smash is at least fully upgraded. Of course it is, just the same one I used for the no attack buttons challenge. Boom! He is so busted with attack buttons though. Like seriously, this is so much more easier than the last time I played a Stump Smash. Not being able to hit a single attack button, that was. Stump Smash! Busted Series 2 WoW Pal! Anyway, let's shoot some locks, that is if I can even aim, which apparently is easy to be done when it comes to my skill, or lack thereof. What other potatoes are there? So we've covered crisps, chips. If only there was such a thing as like scrambled potatoes. I'm sure they taste delicious, because scrambled eggs are like top tier eggs. Mark my words, I'm going to be making a tier list for eggs next. Oh, roasted potatoes. Now they're another, like, they're a B tier potato. They are well above chips and crisps. I love me a nice roast potato. There's new potatoes, which are another S tier potato. You add some oregano on top, and they just have so much more taste and nutrients to them than a regular potato. Like, new potatoes are really good. The system for the gut. Trust me, you eat some of those, and your health system is gonna love you for it.
Whatever.
Well, yes, ma'am. You are welcome.
That's my reaction to that potato tier list, the best potato tier list on YouTube, no less. Okay, let's wait as the ruins loads in. These have really fast load times for the Xbox 360. Like on the PlayStation 4, this game wouldn't even have loading screens. On PlayStation 5, we'd have like negative loading screens. It would be like Forbidden West. When you fast travel in Forbidden West, like somehow the loading screen takes negative time because it's so quick, or at least it feels that way because it takes no time whatsoever. So jumping from a PS4 to PS5, it is a huge upgrade from Forbidden West. The PlayStation 4 loading screens for fast travel are so long compared to that with PS5, to where they actually had to add a cutscene to make the loading screen seem a little bit longer, so it wasn't too jarring to the player. It's like Marvel Spider-Man 2. For fast travel in that game is literal seconds. It's so impressive for fast travel capabilities of the PlayStation 5. PlayStation 5 is just an impressive piece of kit, period. Like, I don't care what PC Master Race players have to say about it. You cannot build a PC as powerful as a PlayStation 5 for the price of a PlayStation 5. If you wanted to build a PC as powerful as a PlayStation 5, it's going to cost you twice as much to get all of the components. Sony sold these things at a loss, because at the end of the day it's important to get consoles sold, because when you have enough consoles sold, you can instead rely on games selling for that system to make your profits back, because whenever a game is sold on a system, the developers of that system get a little bit of the money. So if you buy a Nintendo Switch game, some of the profits go to the retailer, some of the profits go to the developer, the publishers, and then Nintendo get a cut of the money because it's running on their hardware, the Nintendo Switch. And the same goes for Xbox Series X, PlayStation. In fact, it costs developers and publishers money just to put their games up onto the like Sony PlayStation Store and the Microsoft PlayStation Store, etc, etc. Now let's kill the bramble, kill it. I am nature killing nature. It is ironic. I like my potato tier list, actually. In fact, I think this whole concept is now just gold potatoes, but that's just for joy, that's for entertainment value, that is for unique spin Ignite offers. You know, from all of the concept, that's great, you know, that's fine, that's unique, having a carryover lock combined with a supercharged format. Yeah, that's cool. Not as cool as how random my commentary gets, talking about tier lists, potatoes and scrambled eggs, but you know, there are no more important tier lists. Like, people make tier lists for, like, video game franchises all the time. Who cares about any of that? The potato tier list is, like, the only important tier list in the entirety of the internet. Humans will go extinct one day, and our predecessors will look to artifacts of the past to learn about us. And one of the key pieces of study for them will be the potato tier list. That is how they will come to know our species. That is how they will come to know what humans were like on the planet Earth before they came about. Because that's the thing, we know nothing about the dinosaurs. They didn't have cameras back then. Dinosaurs couldn't draw. Imagine a T-Rex with his tiny little hands trying to draw. That is something I would very much like to see, to be honest. But yeah, they couldn't draw. They couldn't show future generations what they look like. There was no means of preserving them because of just how primitive it all would have been. But for us, we have photos, we have movies, we have paintings, which obviously date back before both of those art forms. Music has obviously been around since the dawn of time. Like, at the end of the day, music is just a combination of sounds in a sound gratuitous kind of way, or sound gratifying kind of way.
But adventure takes a lot of preparation.
By the way, I'm grateful for music, because music is awesome. Like, the music in the background of this gameplay right now, it is awesome. Lorne Balfe really knows what he's doing when it comes to video game music, or just music, period. You know, Lorne Balfe is a top tier composer. Damn, if potato and eggs tier lists weren't enough already, next thing you know, I'm going to be going into a composer tier list, because there are plenty of excellent composers out there. There's obviously John Williams is one of the most famous out there. There's John Powell.
Let's go.
And he's the man you want to go to for any sort of flying sequence. He really knows flying music, whether, you know, it's specifically How to Train Your Dragon, where he's really great with all the flying music. He makes a theme, and then obviously he manipulates the theme, and really elevates the emotion of a scene. The emotional impact is increased tenfold by the utilization of music, and most of the time how it juxtaposes visuals. How do you get your audience to cry? Easy. You put sad visuals with happy music. How do you think the opening of Up works so well? Up has a really upbeat, light-hearted and fun soundtrack. Like, the music is happy, it's fun to listen to. They play it during the very sad montage at the beginning of the movie. You have sad visuals with happy music. It is emotionally devastating. A bit like having to check out these Skylander stats. Like, come on man, get those stats out of here. I don't want to check out those when I can be busy playing the game instead. That is tragic, maybe check out those rather than playing the video game. I want to play the video game. I'm going to end up the video game, not being able to play the video game whilst playing the video game. So there we go, back to Drill Sergeant, definitely the man of the episode, so to say. Man, I must admit, this series has been fun so far, because what's more fun than playing a video game I love whilst yelling at a camera about nonsense? There is nothing greater than this, I'm telling you. Okay, cool thing about Drill Sergeant, I still don't like the character very much. His attacks are weak and he's pretty slow paced because it takes forever to kill enemies. But at least he's very good at not getting hit. His dash attack can get him out of trouble very easily. And he can constantly shoot his gun. You can press the button for the gun whilst pressing the other attack buttons to then proceed to attack enemies with both the gun and his other attacks all at the same time. This shooting is very sensitive. I forgot how sensitive the shooting was in Xbox 360 for this game. Makes me miss the Wii version, the superior version of this game. I would be playing some Wii if I actually had a means of capturing it. But unfortunately my Elgato in terms of retro systems only records for the Xbox 360. It doesn't even capture gameplay for the PS3, which is a shame. Especially since at one point I want to go back to the original Last of Us on PlayStation 3. Because I've played, obviously all of the newer versions of the game, the remastered, the Part 1 version on the PlayStation 5. So what's it going to be like going back to the original PlayStation 3 version after having experienced bliss and the quality of life improvements of Part 1 as a remastered version? What's it going to be like going back to the original after that? It's a question. No, not a Joe Rich! Anything but a Joe Rich! Okay, let's kill it. Let's kill it with drills, I guess, because that is this guy's entire shtick, isn't it? That's his entire shtick. Get them out of here, man! Get them out of here! Oh, you attacked me. Oh, you're so dead for that. But yeah, a lot of people, their first, time experiencing the Last of Us story in its perfect state, mind you. The story of the first Last of Us is a masterpiece. Well, it's not so much of a masterpiece as my controller died on me. Okay, I am back. My apologies for that cut right there, but say I did need to go and get some battery replacements for my Xbox 360 controller. That is why it disconnected, because the batteries died. But going back to the first Last of Us, and the fact that the story is a masterpiece, obviously a lot of people are no doubt experiencing the game for the first time on the PlayStation 5, or maybe they experienced it on the remastered version for the very first time. Because at the end of the day, Last of Us did come out at the very end of the PlayStation 3's life cycle. So a lot of people no doubt didn't bother getting a PlayStation 3, they waited for PlayStation 4 to come out. And then when Last of Us remastered for PlayStation 4 in 2014, they would have played that version of the game instead. So no doubt a lot of people were first introduced to the game through that version, and then even more people introduced to it for the first time via the PlayStation 5. Because perhaps they watched the show, they really enjoyed the show, and they wanted to see what the show was based off of. So they went on ahead and got the game with its most up-to-date version, the PlayStation 5 version. Granted, if you have a PlayStation 5, you can also play the remastered version on it. You can play PlayStation 4 games on the PlayStation 5 as the system is backwards compatible, which is why a lot of people had problems with the PlayStation 5 version coming out at full price. Why bother paying for that for full price when you can just play the remastered version on PlayStation 4? And you don't even need a different system for it, because you can still play it on PlayStation 5. Kind of makes the PlayStation 5 version redundant if you can play the PlayStation 4 version on a PlayStation 5 console as well, in and of itself. Personally, I'm okay with the remake because it has so many better quality of life improvements, and it's so well built up and technically impressive. They was able to add enough to it to justify its existence, but what they couldn't justify, on the other hand, is its price tag. It did not need to be a full-price PlayStation 5 game for a game that, when it came out, was almost a decade old. Like, come on, man. You don't need to put that with a £70 price tag. Take my tornadoes to the face! I'm very unfamiliar with tornadoes moveset, and I am not good with it whatsoever. In case you can tell us already. That is why I was very not excited by Tornado being chosen by the random name picker, but unfortunately, I don't pick the names. I just have to stick with them. Quite literally too, so let's go ahead and spin on through, just like Drill Sergeant. This guy is a bit of a speeding demon, and we love to see it, we do. We love to see it. But yeah, I'm not someone who first experienced Last of Us story through the PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5. I first experienced it through the PlayStation 3. I experienced it the original manner in which it was intended to be played. I experienced it on the PlayStation 3 for the first time. The year must have been about 2017. I was in year 10 at the time, and I played it because one of my friends really enjoyed the game and really encouraged me to play it, so I played it so we could talk about it. And I liked it the first time I played it, but bearing in mind that back then I wasn't really very big on playing a big variety of games. I used to play a lot of Nintendo Wii games, specifically for Nintendo ones. Mario Galaxy, obviously, it's a classic, as well as its sequel. And Skylanders I played a lot, but really those were the only games I played. I played the same games over and over again. It wasn't until recently where I've started to really get into gaming and playing different games and experiencing new games. So yeah, playing The Last of Us back then was an experience very, very new to me. I wouldn't usually play games like that, and because of that I didn't really enjoy it, and I wasn't very good at the game. I had to play it on the easiest, most difficulty, and still struggled to make it to the end because I was just so bad at the game. Die, fellas, die! That ending section where you have to fight off against the Fireflies and save Ellie took me ages because I just had no idea where the fuck I was going, and I kept running into trouble when I was being chased from the fireflies. Yeah, I would make a terrible survivor in The Last of Us based on that experience. So for the first time playing it on PlayStation 3, I didn't really get it. I thought, why is this game so beloved? Like, why is my friend speaking of this game so highly? Why does PewDiePie speak of this game so highly? But then I played it again with the remastered version. So obviously, I got my first job in 2018. And my very first paycheck from that job, I used it to buy a PlayStation 4 with 2 games, Horizon Zero Dawn and The Last of Us Remastered. So 2018 I got my very first job, and I was making YouTube back then. That was when I was first starting out, so my content wasn't great. It was very unprofessional in terms of how I recorded it, and it had no editing whatsoever. I basically just strung clips together. So gameplay wasn't captured, it was shot on a phone, so yes, my YouTube content was not good back then, but luckily that's what I had my job for, to make some means of monetization. I used my very first paycheck to buy a PlayStation 4, and so obviously, because Last of Us Remastered was one of the first games I bought for it, I played for it a second time on the PlayStation 4, loved it. I fell in instant love with the game. It was through that version of the game where, you know, I truly understood the hype behind it. I enjoyed the story so much more the second time around. I just really invested in myself. I got better at the game, so I enjoyed it more because I was dying less and it wasn't as frustrating as an experience to me. And then I played New Game Plus. I believe I streamed that entire experience. So the time I streamed the game was my third ever playthrough of the game, and I enjoyed it a lot more being able to interact with the chat at the time and just really experience those devastating emotions alongside the chat. But Horizon Zero Dawn was a game where the first time I ever played it, I played it live on the channel, and it didn't do particularly well. Back then I only had a few hundred subscribers, so people weren't even tuning into my Skylander streams, let alone my non-Skylander streams. So Zero Dawn was basically a lot of me just streaming by myself, no like chat interaction. And Luke didn't even have a PlayStation 4 back then, so I didn't have him on chat all the time. Unlike I do for some of my newer streams nowadays, where I can have him on chat on the PlayStation 4 and we often stream together. Not recently, but we'll have to get back into that. It's hard with a full-time job.
Seems to be immune to my charms.
Funny enough, a full-time job tends to take up my full time, hence the full-time part of the name in a full-time job. Taking up your full-time and all that. But enough complaining about my full-time job. It really does help me out financially because it pays for just about all of my expenditures. But my very first paycheck was on PlayStation 4, and playing Last of Us Remastered, I enjoyed it so much more, just being able to invest in a superior version of the game. It was through that version of the game that I truly fell in love with Last of Us story. So without further ado, I was about to say, let's go to the Stormy Stronghold, but apparently I need to say yes, even though all that's going to do is bring up the fact that Warnado is already fully upgraded. But now that we've done all that, Flynn has miraculously, in those 2 seconds, fitted the propeller, so you can use that to tackle the Stormy Stronghold, one of the strongest levels of this game, because this game starts off really strong with Stormy Stronghold. It's a level where you play it, and that's the first 3 levels you're like, oh, this game is okay, but then you play Stormy Stronghold and that's when you know you're in for something special. Like, this is the level that really hooks you on the game. Yeah, that's great for that. I would really love to press the first button of the game right now, the skip button, to skip over those unnecessary deep stew, but that seems to be asking too much. We are going to be skipping the cutscenes wherever we can. The only reason why we didn't skip the very first one, as I said it earlier, is because I was too busy explaining the rules at the time. I got to get through the rules of the series and not just leave you guys in the dark. That would be so cool of me. But yeah, I find it funny how we're playing a Skylanders-based series, and so far, 90% of the commentary has been about other games like Horizon Zero Dawn and Last of Us. Specifically their franchises. I mean, Zero Dawn started something spectacular because Forbidden West expanded upon it, and Forbidden West, in my opinion, is a much better game. It is a superior sequel. I love Forbidden West. It's one of my favourite games, and it was actually my favourite game of the year it came out, but obviously it had the mistake of coming out the same year as Elden Ring, so it kind of, well, it didn't even kind of, it got seriously overshadowed.
Vortex of a killer tornado, but hey, all you gotta do is figure out how to rebuild.
Oh yeah, you know, no pressure, no big deal. You're not asking for much, not at all. Rebuild the bridge. can do that in my sleep, I can. That's no big ask whatsoever. For lower reach. Oh, is that because this reach is lower? Oh my word, I wonder where they came up with that. You know, I wonder how many brain cells it took to come up with that. Anyway, now that they're all dead. Once again, this is a very different experience going through this with utilization of attack buttons. Die, fellas, die. Okay, sweet, they're out of there, and now we can obviously get past this wall, not needing to use a magic item this time. In fact, magic items for the carryover lock are forbidden. Hats on your hand, hats I'll allow. I'm like a judge, I'll allow it! Okay, let's get hit by the spikes as they go back down, you know, that makes total sense to me. And let's get hit by them as they're going down again. Obviously, friction burn is highly damaging to Tornado because that's the thing, like, as they go down, they would hurt as they go up because of the pointy bits. But going back down again, you think it would hurt. But apparently going down is enough of the friction burn to hurt Tornado's poor little health bar. Man, I need to treat that health bar better. I need to treat it with respect. Those barrels on the other hand, they deserve no respect. They were as good as gold as the moment I laid my eyes on them. And I killed them fully because I felt like it. You know, I wasn't motivated by how barrels looked to me because the barrels actually, you know, they didn't look at me funny that time. It was a pleasant change from the norm, them not look at me funny, but I killed them anyway. So let's be lowering yet another pylon. Yes, thanks for the hint game. I never could have figured that out without the hint. So, unfortunately, my joystick got caught up in my wire right there, and I was very worried that I was about to damage some of my equipment. You don't want that. Oh, that combo is so broken, though. I love it. Boom, baby! Yeah, get zip-wired. The best thing about Voodoo is not even the zipline like I was referring to earlier, the fact that you can zip straight over to certain objects, apparently not spikes. But he's really good at stunning enemies, so you can go in, approaching the enemies with ease, stun them, and as they're stunned, you can finish them off with the rest of your combinations. You know, it's an axe at the end of the day, like, if you get hit by an axe, it's gonna stinking hurt. And the electricity stunning them just means that they stand no chance of being able to hit me back, because any chance they have at hitting me, either they miss, like that Dro just did, or I stun them before they have the opportunity to do so. Voodoo is just that busted. I love his electric axe, I love it so much. Boom! And we even had enough time to stun the Dro. Let's freaking go. Oh, that's a bit of a rhyme. Making it go about knowing it. Okay, cool. Just about everything and anything is dead, and I'm back up to full health thanks to the mic of that chicken leg right there. That was a really healthy and nutritious chicken leg. Got him! Let's drop down, destroy the barrel, obviously. And watch out for the spikes again. This time we're not even going to get hit by them on the way back down because I'm that awesome and legendary at my dodging skills right there. Oh boy, not the Dro, anything but the Dro. Okay, this guy was reset. Does he even have his tertiary attack yet? No, he does not. This is how busted the character is right out of the box. Right out of the box, you can still stun enemies with both of his attacks. You'd think that would be an upgrade, but nope. Okay, take them out. Get this opened up. Sweet! And then we're going to obviously grab all this treasure along the way because Voodoo is in desperate need of it, apparently. Teleport over and grab their legendary treasure, which is going to be worth 200 gold because the gold value of a legendary item is 50 multiplied by the level number. So 50 multiplied by 4 is 200. Obviously, they did that to make it more rewarding the later you got into the game, because when you're later into the game, it's a lot more tougher, so you need to be able to upgrade your Skylanders and level them up more easily in order to actually compensate for a more difficult gameplay. So that's why they reward you more in later levels. Plus, it's just a great way of rewarding your progression. Okay, this guy is going down. See ya, butter! I don't want to be here because, you know, you're a bit dead right now and I prefer being not dead. So, air element. It's time to go back to 188 because there's only 2 elements to pop up in this entire level, magic and air. You can expect air to be stronger in a level where you garner the eternal air source. It all but makes sense, pretty much. And it's a shame because it means that in this very first episode, a lot of the cast hasn't made its debut yet. Ow. That hit me in the face. That is rude. I'm totally uncalled for. Killed him! No. Anyway, cast members that haven't even made their debut yet include the likes of Ghost Roaster, Bash, Zap, and Igniter, my glorious, beautiful Igniter. Not even had his debut yet. Yeah, that's because in these earlier levels, there's only 4 levels to pick up, apparently. Magic, Air, Life, and Tech. Die already! Thank you! As you shall receive, I suppose. Anyway, once again, with the voice cracking, we're going to ignore that entirely. It's definitely not embarrassing. And now we're going to spin our way over to that soldier ability, because there's not anything much cooler than collecting a soul gem as the Skylander that the soul gem is for. So collecting the Tornado soul gem as Tornado, it's just epic on every conceivable level. Of course we're going to go ahead and do it, like we just did. We did it, and now we're going to preview the very same character we're playing as. He looks awesome, Mummy! Can I get that, Skylander? That is basically the whole gist of the game, you know, play a preview of the Skylander at hand, so then the kids will beg the parents to buy them a character. And you know what, it worked, didn't it? This game sold so many toys, it made so much money in merchandising, and it only went up from there. Like, Skylander Swap Force made so much money, given it was people of Skylanders after all. And at the end of the day, like, people give Trap Team a lot of slack for being the start of the downfall of Skylanders financially, but Trap Team still made a shit ton of money, don't get me wrong. It just wasn't as much a shit ton as Swap Force was. Let's die. Well, I mean, that's the enemy's perspective. Point of view, the enemy charges into its death, pretty much. Awesome. Got him! Anyway, there's more enemies to go, unfortunately. We're going to fight these tornado dudes with more tornadoes, because why not, right? Okay, let's take him out, grab the treasure, because why not? Not that tornado even needs it, he is maxed out right now. But with that being said and done, the Eternal Air Source has been acquired with me, so this episode shall shortly be coming to an end. First things first though, I've got to press that A button. I don't know what Tong has to do it, but here we are. Yeah, this has been one hell of a debut. I hope you've enjoyed it, because if you have, please be sure to smash that like button so I can recognise the enjoyment you're having going through this series. This particular episode, given that it was the first episode of the series, the premiere of the series is going to quite literally premiere on the channel. So obviously let me know in the premiere chat besides me what you have thought of this initial episode, and whether you're looking forward to this concept being explored fully for the later Skylanders games, where it's going to get a lot more tougher because we are going to be tackling those games on Nightmare Mode. Sparse Adventure doesn't even have Nightmare Mode, which is why it is incredibly important for us to get through this game without any casualties, because if nobody dies, every single one of them has potential in later games to be upgraded to a superior version. Tornado has his Light Core, then Voodoo and Ghost Roaster both have elites in Superchargers, and the other characters all have a Series 2 in Giants. It was cool, wasn't it? Yes, I have to go quickly right now. What I did was, in fact, awesome. But I'm not bothered about that. I'm bothered about what he has to say to Tornado, and that is what he has to say to Tornado. I like turtles. I mean, I can too also agree with that one, Quigley. Quigley makes some good points, some very agreeable points. I agree with Quigley for I like turtles, and he likes turtles too. Yeah, you don't look delicious at all, Gurglefin. At the end of the day, you're seafood, and in my personal opinion, seafood should stay where it belongs. In the sea. Seafood is disgusting, and I hate it. So does my stomach, in fact. Every single time I've ever had anything with a shell, so shellfish, my stomach tends to disagree with it, and I throw it straight back up. That's a great image. A great image of Ignite vomiting seafood. You're welcome for that. But yeah, that doesn't extend to all seafood. I can have calamari just fine. In fact, I quite enjoy calamari. Cod and salmon is also okay, but I would, given the choice, I would have literally any other food. I hate tuna. Like, literally, the only way you will get me to eat tuna is if it is the last food on this planet. If I was stuck in some sort of zombie apocalypse and it was like by the coast and the only thing we had to eat was fish, I would deal with it. I wouldn't enjoy it, but I would deal with it for the sake of survival. Oh, that's too bad, Gurglefin. But yeah, say seafood is not my absolute favourite, and shellfish I can't even eat. Luckily for me, I don't even like shellfish. I hate the taste of it. I hate the texture of it, so it's not like I'm missing out on much by not eating it. But say, whenever I've had it, crab, prawns, anything shellfish, my stomach just disapproves of it. And it's instantaneous too. Like, sometimes the smell alone is enough to make me almost throw up in my mouth. So if the smell alone can trigger that, you can imagine what it's like after I've ate it. Crab, prawns, mussels, shellfish, for a lot of it. Thank you, but I can do without. Yes, that is a statement to live by. Seafood should stay where it belongs. In the sea. Words to live by, folks. Words to live by. And you can quote me on that.
Finally, someone who takes me seriously. No cracks about the one that got away or a really big fish story.
Yeah, Gurglefin is right. Those people are cringe. Cringy people. So cringe.
Yeah, by the way, you might want to hold on to something.
You tell us that as the ship is, like, flying off the face of the Skylands. Gurglefin definitely, you know, took his time telling us that, didn't he?
This used to be a beautiful place.
Yeah, I'm sure it did, plastic Gurglefin. That's a problem with these ports for the Xbox 360 and the PlayStation 3. Everything looks like plastic. It has that awful, like, plasticky art style. At the end of the day, like, animated films, when they're made on low budgets, you can tell because they have that kind of, like, plasticky aesthetic to them. Obviously, you know, high budget films, your Pixar animated films, for example, they're going to look a lot better, and they're definitely not going to have that kind of aesthetic. At the end of the day, Elemental is the best looking animated film out there, hands down. Pixar really know what they're doing. They really hone their craft when it comes to just the technical side of the animation in and of itself. Elemental is a beautiful film, visually speaking. And its story is fine. I do think the writing could have done with a little bit more tightening up in areas, and the pacing is all over the place. The character arcs just aren't really consistent. So naturally the film could have done with a stronger script. But that's not to say the script is bad. I think the film is still incredibly strong. It's definitely one of Pixar's best efforts in recent years. Anyway, the water element is stronger here, so it's time for the debut of Zap. Riley's favourite Skylander is officially being placed onto the portal of power. And he has a hat on too. He was just standing on water for a moment there. Apparently, Zap is Jesus. Is that going to be the title of the episode? Last episode we had Potato Tier List, and now we have the fact that Zap is Jesus. Anyway, Wamshell is not a character who is featured in this log, so there's no point in previewing him. In fact, I don't know why I even bothered collecting the Soul Gem in the first place. Okay, time for this fella to die. Yeah, die some more. Got him! Okay, we're not going to bother getting the chest because Zap's treasure count is already maxed out. So we're just going to continue speeding through the level because Zap, he is good for many things. And speedrunning through a level is one of them because he is so quick. Take my quickness to the face. Anyway, just like that, we're back to Drill Sergeant of the Tech Element. And we shall be for the remainder of the level because this is a short level where once again we only have two elemental areas. Water and tech. Two of the starter pack elements actually for Trick Happy and Gilgren alike, so you can play through this entire level and have your Skylanders stronger to correspond with the element of the area throughout the whole level pretty much. Same can be said for, well actually no, it can't in Perilous Pastures because of the life elemental area, and life is a non-element featured in the starter pack unless you talk about the 3DS version of the game, which has the superior starter pack in terms of the cast. Because Stealth Elf, Igniter, and Spyro are a lot better than Spyro, Gilgren, and Trick Happy. But that being said, both of the casts from the starter pack are actually really strong. And the Spyro's Adventure starter pack is just so iconic to this franchise that you really can't talk foul about it.
It is so good. Bye-bye, Gate! See you in the next life, I guess, because the Gate is dead. I don't know how the Gate is dead, like lowering it apparently killed it. According to my logic, that's what happened. So now the Gate is dead, see you in the next life. Again, that's not how gates work. Purely because they're an inanimate object, so they weren't alive to begin with. And if you aren't alive to begin with, then you can't die. Dying is a process of going from being alive to being unalive. Therefore, if you were never alive in the first place, how are you supposed to go through the process of going from one to the other? Inanimate objects can't have been alive to begin with. And yet here I am, deploying that sort of logic to it. I am personifying the Gate. I'm using a classic literary technique. And here I was thinking I was never any good at English. That was the funniest thing about going through English at secondary school. I wasn't particularly ambitious with English because I never exactly felt as though I was bad at the subject, but compared to my peers, I was put in the very top set for English. And I had a target grade of a 5, whereas all of my other classmates had a target grade of an 8. So I always felt as though my work was so incredibly inferior to theirs. And so I hated myself, well, I hated my work by comparison, you could say. Even though my work, in its own right, was perfectly fine. In fact, turns out it was more than fine, because during my English exams, I got a 7 and an 8, the equivalent of an A star and an A. I got a 7 in language and an 8 in literature. So clearly, my work was always great. I just didn't like the fact that, compared to my peers, I had a much lower target grade. Made me feel inferior to all of them when the truth be told, I was actually on the same level, which is why I was put in that first set to begin with. Yeah, apparently my school teacher saw something in me that I didn't even see in myself, and I'm going to quote Cars 3 right now because Cars 3 is such an underrated Pixar movie. We was talking about Elemental earlier, which I do think is an underrated Pixar movie. I like it a lot more than other people do, apparently. And I've even said that it is better than a lot of recent Pixar efforts. That is a general consensus, actually. Like, the original Pixar films, as of late, have been a lot more well received than when Pixar was releasing sequel after sequel after sequel. In fact, the general consensus is that the best thing to come out of the 2010s was Inside Out and Coco. Oh, and I suppose you can you can definitely include Toy Story 3 because that was at the start of 2010s. Toy Story 3 is the best film of all of them because Toy Story 3 is my favourite Pixar film, hands down. I love Toy Story 3 and it was one of the first films I ever saw in a theatre. But say, Cars 3 is a highly underrated Pixar film, as is Elemental. Okay, apparently that worked. We'll take it. And yes, on the topic of Pixar, Toy Story 3 was one of the first films I saw in a theatre. It was actually one of the first films I cried at in a theatre as well. Like, Toy Story 3, at the end of that movie, I was bawling my eyes out, okay? Toy Story 3 is an emotionally devastating film, but that's what makes it as memorable as it is. You remember the emotions you feel going through that film, for roller coasters, so to say, because you go from excitement to sadness to joy to relief to depression again. Toy Story 3 took me through the 5 stages of grief, and I was 9 at the time. But Toy Story 3 was one of the first films I watched in the theatre. The very first film I ever watched in the theatre was How to Train Your Dragon, which is why that franchise is so near and dear to my heart. And I even watched it in 3D as well, and there's one sequence where the Vikings are prepared to take on the dragon's nest. One of the Vikings chops a piece of wood, and the 3D version, the piece of wood literally comes flying straight at you. As a kid, that blew my mind. Like, I thought the wood was going to fly out the screen and hit me. The 3D was so impressive for that film. So yeah, watching How to Train Your Dragon. First time in a theatre, in 3D no less. What an experience. And it's what has led me to my love of film to this day. Why are the tech flames black? Why aren't they orange? I suppose they'd be too similar to fire if they were to orange. But still though, black. What does tech have to do with black? Usually those torches light up with the element of your Skylander. So Warnado, when we started this episode, made them this light blue for the air element. But that's a problem. A lot of elements have similar colours. Like Undead and Dark, for example. How are you supposed to differentiate them? Is a shade of black and a darker shade of black.
Something called the twin spouts of Osha Major Minor, which I found. There.
Isn't that hilarious? You find the twin sprouts of Ocean Major Minor at Ocean Major Minor. Who saw that one come in? It's like saying you find Geralt of Riviera and Riviera. Actually, that's not entirely true. You know, Geralt is found all over the place in Witcher 3, because it's a huge map, and that's part of what makes the game a definition of our generation. It's a game that has defined our generation in the fact that it is one of the best games of all time, and it will continue to be one of the best games of all time. No wonder why it's Game of the Year for 2015. It's Game of the Decade more like, because Witcher 3 is just that high in quality. It's that good a game. CD Projekt just blew it out of the park with Witcher 3, and it's one of my favourite games of all time. That being said, let's speak with Gurglefin, and let's jettison ourselves off the face of the island. I would say off the planet, but would you count a floating island in the middle of the sky a planet? Because in that case, Skylanders has a lot of planets. You know, given that it's an infinite sea of floating islands in the sky, that is what I would use to summarise the world of Skylanders. And a totally real world of that! Okay, if we go far enough out into space, we will find the world of Skylanders. It's definitely not a fictional world whatsoever. It's totally plausible. Everything about this game screams realism. Ah, man! They just had to go and close the main gates on us, didn't they? They couldn't help themselves. That's really disappointed. I am beyond disappointed, and now my day is ruined. Thank you for nothing, you useless video game. But at least now we finally get the debut of Bash. You know, we got one dragon to debut in this episode, finally. And now we're about to get the other. Because this cast is effectively a combination of forgotten and dragon characters, with Joel Sargent and Snip Smash also thrown in there for the sake of variety. Oh, Carp! Carp! We're so screwed now! No! It was such a beautiful boat as well. Oh, but does that mean no more jettisoning ourselves off the face of the islands? You know, no more plummets? No, I think I'm asking too much. There's always going to be always. Always, I tell you. Anyway, time for a little bit of Bash. Who's great because he can act as a ranged and a melee character. Plus, he has roll. And roll is useful. Roll is very useful. Boom! Take this. And take that. Take a little bit of this and a little bit of that. Now, Bash also looks like a character who is not yet fully upgraded, but once again I believe he was one of the characters who got reset during the SPYRO'S Adventure Roulette, so now it would make sense as to him not being fully upgraded yet, if that was the case. That's SPYRO'S Adventure Roulette. The consequences of the actions that took place in that series is still continuing to impact these future series. That was part of what made that such a captivating series in Roulette. Like, stuff which happened in episode 1 really came back to bite me in the ass all the way up until the very end of the series. Like, at the end of the day, Double Trouble got screwed over by how many times he had to be reset due to prior like challenges. So yeah, consequences of earlier episodes made their way to become, well, actions of early episodes, I should say, continue to make their way into consequences later in the series. That was what was captivating about it, indeed. Now let's jump down. There you go, baby, there you go. And also, these crates looked to me funny, so I killed them. I killed them all with my roll. Which again, Bash, he can not only be ranged, but also he can very easily charge into combat with the might of that roll. It makes him speedy and very manoeuvrable. So a character who's designed to be a tank and take hits like an absolute champ doesn't even take hits in the first place because he's too busy outmaneuvering his enemies. Yeah, take that frickin' wall. And just like that, we have a preview of what's to come, as well as a bridge that hasn't even rendered in yet. What's the point in giving us a preview later on the level if you know that later on the level hasn't rendered? You know, a bit of a design flaw, that one. And they have no excuse as to it not rendering in, because this is the Xbox 360 for Pete's sake. Like, at the end of the day, PS2 had better technical capabilities than that. Let's open up this fella right here. And I know this because on the PlayStation 2 they released for Sly Cooper games. Which, granted, Sly Cooper really did, like, push the PlayStation 2 to its limits. But even then, like, the Sly Cooper games on the PlayStation 2 were still technically better than half of the stuff that was coming out of the PlayStation 3 during its launch. And yet Sony had the audacity to charge like £600 or something absurd like that for the PlayStation 3. Like, the PlayStation 3 was so significantly overpriced, you could buy an Xbox 360 and a Nintendo Wii for the same price as a PlayStation 3. And yet Sony wonder why the console bombed at launch. They were so cocky after their success with the PlayStation 2, they thought they were untouchable. They were wrong. Anyway, yay for story scrolls, I suppose. But as always, we're going to skip over that. Even though it was a funny story scroll. It was a funny story scroll because they used the word poop. Poop is funny. Yes. Yes, I am a 5-year-old child. How old am I? I am this many years old. Wait, hold on. This many. I grew 2 years older in 2 seconds. Wow. Okay, cool, he's dead, and there is a treasure chest down here. Not that we even need it, given that Zack is currently fully upgraded right there. Yeah, there you go, we found a treasure chest. Thank you for pointing it out, game. I never would have figured out that I found a treasure chest if you hadn't explicitly stated that I found a treasure chest. You know, however would I figure that out without your aid? Oh, now that I've realised it, Ghost Roaster has also been reset due to the consequences of the actions that took place during the SPYRO'S Adventure Roulette. So when we eventually get around to him, he will not have any upgrades either. Either way, it's time for the Earth element to be placed upon the portal power because Earth has popped up as the strongest element of the area currently. So we're back to bash where we are going to check out the preview of my favourite Skylander of all time, a Skylander which, in a later episode, shall finally get his debut, but unfortunately fire doesn't really appear until the latter half of the game. So without further ado, let's get a taser of what's to come. A taser? What did I say taser for? And there it is, a teaser of what's to come. Not a taser, a teaser. That was a teaser of what is in fact to come. And boy, am I looking forward to it. The enemies, they don't stand a chance, man. They don't stand a freaking chance. And neither do I if I keep missing with my tailspin attack. Hey! What did you hit me for? That was a bit rude, don't you think? Consider the consequences of your actions before you partake in such actions. You know, you hit me, so I'm going to do only one thing, which is hit you back. As Captain America once said, if you get hurt, hurt him back. If you get killed, walk it off. So, yeah, there you go with Bash. He got hurt, so we hurt him back. They received consequences for their actions. Their actions hitting me, their consequences, I hit them back. Simple as that, really. And also as simple as the fact that water is currently stronger, so we have to switch out for the might of Zack once more. Cool, he's dead. Didn't even need a wave there in the end. And soon this little Sportful is going to be joining him. There you go, man. There you go. Not the Squiddler! Anything but the Squiddler! Boy, I am truly doomed. Me and my fur hat and everything. Man, that was an awesome hat for Zap. Then again, any hat for Zap would be an awesome hat. Because Zap is awesome, and hats just exemplify your raw awesomeness. That being said, we have another awesome thing to get into, which is that of switching to the magic elemental representative, Voodoo. Nice gibberish there, Voodoo. Nice gibberish indeed. And boom, we shaketh the room. Yeah, no, that's what I'm talking about right there. We're so close to another level up. Can we get another level up? Please and thank you there, video game. Got him! Okay, unfortunately there's only stairs on the left-hand side. I swear on the Wii version that is different, so there's stairs on the left-hand side as well. I could be wrong. I'm probably wrong. Anyway, with that having been said, let's collect the twin spouts of Ocean Major Minor, located in Ocean Major Minor.
Great work, Skylander. Now we just
I love the fact how he tried to wave us down so we can see him when we are stood right in front of him, like we could miss him from that distance. Also, thank God for magical teleportation abilities. That is convenient. What also convenient is for music right now, because the music is legendary. And I hit nothing. I hit nothing because I felt like it, you know. In fact, I didn't hit nothing. I did hit those air particles because those air particles looked me funny, so they had it come in. Oh, we were so close to leveling up, but in the end, close doesn't quite count now, does it? So time for us to switch back to Zap once again, because apparently we haven't had enough of Zap just yet. But we're going to do this, and we're going to do it for Riley. Let's freaking go. No, not Blast! Don't disrupt the gameplay! Go, Finn! Shut up! Instead of telling me what to do, leave me to do what it is that needs to be done. You don't need to tell me this. Just shut up and let me do it instead. Let me do it instead of you telling me to do it. Oh, I'm kidding, I'm clearly asking too much. And up we go! There we go. Oh, sweet money. We love ourselves a good bit of money. We do. We love it. Die. Die some more. Thank you. Yeah, we got him eventually. That's what counts. Okay, cool. Let's take out all of them too whilst we're at it. Oh, and another thing is that we are going to be tackling every single level in the Skylanders franchise throughout the course of this series. So when we eventually carry over to Sock Force and Trap Team, we will also be playing the Adventure Pack levels, as well as be playing the Adventure Pack levels in this game, which we are doing in between episodes 8 and 10. So after we collect the Eternal Magic Source, we're going to play through the 4 Adventure Pack levels, and then we're going to take on Chaos himself. You know, give us a little bit of a break before the intensity of the final 2 levels. You know, give Igniter a chance for some more screen time before he inevitably gets killed off by the Chaos boss fight. No, I think I can one-shot it. At the end of the day, we one-shot it during the Igniter solo run, so hopefully I can perform on the same scope throughout this series. Hopefully, anyway, but we all know what's said about hope. In my case, it should be limited. You know, you can't expect too much. You can't expect too much because that is asking too much. A string of islands? It's almost like we're a bunch of floating islands in the sky.
From what I've heard, the eternal water source has returned to the sea and can only be summoned with the force.
Oh boy, isn't that inconvenient?
Why do I think there's a big butt in all of this?
Ha! You said butt. That's funny. First we got poop humour, and now we got butt humour. You know where poop comes from? It comes from the butt. So it's funny. Oh, butts. I sound like Tina right now from Bob's Burgers, who likes butts, horses, and boys. Specifically boys' butts. Those are butts she likes. She likes butts and horses, which is cool because Tina is such an awesome character in Bob's Burgers. In fact, all the characters in Bob's Burgers are awesome characters, which is what makes the show as good as the show as it is. Bob's Burgers asks the controversial and bizarre question of a family adult animated sitcom: what if the family actually liked each other? What? What an absurd concept! The family actually like each other? No, that can't possibly work. American Dad, Family Guy, Simpsons, F is for Family. What do all of these have in common? Every member of the family hates each other, and it works so well. Simpsons is on, what, its 295th season by now? So clearly it has to work quite well. But Bob's Burgers turned around and said, no, we're going to make a series where the family actually like each other. And yet, it works so fucking well for that exact reason. In case you can't tell, I'm a massive Bob's Burgers fan. It is my favourite, like, adult animated sitcom out there. Whatever you want to call it, the point is it's an animated series targeted more towards adults because it does make adult jokes, but at the end of the day, it can also be watched by a kid. It's harmless. Harmless enough. You know, a kid isn't going to be scarred for life by it. No, not a Hobniaro. Anything but a Hobniaro! Okay, let's take out the big brute first. Oh, thank God my attack stunned him! We made mincemeat out of that fella right there. Zap is like the best character for this level as well. And no wonder why, you find his soldier in this level. You know, this level, they basically took Zap as a character design and it was like, what if we designed an entire level around this one character? And this is the level they came up with.
Skylanders of the life.
Okay, life element, time for a little bit of stump smash. Where usually this is when his soul gem could really come in handy because he can heal him with water. But unfortunately, well, I was about to say, but unfortunately, I'm not sure if he has a soul gem. This version of the character definitely has a soul gem because this guy is one of the few in the cast that's fully upgraded. We can go into the water and we can squirt water. It's brilliant. I love this animation so much. This is the greatest animation in gaming history. It's so awesome, man. But that being said, we're going to move away from the animation and kill these folks because they had it coming to look at me funny. The hitbox on that attack is stupid. It is so stupid, and I love it. Hey, fella, come here, come here, come here, come on. Come here. Hey, chase me down, chase me down. No, don't go over there, come here. Come over here, man, come over here. Oh, he's going to attack me? Big mistake, fella. One shot. None of the Sub Smash even needed to one shot because his attack is already powerful enough as it is. That's just overkill right there. Stump Smash is a force to be reckoned with. He is savage. So let's get that guy pushed into place. And luckily, we don't even need to form a bridge with it. We can just go diagonally over these turtles. And that's a good thing too, because I like turtles. As we established in the introduction, me and Quigley have something in common. We both like turtles. No, not a Hobniaro. Anything but Hobniaro. Well, luckily though, we get to go back to the water element here, so Zap can stun the fella. Yeah, let's get him, Zap. In fact, Zap now has to complete the rest of the level from here. We'll collect the soul gem because, well, not even the soul gem, we'll collect the story scroll as the story scroll was right in our way and we had no other choice in the matter. We literally couldn't continue to traverse the level without grabbing it because it was right in our path. So now that that's been grabbed and we destroyed the Omniarm, we can continue on. It would have been really interesting to have a knife element in this game because I would imagine that the knife element would be like a lightning element because at the end of the day there are certain Skylanders that harness the powers of electricity. Voodoo, the lightning rod and Zap being the best examples of which. Anyway, let's collect that. We already have 2 of the 4 required statues, but after all of this we have a showdown against Chaos's evil Warren minions. Don't ask me why Whamshell is the only water Skylander that doesn't have an evil counterpart. Don't ask me why, it just is. Go with it. Like how in Fire, Igniter is the only one who doesn't have a evil counterpart. For Undead, it is Cinder. Obviously we're going to preview Zap, like we did with Warnado earlier. It would be unfair to give Zap a completely different treatment to that of Warnado. Plus we get the awesome music, so you can't say no to awesome music. And then in the final confrontation, Life, the only iteration that doesn't have an evil counterpart is Camo for some reason. I don't know why those characters were chosen specifically to not have evil counterparts, but here we are. Apparently they're just too righteous to be chosen for evil. Igniter especially, you know, Igniter. It's a good thing there isn't an evil version of Igniter, because if there was, we'd be screwed. It doesn't matter how big your Skylanders army is, you could have all 32 Skylanders. Evil Igniter is defeating every last one of them, okay? He'd be far too powerful. There we go, we have opened that chest up. Not that we even need the treasure, because again, Zap is fully maxed out over here, it would seem. I'm willing to bet that this is what Riley's Zap looked like. Riley loved this character so much that I would not be surprised if he was maxed out. And frankly, you've seen the same gameplay as I have. This character is busted. No wonder why Riley loved him so much. In fact, to come from this game, Zap is my 4th favourite Skylander. You know, obviously Double Trouble, Drobot and Igniter outrank him, just barely. Yeah, I would love to go with him, but whilst you continue telling me to stop them, it is taking away the time that could be spent stopping them. So instead of telling me to stop them, how about you just leave me alone to actually fucking stop them? Yeah, take that, Cannonball. That's what you get for looking at me funny. Who would have known that water like cannons would have made such a great defense against actual cannons? Now die, you stupid ship, die. That's more like it. Wow, that's a lot of cannonballs, but pretty much every single one of them missed. That's convenient for us. Yeah, that ship is suddenly going to look a lot bigger the moment we get closer to it. But then again, that's how all objects work. At the end of the day, when an object is far away, it looks smaller than it actually is. As soon as objects get closer, they get bigger. That is how proximity and perspective works, after all. It's as they say, objects in the mirror are often closer than they appear. Okay, let's just gather all of this treasure. Because why not? You know, why save the treasure for people who actually need it? When instead Zap can just be greedy and collect treasure that he doesn't even need.
Will you look at that?
I mean, I would love to. But again, you were too busy, like, telling me to look at that rather than actually letting me look at it. Die! Thank you! That's convenient. Anyway, there's watermelon there. Oh, this guy is so going down. Ow. Boy, 91 damage going into the Chaos boss fight. I'm sure this is going to end well. Luckily for us, Zap can pretty much outmaneuver any single one of his enemies, so we should be fine. But what we won't be fine about, however, is me about to die of boredom, because Chaos is not going to shut up, and we cannot skip his dialogue. It is truly tragical, this unnecessary deep studio. We can't press the best video game to skip over. I am upset. I am deeply upset. He makes my eyes roll. He makes me cringe. Chaos, you are cringe. Cringe, I tell you. I'm too late. Now, who am I kidding? I'm never too late. If anything, I'm early. And you've always got to be early, because if you're early, you're on time, and if you're on time, you're late. Never be on time for shit. When people tell you your time, you arrive before that time. They say 9:30, what they actually mean is 9 o'clock. So you arrive at 8:30 just to be safe. Stop attacking me! I am you! By attacking me, you're just hurting yourself. Got him! Zap on Zap is just too busted, man. Yeah, Sunburn and Zap are like the only dragons that have their evil counterparts during their confrontations. Even then, I feel like it would have made more sense to have an evil version of Igniter over an evil version of Sunburn, but the developers, they said no. They gave us an evil Sunburn instead. Funniest thing is that when I first fought for Chaos Evil Minions, I thought my Skylander attacks were going to like deal the same amount of damage. So when I first got Zap, I thought like his lightning was going to deal what is it, 18 damage a pop. Nope, for Evil Minions, their attacks deal more damage to your Skylanders than what the Skylander counterparts do. I am not playing this section particularly well, am I? I'm taking lots of damage. This is inconvenient right now. Ow. Yeah, not my best performance, I must admit. But you know what, Zap? He'll be fine. This is fine. It's like the meme right now. This is fine. House is on fire. Everything around me up in flames. This is fine. Anyway, Gilgrunt, let's take him out already. Let's not stand straight in front of where he's going to attack though. That would not be a good plan. Cool, he's out here. And we can even heal up on the way. That looks like a nice juicy bit of food right there. Yes! Evil Amphibious Skin Man, he is no more. He is nada right now. He is nada. Not the even deadlier Shark Bath of Doom Sharks, anything but that. Oh, whatever will I do? I'm screwed now. Might as well just put the controller down and let the inevitable cutscene play out as I go to my doom. It's like Joel died in Last of Us Part 2 all over again. You just got to put your controller down, watch the cutscene, and just do nothing to prevent this inevitability. It's tragic, and I hate it. But to be fair, that's really like the only part of Last of Us Part 2 I despise. And even then, I'm not against Joel dying. Like, I would be surprised in the game if they didn't kill him off. Like, Joel's death was pretty much inevitable. But the way in which they go about it is what I hate. Why am I performing so terribly against these Doom Sharks right now? What is going wrong here? I mean, I barely survived it. Yeah, those hitboxes just seem jankier than usual. Like, the Doom Sharks usually do have jank hitboxes in this game, but not jank to that extent. That, and also, I did wake up and forget to push the Be Good Video Game button today. You know, having forgot that is clearly evident in my gameplay. Okay, let's not get hit by the punches, because they are deadly and they would hurt me a lot. Oh, look at him, I see some sliders slowing him down. Good, he's out of here. I want the food! Shut up, Chaos, let me have that chicken leg. I have no idea why chicken is so nutritious to zap, but here we are. Apparently, you know, eel, water, dragon thing, the bobs really love their chicken. It's like Stormblade. Not Stormblade even, Stormblade is a chicken. So it'd be really weird to watch her eating chicken. No, it's like Stormfly from the How to Train Your Dragon franchise, for Astrid's Deadly Nada. For some reason, chicken makes her fly faster. Like, Deadly Nadas love chicken. Who would have seen that being a thing, right? This is a bit cheap. I can't even see Gilgrunt's harpoons right now to be able to dodge them. You can't see them because they just kind of blend in with the water that are surrounding us. But luckily for me, I'm going to kill him with ease regardless. Zap! Or wasn't even worried. Not like it was for Joel. Joel, I was very worried. And then he died 2 hours into the game, and I got sad and a little bit mad. Just all of the ad emotions. So when I murdered people in Last of Us Part 2, I was very happy. It was a joyous occasion. Me killing everything in the sight, I cheered. I killed Nora, and what did I do? I laughed! I laugh in the face of brutally murdering people in the most violent and horrific manner as possible. What can I say? Last of Us Part 2 is a comedy. It's like all of these films that come out that are just filled with blood, guts and gore in completely unrealistic manners. For films really play it up and make them like more comedic than anything. Because at the end of the day, that kind of stuff does not happen in real life. So seeing it play out in like such an over-the-top, dramatized way, it is funny. It is why the comedy and horror genres have been bridged to create what is known as horror comedy, or a dark comedy, if you will. You know, some people like dark humour, including yours truly. Ooh, it is time to be tackling the beach, where we have a winged sapphire, as Persephone is about to explain. It is a happy gem. Isn't that great? I get cheap rope grades for characters who actually, ironically enough, need them. Bash, Voodoo, and Ghost Roaster aren't yet fully upgraded, which is unfortunate. Fortunately, my Drill Sergeant, Tornado, Stump Smash, and Zap are all maxed out, and my Igniter isn't maxed out in terms of his treasure count, but he is maxed out in terms of upgrades and level cap. I believe he is. If he isn't, I'd be very much surprised, given that Igniter, I very much enjoy playing him, so I've played him a lot over the years. My playtime with him must be in like the 500-hour range. I kid you not. Okay, that might be a little bit high, I might be exaggerating, but still. Case in point, I might be exaggerating a lot, but the case still stands. My Igniter has a ton of playtime behind it, because he's my favourite Skylander of all time, so naturally I play him a lot because I thoroughly enjoy playing as him. Okay, let's go ahead, oil him up.
Good morning, Skyland!
Yes, good morning to you too there, Clamtron 4000. Oh, I'm glad, Clamtron 4000, I'm glad, I'm so glad for you. Now shut up! And, I don't know, do something for me, I guess. There you go, that'll do, that you can do for me. Okay, let's get some clams. Yes, there's for one. And 2. Luckily, this is what I have my sea slime slide for. These guys don't stand a chance. They're not going to be escaping me.
One new gleaming white pearl coming right up.
Ooh, that sounds great.
Add some heat. Now just shift it around with a touch of elbow grease and...
Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted, my pearl. A touch of elbow grease.
Black pearl? Oh,
What?
no.
Black pearl? I don't even see a black pearl there. There is nothing there. What are we looking at? What are we commenting on? This is one of the more hilarious Skylander graphical glitches. Oh, never mind, the bomb is in his hand. Usually the bomb is placed on the ground to indicate that it's an item we can use, rather than it being in his hand. Obviously, I'm just too used to a Wii version of this game. Or maybe just a Wii version as well. Honestly though, when I go back to this game, I replay levels. I don't necessarily play through the main story in the order it was intended. So these cutscenes are things that I haven't watched in a while now, so no wonder why I'm confusing my brain cells.
But the bad news is they've sealed off.
Then again, my brain cells were confused to begin with. You know, there weren't a lot of them. And now, having said what I've said and done what I've done,
Where in Skyland?
I didn't have many of them to begin with, and now I have even less than that.
Really? Well,
But at least I can make for a fun video title. You know, we've already had Potato Tier List and whatever it was I called the second episode, which might just be the name of the episode yet, I don't know.
All right then. Just come back anytime you need another one.
All I can say is whatever it was I just called this episode is a good title for an episode. Okay, let's use the bomb. We just gotta wait for him to spout one out for us. Thank you much, CV Player. Now let's blow shit up. Boom, baby.
Wow! Thanks
Yay!
for breaking down the barrier.
It's time to get hyped because my favourite NPC just entered the building.
Goodness, you aren't Cyclopses. Wait, you aren't Cyclopses, are you? I sure hope not, because I just escaped from their terrible Crystal Eye Castle. Doesn't look like he sees too well, does it? Oh, I saw some terrible things in that place. Or at least I think I did. They have a giant crystal...
Comedy gold. This guy is brilliant. Diggs, the greatest NPC of all time. Not the greatest Skylanders NPC. Straight up, the greatest NPC in gaming history. This guy has gone down in the record books as such. Other gaming NPCs, they wish they was on the same caliber as Diggs, but they can only dream. Anything else pales by comparison. Flynn? Oh, he stinks, he does. He's stinky compared to Diggs. Glumshanks? Can't even hold a candle to him. Not even. For grand and glorious, I said gland for some reason, but for grand and glorious blobbers, not even he is near the scope of Diggs' raw awesomeness. It's a good thing we're fighting with Cyclops, not Diggs, because if Diggs was fighting with Cyclopses, they would be so screwed. That fight would be so one-sided. I'd need like an entire army of Cyclopses just to nearly even out the odds, and even then Diggs would not even break a sweat plowing through that entire army. It's a bit like Captain Marvel in the Endgame, you know, she barely breaks a sweat. Awesome Crystal Eye Castle music time. Oh, I love myself some awesome Crystal Eye Castle music. Anyway, these cutscenes I really wish I could skip over right now, but the game said no. And those stairs did not look particularly passable, given, you know, the fact that half of them seem to have broken off. But we managed to get up the stairs regardless somehow. Skylanders just have those awesome magical abilities, as do the NPCs, because the NPCs teleport as frequently as the Skylanders do, it seems. Well, then how about you shut up and let me do it already? I can't do anything whilst you're telling me to do it. So, we have 2 scene towers to destroy, as well as other eye things to destroy. That hint, I never would have figured it out if not for the hint. Hit the eye switch. It's not like there was anything else in that sequence that I could have hit by mistake. Kind of obvious what it was that I had to do there. But again, you know, I couldn't have possibly got along without the hint. The hint is, you know, what made this game plausible. Without that hint, I just would have been stuck there indefinitely. And the game never would have progressed. would have been the worstest, most soft lock of all time. Anyway, time for the Earth element to take center stage. Bash is going to come through and just absolutely obliterate everything in sight. Much like Diggs, a whole army of Cyclopses do not stand a chance against this guy's might. In fact, we might just need like dozens upon dozens more Cyclopses just to slightly even out the scales a bit more, but even then, Bash won't even break a sweat plowing through every single one of them. I mean, look at those crates. He treated them as though they are nothing, because that's what they are. They are nothing. That was a bit rude there, Cyclops. But my tail swing is going to have such a wide attack angle that it's going to take out the eye switch and the enemy all in one fell swoop. That is convenient. Okay, let's skip over the cutscene of that Cyclops trucker. Take out those guys with my speed and skill right now. Oh, that is the wrong attack button. I meant to do my tornado ability right there. There you go, that's more like it. That's what the tornado looks like. Now, I'll just absolutely speedrun through this section, because why would I spend my time collecting every treasure when I don't need to? Tornado here, as we previously mentioned, completely maxed out. There is nothing more else to be done with him. He was fortunate enough in the Roulette series to never fall upon a magic elemental area where obviously the challenge was to reset our Skylanders, so Tornado never got reset over the course of Roulette, despite him being one of the longer running characters in that series. That was another reason why I wasn't particularly excited about Tornado's name popping up on the random name picker. I wanted characters that were different from our casting for Roulette, and unfortunately, getting Tornado and Drill Sergeant meant that we're playing as a lot of the same characters as we did in Roulette. Even though saying that, I was really hoping for Double Trouble, who actually lasted the long Roulette. He lasted 9 episodes, which is why he lasted the longest. So despite all of that, I still wanted Double Trouble to appear for Magic Element, because Double Trouble is just that good. Especially when you take into consideration his WoW power, which we will get which we'll get his WoW power if he pops up for a random name picker in Giants. So if he is added to the cast in Giants, then we will have the honour of getting his WoW power, as we will go straight to his Series 2 iteration, as a result of him being chosen for the sake of Giants. You know, we get to go straight to his Orange Core. Stop hitting me! It's so rude! Ow. Anyway, this is a moment where I realised that I completely forgot to switch out to the element of the area. I forgot to switch out for Drill Sergeant, and since air is going to pop up again in due time, you might as well just stick with Tornado at this point. But I do apologise for completely neglecting that. I obviously was not paying enough attention. So my mistake and my apologies. But, you know, it's meant to happen frequently, because when you're trying to blaze through this series with as much pacing as I am right now, you can see how easy it is to make such mistakes. Because yes, I'm blazing through this series for the sake of keeping it fast-paced right now, and mistakes are being made as a result. Especially when it comes to Tornado being damaged over here. Like, I'm taking way more damage than I would like. Oh, that's some food though, and that food is very convenient. Very convenient indeed. Hey, what are you hitting me for? That's rude, don't you think? Okay, take him out. Yeah, it's just like that. He's out of here. Oh boy, now I have chuckers to deal with. Not for chuckers. Anything but for chuckers. But hey, mistakes and all, at least we have some glorious music in the background. Okay, let's take out that fella right there. Okay, now let's get out of here, where obviously the tech tower is going to pop up. So this time I'm going to make sure that I actually switch out for our tech representative, Drill Sergeant. Now I currently have a Skylander power that corresponds to the current element of the area. Now I'm actually playing by the rules. I know, right? It's a miracle. I can't believe it either. Okay, cool. Let's take everything out. Anything and everything. Die. Thank you. Okay, cool. We got him. Now let's take out these fellas right here for looking at me funny, no other reason. And boom, just like that, the second scene tower is out of here, and as are we. We are out of here. Boom, you can say bye-bye to that tower, which was a lot bigger on the inside than it was on the outside. Luckily, that's the magic of Skylanders brought to life for you. Kill it! Kill it now! There we go, we got him out of it, and now we're back to one area again for the element of the area is currently that of the air element, which is Warnado's corresponding element. So let's grab that chicken right now. Once again, some very nutritious chicken. Don't mind if we do. Do not mind if we do. Okay, gotta take these fellas out. Yes, that's more like it. Why won't you die? Oh, never mind, they did die on me. That's convenient. Right as I was about to moan about them not dying, they went in ahead and died on me. No, very convenient timing, that. And there it is for Crystal Eye itself. Oh, let's take out some folks. Okay, here we go, and here we go. Yeah, I'm really glad that this cast was generated at random because it does create a huge variety in gameplay. We have so many different characters with different play styles, and plus it will make my style of CarryOn look that much more unique. Like, yes, we already have the unique rules I've created for CarryOn where Skylanders are upgraded to their versions in later games should they possess one. You know, that's a unique aspect where I'm combining a Locke concept with the supercharged concept of the Skylander Supercharged series. You know, as for that makes things unique, but because my cast is generated at random, if someone else was to tackle the series and do the exact same thing as me with their random cast, and their cast would be completely different to mine because of the nature of the cast being chosen at random. That is what being chosen at random means. That things, you know, things were never slated to be complete and utter 100% the truth. There was an area of change that could occur from a different random outcome, because any outcome was a possibility with it all being randomized in a fair manner, that is, because every Skylander got the same amount of space on the wheel. You know, the wheel was divided 4 ways equally, so each character had a 25% chance of popping up. Anyway, let's skip that cutscene right now. I was pressing the wrong button for a moment, but luckily that's what I changed to the correct button for. I got to press the best button in the video game, the skip button. Get that unnecessary deeps do. Out of here!
Oh yeah! Finally, an easy one! What did I tell you? Jake!
Why would you say that? Why did he say that? The foolish human fool? Well, I won't exactly call Flynn human. He is definitely more marble than human, so to say. But still, you're a foolish fool, you are.
Hey, how's about a visit to Stone Town?
Yeah, that sounds great. That's exactly where we want to go, because that's where our eternal Earth swords that we so desperately need can be found. And so far, Stone Smash has made an appearance in every episode of the series, and this episode is going to be no different, because life pops up within Stone Town. Life, water, and Earth. Those are the 3 elements to focus on. So Bash is finally going to get a good chunk of screen time dedicated to himself, and Warnado too has also been in all 3 episodes thus far, as does Drill Sergeant, I believe. And those characters are going to continue to get a lot of screen time because those elements are definitely the ones that appear most frequently throughout Spyro's Adventure, or at least the most consistently. Like, air is spread out along amongst a lot of different levels. Not like the other elements where they tend to be concentrated entirely on the levels where their eternal source can be found, and they aren't really found outside of those levels. Fire, for example, is very rarely found outside of the fire levels for the eternal fire source. Undead is very rarely found outside of the undead series of levels for the eternal undead source. So yes, that's a common theme that you see repeated. Yes, I can see that, citizen. In fact, it'd be very difficult to miss. Let's go on ahead and defeat the Stone Golem where life is stronger here, so let's switch out of due to the might of Stunt Smash, as these enemies do not stand a chance. There are no chance standers them. Okay, obviously this version of Stunt Smash doesn't have the ability where I can turn that giant acorn. Oh wait, no, never mind, I do. I can make giant acorns explode. I repeat, I can make giant acorns explode. That is convenient as we tackle old Cyclops Fort. You're going down, man. Oh, wow, he really is going down. Gravity was not on his side there, was it? Boom! Take them all out all at once. In the end, we didn't even need that combination. Now that's killing it. Okay, is Stump Smash even quick enough, this question? Move it, Stump Smash! Okay, we were quick enough. Just barely. Water is stronger here already. Oh, yep, and already I'm becoming waterlogged. You can see me waterlog myself as the camera kind of fades itself through all of the stone walls right now. Anyway, luckily for us, Zap can just skip over most of this shit. That's the coolest part about playing through this section as a water Skylander, being able to skip over it. No, not a rock walker. Anything but a rock walker. Okay, let's take him out, that frickin' stinky rock walker. He's out of here, man. He's out of here. Okay, there's going to be chompies back here, but luckily that's what we have overpowered electric attacks for. Yeah, take all of them out, baby. Take them out. Oh boy, not the Earth Spell Punk. Anything but the Earth Spell Punk. Even though this is the only game where the Earth Spell Punk makes an appearance. Well, I say the only game. It might appear in Imaginators as well. I'm not entirely sure. But I know for a fact that outside of Spyro's Adventure and Imaginators, that guy does not appear again in later iterations of the franchise. There is Lightning Rod Soul Gem. We're not going to go out of our way to collect it because Lightning Rod is not part of our cast. So there really is no need to highlight him. However, we will be highlighting Bash because he is part of our cast, and the Earth element pops up, which is the same element as that belonging to Bash. And as we know from the rules already, whenever an element pops up, I must switch out to a Skylander corresponding to that element. Cannot switch out again until the element in the area changes once more. Man, I love this music though. I love this music so darn much. Oh, I did not mean to push that, but luckily it's fine where it is because we can still walk over it diagonally. We can do the same thing with this block right here, which is why I didn't bother pushing it any further, because it works diagonally still. Okay, there's our first of 3 keys, and luckily for us, Bash should be able to get the other 2 with relative ease, because he's so fast when he rolls. In fact, it's because of how he rolls that he became a Skylander in the first place. By rolling around, he couldn't exactly traverse the world with his lack of wings now, could he? So instead, he rolled everywhere, and made his body so tough in the process that he became a literal cannonball and fended off an army or something like that. Either way, I think Bash's backstory is one of the coolest out there. So let's get straight through that wall right there with my absolute tank-like might. That's the thing with Bash, you know, he's a tank-like character. He's designed to be able to take a lot of hits and deal a lot of damage, and that's exactly what he does. And he's not even slow neither, he's a quick tank because of his rolling ability and how maneuverable it is. So what is his character's weakness? If he has a lot of health, he deals a lot of damage, and he's fast and maneuverable, what exactly is his weakness? He has none, he is just that good, mind you. And I'm sure all Crafty Skylanders is appreciating all of this praise I'm throwing Bash's way right now. But that's just what makes him as good as he is. Okay, let's get this into place because we can't exactly jump over to the other block with the lack of a jump button in this game. It's rather tragic, I know. What's also tragic is that I don't have gyres in this game, so to blow up this wall, I instead need a bomb. This is convenient. This is very inconvenient timing for a level up, but in the end we made it work. Let's collect Bash's Soul Gem. Once again, we're going to collect Bash's Soul Gem as Bash. So far, the only member of this cast who hasn't collected their own Soul Gem is Igniter. So that being said, let's preview Bash without further ado. Preview Bash as Bash. Once again, epic music for the win. Double tail swipe. Oh, that was brutal. Talk about a double tap right there. So let's get out of here now that we can. That Soul Gem preview is all said and done with, so no point lollygagging and wasting no more time. I think the last episode was long enough as it was, so this is definitely going to be one of the shorter episodes of this first bit series here, because we're only tackling 2 levels and 2 of the shortermost levels in this game at that. This will make the next episode similar to this, because in the next episode we're also only going to be tackling 2 episodes, that being Treetop Terrace and Fallen Forest. 2 levels that both share alliterative names actually. The Fallen Forest and the Treetop Terrace. Boom, get him out of here. A lot of levels in this game have alliterative names. Perilous Pastures, Stormy Stronghold, Leviathan Lagoon, etc, etc. In fact, if not for the I in Crystal Eye Castle, we would have had Crystal Castle. Another alliterative name, mind you. Get them out of here! Yes, they're all dead. And we love to see it. We love to see it. What I don't love to see on the other hand is my health bar right now. This is rough. I have to fight a massive ass stone golem with only the health that I have remaining. But you know what? I'm sure we'll be fine. Fingers crossed and hope I'll be fine, because I'm sure having nothing but my fingers crossed will result in nothing but absolute success. What could possibly go wrong, right? Yeah, get out of the way of the stomp right there. Okay, now it's time to initiate the next phase, apparently. And luckily, this is what we have cheese for. Let's go ahead and heal ourselves up. That was some very delicious and nutritious cheese right there. Okay, once again, we're watching out for all these falling rocks. Was that damage inflicted upon me or him? I assume it was inflicted upon me, even though the graphics had no differentiation as to whether I was dealing damage or being dealt damage to. Just say, given it was only 15, none of Bash's attacks are that weak, so it has to have been for Stomp that dealt damage to me. I almost rolled straight back round into those rocks now. I almost, you know... Oh, watch out from the Stomp. Never mind, I was too slow. Which is a bit of a weird thing to say for Bash's sake, given how quick he usually is. But yesterday wasn't that weird. I kind of doubled back to myself, almost to get hit by rocks again. I dodged them, only to turn back and almost get by them anyway. Speaking of turning back and getting hit anyway, after I already dodged them. Do you think after I already dodged them that I should just stay still and make sure the attack doesn't hit me? But no, I just had to roll back around and almost get myself hit in the process. Wow, that guy's going a bit mad right now with this rock. Okay, let's get him. You got this, Bash. You got this. Boom! He's out of here! And we get so much treasure and experience as a reward. Let's go on ahead and make sure we gather every last bit of it. Yeah, baby! And just like that, we are out of here. Eternal Earth Source in hand and everything. Boom, let's continue on. We're going to skip over some unnecessary deeps too, that's for sure. And then we're going to see if we have acquired enough gold for some upgrades on behalf of Bash right now, because he could really be using them. Not that Bash isn't already pretty busted as it is. I mean, Bash is busted right out of the gate. You've seen that with how much he's already annihilated his enemies. Plus it helps that his roll has knockback damage. It's what makes it so easy to outmaneuver enemies. You can either roll away from them with such speed, or you can roll into them with such speed, knock them back, so that then they're nowhere near you when they're trying to attack you. You can't get hit as Bash. He is so brilliant that way. I think this whole episode has basically just been in praise of Bash. That might be the title of the episode actually. In praise of Bash. Some news articles still know how to write good news. I feel like Michael Scott right now, where he's talking about articles that have way too long of titles.
Here's your headline. Scranton Paper Company, Dunder Mifflin, apologizes to valued client. Some companies still know how business is done.
That's a bit weird. It's a bit like they're teasing background Skylanders lore that probably would have been expanded upon if we got more iterations of the Skylanders franchise. But then again, I suppose Superchargers kind of explored that. You know, I suppose what Arbo here is hinting at is the events that took place in Superchargers, or at least the events we learn of in Superchargers, because still on the Small Pop Library we learn a lot about the history of Skylands. And the first time the darkness was ever brought by accident into the world of Skylands. Stuff which happened, you know, generations upon generations ago. Stuff which Arbo could very well be hinting toward. Okay, all this is fine and dandy, but where's the skip button when you need it? I really want to press this button in the game right now, but the game said no. And I hate it when it does that. I hate it so much!
Is that what you people call it? We green folk know it as the Tree of Life.
Oh, so Bash doesn't know that way either because he's no green folk. He's a brown folk.
I think I have always known the way. I can take
You know, because his whole body consists of the ground, which kind of bite into his body as he rolled around it all the time, not having wings to fly and all that.
I'll just count my
You know, it's really unique way how Bash literally like toughened himself up by rolling around on the ground. He is literally the dictionary definition of no pain, no gain. He toughed it out and really armoured himself up. Ooh, let's grab that Wing Sapphire before we buy any upgrades, because I like them cheaper. Tennis tail time! Which is alliterative. I was talking earlier about alliterative level names. Now we have alliterative upgrade names. That's pretty cool. We can reflect projectiles with our tail. That's neat. Anyway, we definitely want this ability. We want all of the abilities so we can afford, in fact. That would be convenient. Iron Tail. Let's deal some more damage, baby. Do we want to upgrade? We absolutely want to upgrade. And now we have no more money left for upgrades. But luckily we got all of our base upgrades, so that's pretty cool. We can roll longer, we have a more powerful tail. And we have a third attack, which we can launch at enemies. Oh, Quigley! Hi, Quigley.
Whoa, I thought you were a boulder first.
He thought we were a boulder at first. Oh, that is comedy gold right there. We're going to speak with Arbo because he is who we need to speak with in order to gain access to the treetop terrace. No! No more live seeds! Anything with live seeds, we need those. Ooh, but this looks like a fun little level. I was so excited for this level the first time I ever played it because when you see upgrade powers in the upgrade chamber, they also tell you the name of the level where you can find the soul gem. In Gilgrim's case, you can find his soul gem in Treetop Terrace, so knowing that I could traverse this level and find Gilgrim's soul gem had me really excited. Because obviously Gilgrim was the starter I owned, given that he is a starter pack character. And you find him in the elemental gate of another starter pack character, that being the magic elemental gate for Spyro. Kill the corn hornet, kill it! Kill it with rock, I guess. Take my rock to the face! Oh, well, I guess there's no more rock. We're switching over to Warnado because this entire level consists of air sections and life sections. So prepare for a good bit of Warnado and Stump Smash, two characters that have both been in every single episode of the CarryOn Locke so far. Apparently the game just can't get enough of these two characters. Just can't get enough of them. Go on. Oh, you fool! You actually did it! Ow. Okay, that has stunned me. That is inconvenient. There you go. Knock him off the edge. That's what I'm talking about. Let's grab some food and hit a teleport pad. Not that the teleport pad is even going to lead us to much, because this treasure is completely unnecessary on behalf of Warnado, who's already fully maxed out on his treasure count. After all, his NFC chip can only store so much. Okay, here we are. There's a life score punk, and we've got to make sure we defeat those guys first, because if we don't, then they'll just continue to heal up the enemies for more than we're dealing damage to them, and that will just be annoying. That won't fit. Okay, cool, the life score punk is dead, so now it'll be a convenient time to kill the rest of the enemies. Okay, life element, I'm not going to forget to switch out this time, unlike I did during the Crystalline Castle, where I just kind of remained as Warnado for a little bit too long. What can I say? I just really didn't want to switch out for Drill Sergeant. Okay, I hate his character that much that I'd rather play as Warnado. The Slice Gate. Nice name for a gate, I guess. Slice. Nice. This is a moment where I realise I forgot to hit the switch and open up the gate. My gameplay is particularly brainless today. Okay, now that the gate is actually open, let's traverse up here and get through the gate successfully this time. We're actually able to pass under the gate now that it's actually been opened in the first place. Destruction! That was fun. This character is fun. I like this character. I like this character a lot, actually. In the end, didn't even need the killer combo. But that's what we have a teleport pad for, because I have more enemies that are in desperate need of being defeated. So let's kill them. Yeah, that sounds fun. I like that plan. That plan gets big old double thumbs up for me. Oh no, not Blitz Bully. Anything with a Blitz Bully. And boom! We take out the spell plug, one shot. Stump Smash. I kind of glitched out of the game for a moment now. I was very concerned that I wasn't going to be able to move, but luckily I was able to reverse the effects of the glitch and we moved forward just fine. Wow, even the slowest character in this game, or one of the slowest characters in this game, even he was able to traverse that puzzle with complete and utter ease. So if he can get there in time, I'm sure the puzzle is no problem for literally any other character. If Stump Smash can make it, then anyone can make it. Okay, come on, let's take out the life spell button first. So surely was the case right there, but now that he's out, we can take out his little friends. Okay, take you out. Well, I would if you didn't put up your shield in time. Go on, do it. You know you want to. Well, they attacked me in the process, but you know what? It was worth it. Okay, take out the bug next. Yeah, there goes the bug fella. And now let's pop straight back up. Boom, baby. Grab the cheese, and then we can have that scent launched at the enemies. You're dead, you're dead, you're dead, you're dead, you're dead! Every last one of them! You're all dead! Now that was very gratifying. I very much thoroughly enjoyed that. This is the face of a pleased man. Not a terrified man, but a pleased man. And I much prefer to be pleased over terrified right now. So thank you, game, for making me have the face of a pleased old man. Even though I'm not old, far from it. In fact, I'm the youngest person who's currently working on my crew at work. I am. You know, luckily for my crew, I bring the average age of all of us well down. Okay, can I still make it with all these spikes haven't been in the way? Frickin' spikes, am I right? But luckily for me, we made it just fine. And I'm no longer doing the roulette challenge for the air element where I can't get hit, which is great. Because I would have failed the challenge on multiple instances with those spikes right there. I had to be so careful going through that section when I did for roulette. With that being said, let's continue defeating some enemies over here. Yeah, trying to get through this game without any damage taken is a much more difficult feat. You know, getting through this game without being defeated is relatively easy, which is why I want to make sure I get through this without any deaths, because I want my characters to actually carry on. I want the gimmick of the lock to be fulfilled upon. I want my carry-on characters to carry on to later games. That would be ideal. Hey, cool, he's out of here. Okay, let's spin that right round, baby. Right round like a regular player. Right round, round, round. Because that is how we solve the puzzle, by spinning it right round. Had we not spun it right round, we would be unable to complete the puzzle. Really as simple as that, actually. But anyway, now that we've completed the puzzle, our reward is yet another life section. And that is a very fun reward, because that means you get to play a Stump Smash for a little bit longer, and I love playing a Stump Smash. Really, really underrated character. Got him! And I got him some more, wow. Okay, sweet. They're out of here, and there we go. 2 for 1 right there, because that hitbox is absurd. And boom, another 2 for 1. Oh man. If anyone is ever questioning how overpowered Stump Smash is ever again, just direct them towards this clip, and they will know just how good Stump Smash truly is. Then again, I think Stump Smash is one of those characters who's not necessarily like ever underestimated. People would say he's meh. You know, you never find him one way or the other. Nobody has strong opinions on Stump Smash. Nobody loves him. Nobody hates him. Stump Smash is just there. He exists. I suppose that's our title of the episode. Stump Smash just exists, I guess. Stump Smash, the character who's just there. Despite the fact that he was most probably a lot of people's first life Skylander. After all, when Spyro's Adventure first launched, Stump Smash was the only character you could get for the life element. So people who were trying to get a scan of every single element, if they wanted to get Stealth Off, they had to buy a second starter pack for the 3DS, because that was the only way to get the character at the time. Or they just had to suck it up and buy Stump Smash. Obviously, Stealth Off got released separately later on as did Igniter. But saying, Dark Spyro and Igniter, for the longest time, were exclusive to the 3DS starter pack. At launch, Stealth Off was exclusive to the 3DS starter pack, but she got released separately very, very quickly. In fact, I might be lying here, she might have gotten released at launch as well, I'm not entirely sure. But all I know is that the easiest way to get her at launch was with a 3DS starter pack. Anyway, we've got to protect these apples right now. Luckily for us, we can smash the sheep quite easily. We can literally flatten them. Oh, but he still somehow got to the apple before us. Leave the apple alone. Hey, I needed that. It does not help that Stump Smash is slow right now. Okay, cool. That's 2 of the 15 apples that we need. Hey, stop eating the apples. You evil, evil creatures. Wow, Stump Smash is really not ideal for this challenge, is he? This is a sabotage in itself. This is an honorary Sabotage Season 2 episode. Where the sabotage is just to try and defend the apples of Stump Smash. There's a sabotage which is not going well. You could very much say that my gameplay is being sabotaged right now. Stop sabotaging my gameplay, you stupid sabotage! Why is this so difficult with Stump Smash? This is not ideal. Okay, cool. I was about to say get every single one of them and then grab the apple, but even then I was unsuccessful getting the apple. Even if you squash them like on top of an apple, then they proceed to eat the apple, which is part of what's making this so tough. It's part of what's making this such a successful honorary Season 2 sabotage. Wow, they just ate like 4 apples in a row. You can tell from the chomping noises. Can you guys like grow on the bushes where the sheep are not, so I can actually like get to the apples in time? Okay, cool. That's another one. We're getting there slowly but surely. Keyword here is slow. Not even surely. Like I'm not even surely getting there. I'm just getting there slowly. Slowly is about it. I'm getting there slowly. And no, but surely, just slowly. I can't emphasize this enough. This is why I'm repeating myself over here. I'm improving myself for an effect. The effect being to put emphasis on the very thing I am repeating. Okay, that's 13. That's not 14, even though I'm pretty certain I grabbed the apple before the sheep did. 14. And not 15. Let's grab the Winged Sapphire and then we'll grab the 15th one. Okay, cool. That's another Winged Sapphire at hand. I'm going to make it a little bit easier to afford those upgrades for characters like Bash and who have you ones not fully upgraded yet? For Bash, Voodoo, and Ghost Roaster, we're going to make it easier for us to afford their upgrades. Ghost Roaster, which starts to got its debut in First Igniter, 4 episodes in, and we've seen nothing from Ghost Roaster and Igniter. That's a tragedy because they're both really good characters. An absolute tragedy, I tell you. As I proceed to pick at my lips. Let us, without further ado, climb the vine to the fallen forest. Where so far this episode, 33% of our time has been spent trying to keep sheep away from blooming apples from blooming. The apples need to bloom, and they couldn't bloom in bloom, or the blooming sheep kept eating the blooming apples. Anyway, let's skip that cutscene right there by pressing the correct button, the best button. The skip button, I kept pressing that button, which is the skip button for the latest Skylanders game, so just like I did in the first episode, where I got the controls confused, here I am, getting the controls confused once more. Here we are with Fallen Forest, get some more epic music. Terrible Trolls? Oh, we got some more alliteration right here. Thomas the Tank Engine is known for its alliteration, troublesome trucks, and now we have terrible trolls. Not that Thomas the Tank Engine and Skylanders have anything in common.
Skylanders of the Tech Element are strong.
Tech Element, that means only one thing. It's time for a little bit of Drill Sergeant. I would say I love myself a little bit of Drill Sergeant, but might I remind you that he is my least favourite character of this cast, so actually I don't like myself a little bit of Drill Sergeant. If I was to say I love myself a little bit of Drill Sergeant, that would be a lie. And I do not encourage lying here, so I shall not say that. Which is why such things have not been said. Okay, here we go, bouncing on up again. Boom! Luckily for us we do at least have some melee capabilities up our sleeves, which is really nice. Once again, it's very different going into this level actually utilising attack buttons this time. So we have these, let's go ahead and fill it up right there. Boom! Get him out of here, man, get him out of here! Okay, sweet, let's also grab the treasure whilst we're at it, because treasure is glorious. Okay, take him out! Take him out some more, take him out, out. Yes! Oh, and let's not get hit by the sword, that would be a bad idea. Let's bounce on up and then just land straight onto the sword and the other one. What can I say? I saw, I came, I saw, I got sword. Ow. Heal up only to instantly walk straight into the sword again. This is what I get for trying to be a little bit too hasty. May this be a lesson in hastiness. Hastiness only affords you a swifter, quicker death. Patience is a virtue. One that is not one of mine, but hopefully, after having experienced the downside to hastiness, it can become one of yours. Yeah, let's grab every last piece of this treasure right now, though. Never mind, I'm not being punished for my hastiness. My hastiness has resulted in some treasure. I'm being rewarded for this terrible, terrible behaviour. Anyway, there we go. Let's pop on down some more. Let's pop on down a good bit. Yeah, you fellas are so going down. Yes, we got them. We got them all! Every last one! Well, almost every last one. Every last one except for the exception of that last one. Okay, let's power through every last one of these. Oh, that was pleasant right now. My eyes like what they are seeing. My hands like what they are doing. Because after all, it's a video game. I have to interact with this controller in order to make the video game be played. You can't play a video game without playing a video game. Not quite how it works. So yes, my eyes and my hands are very much liking all of the senses. I'm liking what I'm seeing. I'm liking what I'm doing. I don't even need rockets to take out these guys. These guys are so like weakest that I can take you down without the aid. Wow, talk about weak right there. As if those guys hadn't yet suffered enough. Now they have to deal with him. Yeah, let's get him, Stump Smash. We're going to make him regret they were ever born. We're going to make him feel so sorry. Boom! He's out of here. Grab ourselves that nice piece of treasure right now. And that chunk of food that was kind of hidden by the camera right there. But we grabbed it all the same because I am awesome and I am better than the camera. Got him! I find it funny how Stump Smash like even has stuff like combinations and strategy behind its gameplay when you don't need it, because most enemies are defeated so quickly that actually utilising combinations on them isn't important. It's just lost. It's lost on them because, case in point, like you do one attack and the enemy is dead, so having all of the other attacks feels completely unnecessary as a result. You know, what's the point in using another attack when an enemy is already dead from one single blow? Like, that's the problem with Spyro's Adventure and its difficulty. Enemies have such little health that when you have an attack that deals so much damage like that, then they just aren't around long enough for you to get a variety in your gameplay. You just utilise one attack and then they're dead. Utilise one attack and they're dead. One attack and they're dead. One attack and they're dead. You know, there's very little variety in that gameplay loop. It's shocking that I even used the acorns, because using the acorns was actually the least most efficient means of plowing through those enemies right there. Yeah, I used them anyway because I felt like having a variety in the gameplay and made it more fun using a variety of attacks as opposed to just the same one over and over again. I can't use the same attack over and over again and expect a different result every time in terms of my level of fun that I'm having. After all, if I did the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result every time, that would make me, by dictionary definition, insane. That is what insane people do. It is insanity to do the same thing over and over again and expect a different result every time. No, that's Flynn. Though he's not a portal master or an apostle, but he is foolish. We established this previously, that he is a foolish, not human fool. No! Don't do that to me! I deserve not to be doomed. I'm a good citizen. I possess great chivalry, is what makes me a Gryffindor. Yes, I'm very much Gryffindor through and through if I was to be put into any Harry Potter house. Plus, what is considered above all else when being sorted into a house, it is your choice, and my choice is to be a Gryffindor. It helps that I have all the other traits that Gryffindor possesses. Oh! Stump Smash was so low for a moment now. I thought I screwed myself over by playing so stupidly right there. But luckily for me, Stump Smash survived by the skin of his teeth. Then again, he's a tree. I didn't even know that human teeth had skin, let alone trees' teeth. I feel like Bumblebee from Generation 1 all over again. Human teeth having the skin by the skin of one's teeth? Well, not only do humans apparently have skin on their teeth, as do tree creatures. Funniest thing is that I watched Lord of the Rings for the first time after playing Spyro's Adventures, so every single time I saw like that one tree character in the films, it always reminded me of Stump Smash. Okay, I really need to stop taking damage here, because as you can tell, my health bar has seen better days, which is a shame because Stump Smash usually has a nice and chunky health box. Not today, apparently. What about things I can't? That's a good question. Let's find out how I deal with things that I can't see. Nice try, Stop Roll. Well, it wasn't though, was it? And she's dead. Easily done. And we're now back up to just over half health. I could be doing with a lot more though, because Stump Smash as an evil minion is another tough thing to take down. But I do like it how we wind up playing through all of these scenarios against the evil minions as the same Skylander as the evil minions. So in Creepy Citadel we'll fight the undead evil minions as Ghost Roaster of the undead element, and then for the Lava Lakes Railway we will fight fire with fire. Okay, time for the life source to do its thing. Boom, boom, shake the room. I mean, I'm not even sure if my hammer was what did the trick right there. My acorn just kind of ricocheted straight into it at the exact same moment my hammer hit the ground. It was quite neat. Boom, make it explode. That was satisfying. That was a very satisfying explosion. I very much was satisfied by that satisfying explosion, which is what made it so satisfying in the first place. Okay, they all kind of just like self-imploded right there. Ooh, as did they. Created a nice little aesthetic for me right there. That's pretty cool. Don't know why I'm launching off acorns in the middle of nowhere. I just felt like it, I guess. But that acorn attack is what is going to make Series 2 Stump Smash so incredibly broken when we get to Giants. That is, if Stump Smash makes it that far. If I continue to play as him, like I did against Evil Zook, then Stump Smash is not even going to make it that far. Like, I did not play that scenario well at all. Yes, I did. Congratulations on noticing that, Chaos. You did well to notice that. You did so well indeed. Urgh, he's mad now. Chaos is angry now. I mean, I dare to use Blind Luck against you quite easily. Quite easily, in fact, I do. Okay, let's take him out. Boom, use the combo and use it again. And he's out of here. He even healed me up along the way. So we have one more life spot to deal with, and then we have all three at once, which was Stump Smash. It won't be a problem. Not even a problem, no. And the wink was definitely necessary. It doesn't add to my overall cockiness as a character or nothing. Now that I've done that, I've definitely jinxed myself. Why would I do that? I'm just asking for instant karma to come back and bite my ass. I'm asking for it at this point. I am curious, actually, yes. Damn! I just got so slapped across the face by Chaos right there. Damn, man. He had me. He had me good right there. That was savagery at its very finest. Okay, boom, take out them fellas right there. They're as good as taken out they are. Boom, take out them guys. That's what we were talking about. Ow, I'm getting hit. I'm getting hit a lot. That's not cool. Stump Smash. Stop taking damage. I need you to start tanking damage as opposed to taking damage so that you die a little less. I need you for Giants. You'll be broken in Giants. You're going to be so good in Giants, man. Take them out. Take a lot of damage in the process, because why not, right? But yeah, I must admit, of all of the characters, I think Stump Smash is one that I have the most faith in him making it the longest through all the latest Skylanders games. Igniter, he's really broken and I'm going to try my hardest to keep him around for as long as possible, but unfortunately there are so many tough fire sections in all of the Skylanders games that, my friends, is going to be a task easy said than done, keeping Igniter alive. A task easy said than done.
Sometimes foreshadowing is relatively obvious.
Okay, cool, they've been taken out. Take them fellas out. Ow, that's a lot of damage. I do not like how much damage that was right now. I do not like it at all. Okay, cool, they're all taken out. Get you fellas out whilst we're at it. Oh boy, that was some damage right there. Ow, more damage. Ow, more damage. Yeah, my health bar isn't particularly practical right now. My health bar has seen better days. And now I'm officially blinking. Smash blinks at 200 health. That is absurd, given that Trigger Happy starts at 200 health. In fact, a level 10 Trigger Happy has about as much health as a level 1 Stunt Smash. Anyway, these guys, they're going down. I just got to be very careful with Zook. Zook is definitely the danger here. As a stealth offer for a level to hit me, which she almost did. It doesn't almost count out, does it? Cool, he's out. And now it's Zook's turn. Got him! I like it how I almost got absolutely obliterated by Zook for the first time I went against him by using that strategy, and then second time around I used the exact same strategy. Luckily though, I didn't quite get as obliterated, because when you fight all 3 minions at once, the health of 1 minion is spread across all 3, which is why you defeat them so quickly. Like right there, Stealth Wolf only took 2 hits, Stunt Smash, the evil version, could only tank a couple of hits, as could Zook. So yes, rather convenient that, but without further ado, let's grab that Eternal Life Source so we can press the A button to continue on and conclude the episode where we stand. Off camera, I need to go off and get some upgrades for Ghost Roaster because he's going to really struggle at Creepy Citadel if he doesn't have any upgrades up his sleeve. So I've got to make sure I get him upgraded. Well, we're going to cut that music short with a cutscene, which I'm also going to press best button in the video game to skip over. Get that unnecessary deep stew out of here. Wow, he just said that. He actually just said that. Yeah, that's a good plan. You know, we're halfway there. 4 down, 4 to go. And luckily for us, the plot convenience is going to kick in. General Robot is going to appear right as we need him to do so that we can recover some components that are desperately needed for the Core of Light. That is convenient. That is almighty grand and convenient. That is...
Why, I'm in charge.
Oh, is that right, Flynn? Is that right, is it?
Believe it. Go with a flabber jabber, son.
Yeah, I agree. That was a whole other flabber jabber all to deal with all at once, wasn't it, General Robot? Flynn just kind of overwhelms you with the flabber jabber. You ain't got no time for nothing else with Flynn because it's all just 100% flabber jabber. You can't help but be flabbering jabbering. That's Flynn for you. Flynn and his need for a flabber jabber. He's like one of those gossip girls who can't survive without their gossip.
It's not just any gear. It's a golden gear.
Golden gear? Yes, that reaction was entirely justified and necessary. All of the above. He said crappy and I heard crappy then. The enemy is crappy. Yes. Yes they are. The enemy is pretty crappy. Or as Gogolfin puts it, the enemy is pretty carpy. Man, this game and its foul language. We're going to be speaking with... whatever's left of General Robot, apparently. But yeah, we now have the Tech Elemental Source to recover for the 5th episode of the carryover series. I did take a brief break between recording the previous episode and recording this one to get all of my Skylanders fully upgraded, so every single one of them is fully upgraded now. And only a couple of them remain under level 10. I'm sure by the end of this series we will at least, or the end of this game I should say, we will at least be close, if not at level 10 with all of them. Let's say we first of all have Troll Warehouse to worry about, and it's a good thing we get to start the episode of Stunt Smash, because the first episode to pop up is of the life element, so we've got to stay Stunt Smash a little bit longer, because as always, per the rules of a regular lock, we have to swap out for a Skylander corresponding to the current element of the area. We cannot swap out again until the element of the area changes once more, and in this case the corresponding element would be life to kick this particular chapter off with. The only chapter of the Tech Trilogy to have a life element that will be stronger, so it's the only chance we're going to get at this episode of seeing the might of Stunt Smash. And in fact, this is going to be the first episode since the very debut where we're not going to see anything of Warnado, which is just going to be a bit weird to be honest, because the air appears throughout so many different chapters in this game. They're not necessarily like the long air sections, but it does appear quite spread out throughout the entire game. The same is said for life and tech. They're definitely like the three most spread out and common elements throughout the game. That's great, Snuckles, but you're not Blobbers, so I don't care. Get off my screen, not Blobbers. That's what we're going to call Snuckles from now on. He's not Blobbers, so he is not Blobbers. He's honorary Blobbers, but not quite Blobbers, so therefore he is not Blobbers. And there's a life element I was referring to earlier. Now, I would really love to skip over this puzzle right now, because they're so slow-paced and they really, like, just break up the pacing of the level in their entirety. But unfortunately, this game hadn't yet thought of incorporating the gloriousness of log puzzle cheats. So unfortunately, we're going to have to go through every single one of the paces here and complete this puzzle as intended. I know, right? It sucks. It totally sucks. It's so bad. I don't want to do this. But unfortunately, the game doesn't really care about what I want. So we're going to go ahead and do it anyway. We're going to do it to an excellent standard. For a moment now, I was like, no, I don't think I will. And then the game was like, ha! No, bitch, you're gonna have to wait for this guy. So we have a new enemy here in Foundry. Yeah, that guy's going to try to attack us and he's going to fail miserably. Then he's going to fail miserably again. Boom, boom, shake the room. And he's out of here. Didn't even have enough time to strike it here. So his invincibility, at the end of the day, it meant nothing. Nothing! So here we go with a little bit more of yelling and a little bit more of puzzles. The puzzles that I love them so much. I can't get enough of these, honestly. They're just way too good. I wish I was as good as these puzzles are, but these puzzles I pale by comparison to their raw and paint awesomeness. Totally. Absolutely freaking totally. So let's gather that, and then we'll gather this final one, which I believe should result in a perfect score. I can't imagine her doing much better than that. And now we get in the game. We got ourselves a perfect score. Okay, we have a rocket in, which reminds me of a Hobniaro, to be honest. But yes, I do love the enemy variety in this game, but Swap Force really did take enemy variety to the next level. There's like 16 different chompies in that game. I'm not overly exaggerating there too. That might be a literal number or not. The point is, there's a lot of chompies in that game. And it's pretty cool, but we're not playing that game at the moment, we're playing SPYRO'S Adventure, so it's time to focus on the game at hand, obviously. What are you hitting me for? Stop hitting me! Okay, that's it, we showed that guy who's boss. And so did my massive acorn, let's freaking go! Those dudes, they did not stand a chance. And I'm going to grab this chicken right here, because everyone knows that chicken and tree creatures, they go hand in hand. Yes, remember your courage. You got to be more Gryffindorish there, Snuggles. Even though I take Snuggles as, actually, no, yeah, he's definitely a Gryffindor type. But we're talking about houses from Harry Potter earlier, about how I'm a Gryffindor. Blobbers, I would certainly take as more of a Ravenclaw, Slytherin type. You know, he's a combination of the two, so to say. But that's because almost every Ravenclaw has a ounce of a Slytherin in them, because at the end of the day, like, their intelligence, their creativity, their wit, they have to channel it towards something, and most of the time that is ambition. And plus, to be intelligent means to be resourceful, so there's an ounce of Slytherin in us all, but mostly in Ravenclaws. To be fair, there's no such thing as being 100% one thing or another. Like I say, I'm a Gryffindor. That's because I'm part Gryffindor, part Hufflepuff. You know, I'm a combination of the two. Mostly Gryffindor though. No, you got to favour one side or the other. So for me, I'm Gryffindor always. It's the best house, it's the coolest house. It's like, it's my choice of a house, which is the most important part of it all. But it helps that I'm generally adept at being chivalrous and brave and courageous. You know, just pretty much all the traits that make a Gryffindor a Gryffindor. A gun snout? Well, they have a gun for a snout, so they call it a gun snout. Funniest thing about the Sorting Hat though is that the Sorting Hat clearly does not get things correct all the time, because I reckon Hermione would have made a better Ravenclaw than if she did a Gryffindor. You know, obviously not what the Sorting Hat had in mind for her though, is it? I mean, they had to make her a Gryffindor so then she could be a Gryffindor alongside the other two main characters. That is what you call a plot contrivance, my friend. Okay, so we're going to go all the way to the left here, and to the left again, and to the left again. The game just really wants me to go left right now, because guess what? I have to go left again. Alright, so now we've got to go right, right again. Okay, luckily we can finally go left again, but left is the only thing we have left for the entirety of the puzzle. Boom, maybe 12 moves. I'm pretty sure that's a prefect score. It is indeed. And why am I calling it prefect instead of perfect? Because prefect is so close to the word perfect. It's literally changing over the position of the R and the E to change perfect into prefect. And purposefully mispronouncing stuff is hilarious. Especially when it comes to names of Skylanders characters. Like at the end of the day, there's nothing greater than calling Persephone by her incorrect name, which is Persephone. That's not her name. Her name is clearly Persephone. Whoever says Persephone is getting it 1000% wrong. It's not like that's how the game pronounces the name or anything. No, definitely not. The name is Persephone, folks, and I am right, you are wrong. That's how this works right now. That is how this works. End of story. I gotta go. Can I even squeeze through? No, because Stump Smash is apparently useless. So let's get you pushed all the way back out there again. Blop. Blop. Boom, baby. Okay, that's more or less in place. So we've got to push these back out of place again. And I believe that's the puzzle. I believe so correctly. Let's just think and go. That's a satisfying puzzle to be, I cannot lie. But now we get to pick up more honorary pepperoni slices. Because when I played through this level for the first time, these map pieces looked a little bit to me like pepperoni slices. So I mistook them for pepperoni pizza as opposed to what they actually are, which is obviously map pieces. Boom, take that. Now usually in the Wii version, this is where the element of the area changes to the water element. And for some reason, for the Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3 versions of the game, they kept this as the life elemental zone, so we get to remain as Stump Smash as opposed to switching out to Zap, which is what we would be doing in the Wii version of the game right now, but unfortunately we aren't playing the Wii version, so instead we stick with Stump Smash, which I'm alright with, even though I much prefer Zap. In fact, with the exception of Igniter, Zap is my favourite character in this Locke cast at the moment. And it feels like ages since we played it last, because it is. Last time we played it was the Fire from Lagoon. And the funniest thing is that watching this series weekly, it's going to feel like even longer between playing these different Skylanders. For me, I'm binging for recording of this series, so I've recorded everything up to this point so far in a single session. So for me, it feels like even less time waiting between switching characters is what it does for you waiting weeks for these episodes apart. I'm going to have so many episodes pre-recorded that I'm going to have episodes prepared for after the world ends. The world will end and my YouTube videos will just like suddenly shift live because I have them scheduled. I have them all pre-recorded and scheduled, ready for your folks' enjoyment. Don't ever say I don't do nothing for you. I like being able to attack the sky before we can initiate attacks. That makes it a hell of a whole lot easier now, doesn't it? Okay, cool. Let's continue plowing through all of these barrels right now. They had it coming. Not looking at me funny. Because they didn't do that. No, they're just being killed because I felt like it. No reason. I would love to play as a fire Skylander right now. I have yet to have even played as my favourite Skylander in this Locke, Igniter. But we aren't tackling Elemental Gates, so for now, Igniter's just going to have to wait. Luckily, though, he can finally make his debut in this episode, because Battlefield is where we see fire for the first time.
Great work! Now we'll be able to make our way through the minefield. After you.
I mean, the subtitles for Snuckles did not match what he was actually physically saying, but oh well, you know, who cares about that degree of accuracy, right? You know, we can have subtitles that don't match up the dialogue whatsoever. Okay, I believe there's no mines over here, so we can come and grab ourselves this chest, because I want it. You know, Drill Sergeant, his gold is looking rather low, and by that I mean not maxed out, so you know we've got to grab it, even if it's at the risk of our lives. Seems totally wise to me, after all. If I die over some treasure, it was worth it. It was so worth it. Wait, Warehouse 14 has been said and done with without death, so it's even more practical yet, you know. Death and treasure is great. Death without treasure is awful. But the best of all is no death and treasure. That's the greatest, most combination in the entirety of a known universe. There's no combination greater than that. And combinations, that's a long and rich history, so that's really saying something. There are so many combinations of things out there. By the way, let us continue on. We did fail at numerous objectives, but do I care? Not really. So we have another cutscene, which I'm going to press this button of the video game for. Please skip button. We're going to get that deep stew straight out here because, as always, it is unnecessary. I mean, love skipping over the unnecessary deep stew. It's my favourite pastime, skipping over all the unnecessary deep stew. A bit like growing out my hair, actually. We just get to play with it on the face cam. Look all pretty for you.
You know, recently the troll military has taken a massive leap forward in terms of its technological capability.
Yeah, I don't believe that for the sake of trolls. I mean, they're trolls. They maybe have like 2 giant brain cells between the whole army of them. And one of which is dedicated to Boomer, because he had the wisdom to become a good guy instead.
Our soldiers have been struggling to breach their main factory.
I mean, Mablobs is, not Mablobs, Lobgoblin is the only troll, despite him having Goblin in the name. He's the only troll that can count past 7. And yet we're supposed to believe that those people, even with the resources that they have, are able to make technological advancements. Resources are one thing, but you actually need the intelligence to go with them. It's like for Wakandan duology in MCU at the moment, Shuri is smart, which is why she's able to use her resources capably. If she wasn't smart, then how is she supposed to know to make the most of the resources that she has at her disposal in the first place? Tony Stark is smart because he's able to make the most out of limited resources, though I can imagine that Shuri would be able to do the same with limited resources because that's just her natural intelligence. You know, whereas for what if Shuri got exploded in Afghanistan or wherever it was that Tony Stark got into trouble. It's been a while since I've seen the first Iron Man movie. The point is, I want that what if episode in season 3. I want what if Shuri became Iron Man. I think that would be an interesting what if concept if you were to ask me. And what's also interesting is that Earth is stronger here, so it's time to switch out for the corresponding Skylander bash. Let's see me rolling. They hate it. Okay, let's blow him up. Boom, baby! Oh, that is so very satisfying. Okay, time for some overkill. Okay, that's overkill, alright. The game couldn't even comprehend. So we've grabbed ourselves a story scroll because I feel like it, no reason. And we're going to skip over it once again because I feel like it, no reason. Okay, boom, baby. That's how you can tell that I've gone on ahead and upgraded my Skylanders off camera because Bash now has this fully upgraded tail, which he's going to use to absolutely obliterate these guys. Boom! Oh, now that's some overkill right now. Let's get him! Get them all! Every last one of them! And this guy, I'm not even going to get up close and personal with. Boom! Take that, sucker! I'm also going to grab the food. Not that Bash needed it much. He took very little damage during that excursion because he's just so that overpowered that he was defeating enemies before they had a shot at even hitting him. And the best part is that you can charge with that tail. You get attacked and it doesn't disrupt the charge animation. It's great. Those enemies came in close to hit you and they have no idea what they're in for. And what they're in for, it is a rude awakening, a one-shot because Bash's tail is just that broken, bruv. It's just that broken. Literally, you know, he went flying earlier whilst utilising the attack because the game couldn't even handle it. Yeah, that's great, mate. That's great. We're halfway through the first game here. And I still can't skip over unnecessary deep stew. I haven't picked up that skill. Imagine if that was actually skills for unlocking video games. You had to unlock the skill of skipping cutscenes. That would be 10 skill points, yo. Or imagine if it was like knowing EA, I'm kind of surprised it's not like a paywall. Like I'm surprised it's not a paid DLC to skip cutscenes in the video game. Yeah, there you go. We're gonna take them out. Neat. Then we're gonna grab another bomb, blow some stuff up, make the frame rate of the game just drop to an abysmal like 10 frames per second. It felt like. Because you know what? Who needs a smooth frame rate when you're blowing shit up, right? Who needs 30 FPS when you can instead watch things explode slowly at a smooth, you know, 1.25 frames per second? I said 10 FPS earlier, that was kind of generous. It's more like 1.25 FPS. Game just can't handle Bash, man. He's too powerful for the game to comprehend properly. But without further ado, we're not going to be Bash no more because we have Drill Sergeant instead to place upon Portal's power. Who, might I reiterate, is not nearly as good as Bash. I wish I was playing Bash right now, but the game doesn't care about what I want or what I wish for. Yeah, that was great, Nord. I would love to go up there and find a handy dandy Mega Bomb, but I can't do that whilst you continue to explain that I should go up there and find a handy dandy Mega Bomb. Instead of explaining and saying that I should do that, how about you just leave me to do that? Oh boy, this guy is tough! Okay, I did not have a fun time with him. No! Shut up! I'm in the middle of combat here! Don't you know it's rude to try and talk and disrupt someone whilst they're in the middle of destroying enemies with their drills? Don't you know that's rude? We never taught that's a rude thing to do. Obviously, that man never learnt his manners, obviously. Okay, let's open his chest up right now. It's gonna feel like it. Sweet, glorious treasure. If only I was scratched right now, I could heal up by collecting treasure, but unfortunately, once again, that doesn't ask me too much, as I'm asking for stuff that the game does not care for. You know, the game doesn't care what I want. Okay, cool. We got ourselves a Mega Bomb. Push for Mega Bomb. Do it, Drill Sergeant. You know you want to. He's even useless at pushing Mega Bombs. Right when you thought Drill Sergeant couldn't get any more useless, you then bear witness to this abysmal gameplay before you. Luckily though, we are going to finally collect Drill Sergeant's Soul Gem this episode, so we finally get to see some much superior Drill Sergeant gameplay, because what's better than playing as Drill Sergeant is not playing as him at all and instead watching gameplay of him. That is far superior as playing as Drill Sergeant. I'd rather do anything with Drill Sergeant besides playing with a character. You know, messing around with a toy, that sounds so much more fun than messing around with him in game because his gameplay is that lackluster. I cannot emphasize this enough. So, let's get this bomb rolled on out of here. I want to hurry up and get to Drill Sergeant Soldier already so we can stop playing as him and start watching this gameplay instead. Where are you going? Freaking troll bomb. You're supposed to roll downhill, man. Okay, there we go. Let's see if I can get the shortcut successfully.
Skylanders of the Earth element are stronger in this zone.
Yes, I got the shortcut. Let's freaking go, man. Let's go. Ha! We just kind of charged him straight back into the bomb there, we did. Anyway, let's grab the food. Oh, that's 2 pieces of food. Don't mind if we do. Drill Sergeant's almost fully healed up by that. I am well aware that Earth is stronger here, but there's not really much point in switching out for Earth when Tech is going to pop back up in literal microseconds. As soon as we blow up this wall, Tech will be back, so we might as well just stick as Drill Sergeant and save ourselves for time, you know? No point in wasting time, where wasting time would be completely unnecessary. At the end of the day, like, I treasure my time as much as you guys do yours. Time is one thing you don't get back, so what's the point in wasting those extra precious seconds of it doing something that I don't need to do? So now those seconds, they all add up. So eventually I get a minute of extra time, then I get an hour of extra time, and the next thing you know, it's a full day of extra time I've saved up, just by not switching Skylanders. Okay, let's blow this up. Boom, baby, it's out of here, bro, it's out of here. This is a moment where I realised that no new element even pops up here. I'm clearly not very familiar with this level because no new elements pop up here, so if I swapped out for Bash, then I'd be able to be playing through this entire section right now as Bash, which would be so much more fun than what I'm currently doing. Okay, cool, let's get those guys out of here. Got him! I almost feel sorry for him. Almost anyway, and as we all know, almost doesn't quite count now, does it? Okay, let's just take that cheese and then take a rocket to the face, why not? And a grenade to the face, yeah, what haven't I been hit by yet? How about I go out my way to make sure I'm hit by it, How does that plan sound? Sounds like, in my personal opinion, not a great plan. Okay, trolls and a tank have just summoned in, so let's see what we can do from back here. Luckily, this is what I have my rocket path for, but it's not currently hitting the tank. At least I'm taking out the trolls, that's great. Okay, now I'm down here, and the tank is still shooting me. Oh wait, no, never mind, the tank is dead. I have no idea when I killed it, but I killed it all safe, so I'm okay with that. We have one final flag to raise, and then we can be done with Goo Factory. We can tackle Battlefield, which is definitely one of my preferred levels in this game. I do quite enjoy myself a little bit of Battlefield. I also love how short the levels are in this game. This series has been so fast-paced so far, at least in terms of recording it, thanks to just how quickly we're getting through all these chapters. Okay, cool. We signalled for capture of that there base, even though we didn't even capture it. Like, the tank came in at the last minute. So, with enemies still in the area, technically we didn't capture it, and yet we raised the flag for it anyway, and concluded the level where we stood, because I couldn't be asked to take on that tank, not with a character as weak as Joe Sargent, currently being helmed on the portal. No, thank you. No, sorry, I'm good. Alright, I'm good. I'm super good. Anyway, let's blast off again. We cleared in under 6 minutes 30, which seems to be a common thing we're being successful at throughout the series. Completing the speedrun objectives, not that those are the objectives we're going after. You know what, an extra objective being checked off? I'm okay with that. Okay, this is all completely unnecessary and unskippable. A truly potent combination, an awful potent combination at that. Absolutely. Bloody awful. No idea why I did that with my face, but why not, right? You make funny noises when your mouth goes like this.
Unfortunately, they've already been using it to develop a slew of new weapons.
No! Okay, let's just get this over with. We'll be fine. We have this in the bag. Travel to Battlefield? Absolutely. Let's go and garner ourselves an internal tech source to boot, where we can finally have the debut of the 2 missing Skylanders so far, Igniter and Ghost Roaster. It's about time we got around to them, especially given Igniter is my favourite Skylander and all that. So yes, let's watch as Battlefield loads in and takes its time. Ooh. Hello, Snuckles, Special Agent Snuckles. Never mind, he's not panicking. You're not fooling anyone, Snuckles.
Come on, Snuckles. You can do this.
Oh, I believe in you, Snuckles. Can't you tell from the look on my face right now, just the absolute 1000% belief I have in Snuckles. I say this without a hint of sarcasm nor shadow of doubt. I know, my face is very convincing right now. As is my lack of sarcasm, because as we all know, I am never sarcastic. This is why I'm not Ravenclaw, guys. Sarcasm is the lowest form of wit, and I'm not even good at that. This is why I'm not a Ravenclaw. Ravenclaws are witty, and having wit is one thing I do not quite possess. Load up! Oh, we got him. Yeah, let's take out this fool right now. Ah! The grenade, man, that was a lot of damage being stacked up against me, but luckily for us, Drill Sergeant, he's doing just fine. You take out that trollish fill and continue through the trenches. We'll be continuing through the trenches. We will fight in the trenches, and however the rest of Winston's speech goes, you know, something about fighting on beaches, fighting on fields, you know, something along those lines. I mean, Churchill was quite the leader, quite influential, so you'd believe that what he said would be important. Hence why I'm quoting it now. Terribly, mind you, but I'm quoting it all the same. Okay, I'm not quite dealing with these guys as well as I did for last guys, am I? They weren't quite dispatched as efficiently. I'm telling you right now, this garbage piece of garbage, he's going to be our first casualty. I'm totally calling it. I can predict the future, and Drill Sergeant will be our first defeat. Maybe not in Series 1, in Series 2 certainly will be at least. And then we're going to lose the might of his WoW power ability, and it's going to be very sad, because I'll have to go through the rest of CarryOn Locke without his overpowered WoW power ability, which is the only thing that Drill Sergeant have, which is worth a damn. Here we go with his preview without further ado. I was alluding to this earlier, and now we have the most superior fashion of gameplay for Drill Sergeant you will ever bear witness to. This preview actually makes him look fun, which is why the preview is deceiving. What's funny is that still an element of the area hasn't popped up, or if it did, I completely missed it. So if I swapped out the Bash, then I would have been playing as Bash until this exact moment, where obviously fire pops up. So it is time for his debut. That is if I can actually place him onto the portal successfully. I got a little bit too excited now. I threw him on the portal with such power, it just kind of bounced right off of it. It was quite funny to see that behind the scenes it was. Boom! Oh, he just comes in and destroys everything. Oh wait, oh wait, oh wait. Ah, I couldn't control it. This guy does have his upgrades, right? I mean, he should, so let's check him out. Order of Burning Blade, double Mega Slam on the Inferno Blade. So he definitely has all of his upgrades, alright. Why I couldn't control his flame is beyond me. But I can at least charge him with powerful attack. So boom! One hit and they are dead, more or less. Okay, now I can control it. So where was that controlling it earlier? So I could defeat these guys from afar before I even approached them. Let's grab that food back there. And finish him off. Sweet! That's what I call powerful attack right there. I'm enjoying this very much right now. Igniter is so fun. And hopefully he can last throughout the entire series. Because if any Skylander deserves to last throughout the entirety of the series, to make it from beginning to end, it is this guy right now. You've got to have some of these characters survive from the beginning to the end. After all, characters even survive from Walking Dead from the beginning to end. So if characters can survive in that universe from beginning to end, characters can survive this block as well. That's how it goes. Okay, Daryl and Carol made it to the very end of the main show. And soon enough, by the time this episode goes live, actually, for Rick and Michonne's show would have started up. And boy, am I excited for that. I've bought a VPN so I can actually, like, hide my current location. So I can basically flip to an American server and watch AMC Plus utilising that. And so that is how I will be watching Those Who Live when it comes out. I have just watched Daryl Dixon, which I think was a really fun series. Had some amazing action pieces. I do think the characters were lackluster at best. I really did not care for side characters whatsoever. And unfortunately, none of them died, so there wasn't exactly stakes behind the story. But I enjoyed it all the same. It was just some mindless action and zombie violence to keep me entertained for 5.5 hours straight. And now we have Those Who Live to look forward to, where Rick finally returns after his departure from the main show, and Rick, alongside Daryl and Carol, could be one of the few from Season 1 to have survived towards the end of the Walking Dead Zombie Apocalypse. I mean, the same can be said for Morgan as well. He's obviously still around based on the conclusion of Fear the Walking Dead, which did not have a good conclusion, mind you, unlike the mainline show, which I think had a very satisfying conclusion. But then Fear the Walking Dead, everything about the finale, and I mean everything, disappointed me. There wasn't a single good thing I can say about that finale to Fear the Walking Dead. In fact, there's not really many good things I can say about the show, period.
Looks like a job for you.
The best characters they had, they killed off quickly, and the worst characters they had kept having so many fake-out deaths that when characters actually fucking died, you never believed it for a second. Charlie shot herself in the bloody head, and I was still expecting her to come back at some point. Yeah, that show did not handle death very well. Okay, time for the debut of Ghost Roaster, whom hasn't even fully upgraded. I said in a previous episode that I do not believe you would be fully upgraded. Well, I changed that between the two, between recording this episode and last episode. So that has been changed. Ghost Roaster is fully upgraded. So now, against Creepy Citadel, stands a chance. A small, tiny chance, but a chance all the same. Okay, this guy is incredibly fucking easy for a boss fight. In fact, to call this a boss fight is a fucking joke. Wow, talk about friendly fire much. The tower did more damage to it than I did, and I got stuck inside it. So it couldn't deal damage to me at the time, and I could deal damage to it. It was completely a one-sided battle, Ghost Roaster being the obliterative force that we know him as, and now, finally, not only does he get to debut in this episode, he gets to conclude it as well. We cleared it in under 4 minutes, which, yeah, given how quickly we took out that tank right there, I think it's abundantly clear that that speedrun objective was in the bag for us. Now, let's press the best button on the video game, the skip button, get this unnecessary deep stew out of here so we can prepare for the Undead Trilogy in the next episode. Yes, since firstly, we've got more cutscenes right here, unskippable ones at that, so the worst kind of cutscenes, these ones. I can't even press the best button in video game, the skip button. I can't do it, okay? The game said no, and it's tragic. You thought the Iron Claw was tragic and emotionally devastating? That kind of raw emotion can't hold a candle to the ultimate devastation of unskippable cutscenes. They are truly the bane of one's existence, most notably mine, because I'm saying so right now that it is. This is how talking works. I open my mouth and words come out. That's what talking means.
Please don't eat me. I am not a ghost, I swear.
Yeah, you know that we have to usher in the start of this episode with a infamous Quigley quote. And don't worry, I never planned on eating Quigley, though he does look delicious. What we have right now is this tomb to worry about. And luckily, this ghost roaster is going to be gracing another skeleton, another undead creature. An undead creature embracing another undead creature. Sounds only but right to me. Yeah, Rue's pretty dead right now. His jokes just are not landing. Mostly because they are not good, which is why the jokes are not landing all the same.
Anyway, can't seem to find my body right now.
Yeah, his body kind of got away from him right there, didn't it? So, the Undead Trilogy for the 6th episode of CarryOn Locke. I accidentally called it the Spyro's Adventure CarryOn Locke because obviously for CarryOn Locke we have to start it somewhere. So it starts with Spyro's Adventure and we carry our cast through the later games so long as they haven't been defeated in battle, because when a Skylander is defeated in battle, their class is dead and cannot be used again without remaining of the lock. However, if the Skylander makes it to a later game where they have a new version introduced, then we can upgrade to that version of the character, and if that character is defeated in combat, we go back to the original, and only when the original version of character is defeated in combat is the character locked out of the series altogether.
Somewhere. Never mind. If we just follow the dotted line.
Yeah, it's a combination of classical Locke rules with my Supercharged series to give birth to what I deem as the CarryOn Locke. Or the Carryover Locke. I'm not entirely sure what I've named it yet. One or the other, but I think CarryOn Locke has a nicer ring to it than Carryover Locke. Yeah, I would love to, but you were too busy like speaking and keeping me from doing such things.
Hey, look at me.
It's sure it's convenient that his body is just kind of like putting itself together automatically, and T-Bone is teleporting to us the moment we find the bones we are looking for.
And I'll be the death of the party again.
Oh, great! And you see, because he's undead, you said death of the party as opposed to life of the party. Ha ha, that's hilarious. Ooh, Bob. I mean, unfortunately, that's a wall right now, so it's not going to do much. What we can do is push these turtles into place, which is convenient because Ghost Roaster can't swim, so we can still traverse over the bones completely unscathed thanks to those conveniently placed turtles. This, my friends, is why I like turtles, and so does Quigley. Me and Quigley, we have good taste. Every time I go to wiggle the wire in my headset, my hair just kind of wiggles with it. That's the gloriousness of this hair you see before you. At the end of the day, like, all of my charisma, all of my charm, it comes from the hair. If I had short hair right now, man, these episodes would be so boring with short hair. So it's always convenient that I have the hair to go along with it, isn't it? As well as a nice clean shave.
Sorry, Bob. You're on your own.
Well, that was fast. He wasted no time leaving us behind as fast as ASAP. So let's get through there here at the Pit of Webs, where we get to remain as Ghost Roast a little bit longer because the undead element has popped up. So I must switch out for a Skylander corresponding to the current element of the area at hand. But conveniently enough, my Skylander portal power already corresponds to the current element of the area. Okay, let's get through there. Just charge straight through with the might of Ghost Roaster's Skull Charge. It's very cool, this attack. It's one of the things that makes Ghost Roaster as overpowered and as fast-paced as he is. This, my friends, is what we love to see. We love to see it. We love to see it. All this treasure and glory. See ya, fella. And you're not quite going to blow me up that easily, I'm afraid. But walls whilst we're at it, because that's one wall that Ghost Roaster apparently cannot charge through. A spider spitter. Let's take it out because I cannot be dealing with more spiders right now. It's effectively a chompy cord, but for spiders instead of chompies, which is what is so convenient about it. This is not a level I would recommend for those of you with an arachnophobe. And I really couldn't blame people who have an arachnophobe, because at the end of the day, like, 8 legs is creepy. Ugh. But you know what's even creepier than 8 legs? No legs whatsoever. Snakes are seriously freaky creatures, and I hate them. Ugh, they send shivers down my spine just thinking of them. Luckily for me, snakes and Skylanders are given arms, which you think would look weird, but given how cartoonish they are, it makes me a little less afraid of snakes. How did I get all the way over there? What's going on with Ghost Roaster's teleportation today? Jeez. Let's pick up that bomb right there, don't mind if we do, blow some shit up. Wow, that was some great 360 no-scoping type skills right there. Let's go on ahead, do it again, blow it up. Hey! Why would you do that cutscene? Luckily the bomb was still thrown off screen right there, so I was able to grab it successfully. Okay, cool, you're out of here. Got him! Okay, that's going to be another key that we have gone on ahead and grasped. Somehow this guy wasn't blown up by the explosion, but we did get him the second time round. Let's grab that key and then jettison out of here, because that soul gem up there that we could have possibly seeked out, well, we didn't bother seeking it out because it did not belong to a member of the cast, so we wouldn't have bothered previewing it anyway. We only bother previewing soul gems for members of our cast, so we can see them, you know, from a different perspective. We can see them from the perspective of a trailer as opposed to just a raw and edited gameplay. At the end of the day, we saw Igniter's preview before we even saw his gameplay, so we got a teaser from that of what was to come. And now that we've actually seen Igniter's gameplay in person, you can see why I speak of him so fondly. Okay, let's try this again, shall we? There you go, we got him. We got him good. And we can even head up here with yet another bomb. And blow up this wall whilst we're at it, mostly because I feel like it. Okay, let's get this puzzle all solved like. All we really need to do is push this into place, and then we have ourselves a route to the end, which we're going to need a bomb for. So luckily for us, the game provides us with one. We can use it, go diagonally in places, and get all the way to the end where we can blow this up and garner ourselves an absolutely smack ton of treasure, which Ghost Roaster is in desperate need of right now. So that legendary treasure is going to be worth whatever 15 times 50 is. I can't be able to do the math right now. It's like 750 or something like that. I was right. Who would have known that I could have done maths as second nature? That was literally something that I was unconscious practically while saying it. You know, that was something that I didn't even think of saying. I just said it, and it turned out to be true. Okay, right now we're going to get well out of the way of those spiders, because we can't attack them with this character, unfortunately. His hitbox doesn't quite extend to the ledge where the little pods are found. Okay, I so need to take out these Moonwalker guys, whatever the fuck they were called, because they are annoying me now. Ooh, that was a conveniently timed level up, don't mind if we do. Now let's blow up that fella up there. Baba! And there comes all of its little companions for the spider folks. So we're going to grab this bomb over here and head all the way back, because there are treasure chests waiting for us. And as we've already established, Ghost Roaster here could certainly be doing with the treasure, as the frame rate drops to an abysmal 0 frames per second right now. That was what we call a freeze frame in its entirety. So now that we have the key, we can head straight through here. And we can usher in a section that I've very much been looking forward to, because it's a section involving my favourite Skylander of all time. Let's go. So the screen might be completely black right now. That's about to change, because luckily for us, fire allows us to see ahead. That will no doubt be why fire is stronger here, because by playing as a fire Skylander, you can see ahead more easily. Okay, where is this Moonwalker gone off to? I need to kill it. It must die. Boom! Got him! Okay, now that they're all out of here, we can continue lighting our way ahead with the might of Igniter's flames right here. And we can even attack enemies ahead of us, because that can act as a projectile. Igniter has busted melee and projectile attacks. What else do you think makes him as good as he is? He is worthy of being my favourite Skylander on like so many conceivable levels. Boom, baby! And that had nothing to do with a bomb. That just had to do with Igniter's overall overpoweredness, obviously. And somehow the bomb explosion even extended to the thing back there, which is awesome. Boom! Take them all out. We did unfortunately miss the Moon Spider in the process, or again, whatever the fuck it was called. There you go, we got him a second time though. Yes, give me the sweet, glorious key. I was in desperate need of it. After all, it's very hard to unlock the door without the key that's used to do so. So we're going to head all the way back here. Unfortunately, Igniter is not the fastest Skylander, but we'll make do with what we have. We'll trap for the blades, obviously, and then throw this ahead. Destroy some things in the process, which is pretty neat. And now that we have the second key, we're just going to lock the gate already. I was planning to go around and grab the treasure chest, But when those crates were blocking our way and we was unable to make it to the wall in time to blow it up, I instead decided, let's save ourselves a little bit of time and just head straight into a magic section already, because yes, there is some food here. But there's not much use for Igniter, because we won't even be playing as him to conclude the level. Instead, Voodoo possesses that honour. Which is great, because I really need some experience for this guy, as he's not yet fully leveled up. He is upgraded, but that's about all he has to his name at the moment. Oh, I didn't know that you still freeze when you zip line like through for attack right there. I was under the impression that you would be safe from that. If you zip lined over the top of it, that is. But yeah, as you can tell, this is a lot of enemies and even more experience. Boom, baby! Voodoo is just so busted, I love it. Boom, let's get them all, every last one of them. And we're going to upgrade at the utmost convenient time, mind you. Yep, there goes our nice axe swing. His combinations are so well animated as well. Like, they're really fun combinations to watch, and they really do give you a great sense of power. Take my tripwire to the face! Cool, they're all dead, and now we've just got to deal with all their little friends before I die. That would be inconvenient, losing Voodoo here. Boom! Take them out, and then we'll finish off their little friends too. That's if my hitbox wants to connect, mind you. Boom! And now that is what I would call some overkill right there. 94 damage against one measly spider. I almost feel sorry for that guy right there. He must have felt rather particularly gagged up upon. And at that point it's got to feel personal. Like I say, it's stuff for personal, when actually what I mean is, yes, it's totally personal. You had it coming, you stupid spider.
Long story. Tell you over some ribs.
Oh, is that possibly how you wound up emerging from the tomb earlier with no body because the spider stole them and, like, somehow just decided to leave them lying around the beach? How did your bones even get on the beach anyway before your head did? Unless it was the spiders. But say, if spiders like stealing bones, then why did they just leave them lying there around the beach? Question. So, let's be skipping over the NSA Deep without further ado, see what Hugo and T-Bone have to talk about. No doubt their conversation will go down in history because it will be legendary. I mean, this is Hugo and T-Bone we're talking about here. They are two great NPCs. Great NPCs.
We're looking for the eternal undead source.
Wow, you had to be that pedantic, didn't you, Hugo? You know, you're coming across really unlikable right now, young man.
Let's go get it. Whoa, slow it down there. You can't just walk in and get it.
That would be convenient if we could just walk in and get it.
Creepy citadel.
Oh, some ghouls. Oh, I'll be able to deal with them, no problem. In fact, I don't think I'll stand a chance against the might of my army right now. We got Zap, and we got Igniter, etc, etc. Point is, my cast is particularly overpowered. The only thing that can make this cast even more overpowered, it already is Drobot. Because, you know, Drobot is a one-man army, so if we get him for Giants, I'll be very happy. But obviously in Giants, he has a... Unfortunately, moving forward, like, getting Skylanders like these are going to become less and less likely, as Drobot, during the Giants, like, random name picking, he's going to go from a 1 in 4 chance to a 1 in 5 chance. It could be him, Trigger Happy, Boomer, Sprocket, or it could be Bouncer. Imagine if we get Sprocket and we get, like, the 2 worst tech characters from the tech cast. That would be awful, man. And worst thing is that I'd have to keep Sprocket alive so that then she could get a heavy duty iteration when it comes to the Swap Force nightmare bit. And trust me, I'm going to need a Sprocket with 2 lives because the Swap Force, she's going to lose them both. Here we are with more in the Say Deeps 2. This is rather attractive right now. I seriously wish that this could turn from being unskippable to skippable. But that is asking too much, my friends. Asking too much, I tell you. And man, there's a whole lot of zombies. You can tell there's zombies because the eyes popping out. That's what all zombies do, you know, their eyes pop out. A bit like Glenn's death in Walking Dead. Why did I have to remind myself of that? Now that I've reminded myself of that, I feel empty inside. Glenn left The Walking Dead with such an empty feeling because he was truly the heart and soul of Walking Dead. Man, he's been missed. But I've also missed Igniter, and luckily for me I get to play as him. the game can't comprehend is absolute overpoweredness. Like, it's dropping frames just because Igniter is too hot to handle. And we also have this awful electric sound glitch right now to deal with. I hate this so much.
Use Skylanders from the element of fire to defeat the zombies.
Or, you can use Drobot's Afterburners or Spyro's Fireballs to defeat zombies with fire. So, fire elemental Skylanders, or either of those two characters I just named, the fire-based abilities. It's kind of cool how Skylanders of different elements still have abilities of different elements. So Drobot, a tech Skylander, has a fire-based ability, as does Spyro, a magic Skylander. Then if Lightning was to be an element, and yet after all of that, we still got Lightning Rod, Voodoo, and Zap in their respective elements. It would be like they are of their elements, but with lightning-based abilities. So Lightning Rod is an air character with lightning-based traits, for example. Funny how two of those characters I just named are both parts of this lock. If I were to give this lock cast like a female name, obviously it would be honorary electric characters. Duh! Anyway, Undead is stronger here, so we gotta switch back to Ghost Roast. Prepare for a lot of back and forth in this particular level, because Undead and Fire, this entire level is basically dedicated to the constant switching between them. It's like Fire, Undead, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Oh, but at least they're all dead. That's quite satisfying indeed. And there is that fire element I was alluding to earlier, so it's time to go back to Igniter, which I have no problems with whatsoever. Oh yeah, we ignite to fire, alright. Oh, here's a treasure chest, sweet. That'll make up the treasure chest we missed in the Coil Catacombs, mind you. And I didn't need to find a treasure chest. I never would have figured it out if not for the game skin right there. So thanks for that video game, I suppose. Boom! There we go. We got them all taken out, and that's what we love to see, my friends. We love to see it, we do. Boom, boom, shake room. Oh, we didn't even need a combo in the end. The single slash did it for us, as we still have to experience this really annoying electrical sound glitch. It is really really annoying indeed. Okay, let's flip this right round, baby, right round, like a record player, right round, round, round. I have sung this song once before, but you know what, I felt as though I was singing again because you guys deserve the awesomeness of my grandeur singing skills. Okay, at the moment the game just isn't doing what I wanted to do because I kept pressing Y and instead he pushed the cannon as opposed to using it. Rather annoying that, but in the end it all worked out. The zombie is dead and I hit the button. The magical button of absolute raw, untamed awesomeness as another zombie comes our way, but that's what we have the might of our combo attacks for. And here I believe the element of the area is going to switch back to Undead, I believe correctly, so that means it's time for some more Ghost Roaster. I hope you're not tired of Ghost Roaster already, because we're going to have so much more of him to deal with in the Creepy Citadel. Luckily, I can never get tired of Ghost Roaster. He's one of my favourite starters for good reason. Man, that is so busted right now. He just came in and he one-shot everything. Okay, looks like we're back to fire then, which once again I have no problems with whatsoever. Yes, that's what we're talking about. Some Igniter gameplay for the win! Can I fire this again and defeat like all of the spider pods inside? No, I cannot. Apparently it went over their heads. Not that the spider pods even have heads. Luckily though, that's what I have my combo attacks for. Rather convenient indeed. So let's blow up the wall once more. Probably gonna have some more enemies to deal with. After I hit the switch, maybe I will. Or, you know, I'll just be completely enemyless. I suppose the enemies were just too scared to have to deal with Igniter, and I can't blame them, to be frank. You know, if I was going against a Fire Knight, I too would be terrified. I mean, look at his massive flaming sword that even has, like, other spikes in it to make it that much more sharper. At the end of the day, if that sword strikes, it is cutting clean straight through you. And if it stabs, you're being impaled. Either way, it is a brutal death. and not a painless one, which is what makes it so brutal. You know, the brutality is kind of implied as to how painful that would make it. So we have ourselves a golden dice. Igniter is now an honorary Han Solo, and I'm sure he'd make a great pilot. At the bare minimum, he'd make a better pilot than Flynn, at least. That guy hit me. So rude. Ooh, more enemies, eh? Let's take them out. Wherever they are. Oh! There we go. The problem with Igniter's combinations in this game is that they don't tend to work very well. You see, right now I did a combination and the game was just like, nah, bitch. Okay, the charges up and then take out 2 of them at once. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Yes. So now with that, let's grab the food. Not that Igniter even needs it. He's already like obliterated all these folks without any damage having been made to him in the process. Okay, let's destroy these guys from afar because we can. Oh, I just missed with that strike right there. I didn't quite lunge forward far enough. Boom, let's take him out and push this guy into place. Now, I could waste time and go out my way to collect treasure chest. I just won't, because I'd rather save time on the series as opposed to wasting it doing an unnecessary expenditure. As I said previously, you know, every second I save is seconds more we have in our life to enjoy whatever it is we feel like doing. For most of us, I'm sure that's sleeping, and I would be okay with that, because sleeping is pretty superior. There's no enemies over there, and I swear in the Wii version that there is, so obviously that's another thing that they changed between versions. Or there isn't anything on the Wii version either, and I'm just going insane. I'm sure, no doubt, it's a combination of the two things, because I was pretty insane to begin with, so me continuing down this path would make a lot of sense. Okay, let's push that guy into place, spin that right round, baby, right round like a record player, right round, round, round. Okay, sweet. And the undead element is back, so we don't quite get to finish this with as much a spectacular fashion, because unfortunately we finish it with Ghost Roaster as opposed to Igniter, and Igniter is a far more spectacular fashion than Ghost Roaster, but you know what? I suppose I can deal with what I've been given. You know, Ghost Roaster certainly isn't the end of the world, even though he is of the undead variety, so if he started taking over the world, then I suppose it would be the end of the world. Okay, here we go. We now have a spell point to take out. Let's get him. Haha! Oh, he's out of here, man. This school charge is taking its time to conclude. Man, I forget sometimes how long the school charge Ghost Racer lasts. It's one of the things that makes him as good as he is. They take out that there bow and arrow. And then we'll take down the final spell punk too. I have no idea why undead spell punks have 2 different colours in this game, but I personally think it's pretty cool having that kind of variety. And those guys just didn't even bother spawning. Like, they were so terrified of their own kind, they were so terrified of the undead, that they remained permanently dead. But even if they're undead, you know, you put un in front of it because they are dead, but un. So they're undead, they're not quite dead yet, they're somewhere in between. Those bow and arrow dudes, though, they were just kind of like spoofed to death by Ghost Roaster as such an intimidating force that not even the undead can bear to face him. The undead didn't even remain just un, they were just dead. They were dead undead.
Amazing, huh? Comes in pretty handy looking through keyholes. Oh,
yeah, I suppose so, but you know, how are you supposed to fit the key into a very specifically shaped keyhole when the head is there, distorting the key and turning it into a different shape altogether? That's not how keys work. Anyway, we're going to press the buttons to continue along here, where a cutscene is going to load up, or it's not. I forget that we don't get a cutscene after that particular level. Instead, we just have more dialogue that we can't skip over. More unnecessary deep stew, where I can't press best button in the video game for skip button. I mean, that is true. You know, it is clue. It is a clue with the name there, the skeleton key. So without further ado, let's descend the stairs into the Cookie Citadel. The level that so far this series has been the only one that has had me a little worried, but hopefully we should still get through this perfectly unscathed. But that is no guarantee, that is no promise. We will try our best and see what happens. That's more or less the general gist of things that are going on. So here we are with the creepy citadel loading in, and as per the norm, the moment we load in, I'm going to skip over whatever because I can, which is none of them apparently. Like, look at this. I press the button to move the game, the skip button, and yet nothing is happening.
Well, there's the creepy.
Oh, but we do get some epic music along the way. It's very eerie, this music. It has lots of atmosphere here. It's what makes Creepy Citadel one of the best levels of the game because it's so well designed. Plus, it's long. Like, you truly feel its length, and because of that, it's all the more gratifying when you get to the end. Like, it is a reward to first this level because of its insane difficulty and length. It's a marathon style level. So yes, there are a few levels in this game that feel as rewarding as this one to beat. And then you got the epic music on top of it all to add to the eerie and foreboding atmosphere. Lava Lake's Railway shares similar praises in the fact that its music really adds to the emotional devastation of certain sequences going through that level. You know, when the train tracks are destroyed, you truly have this sense of hopelessness brought about through the music. The music really does elevate your emotions playing through this game, and that's what goes to show the strength and the talent of the game's composer. And now, Water Element has shown up, so it's time to switch out for Zap, and we're going to be doing this for Riley! Yeah, that's what we're talking about, baby. Yeah, get those guys out here. Now we've got to traverse down here because we got to complete a puzzle in order to get that drawbridge raised. I know it's a bit of a particularly peculiar bridge lowering sequence, but here we are. Don't worry though, we have even more peculiar bridge lowering sequences to deal with later on in the franchise, because when I said we have to beat every level in the series, that is going to include the elemental realms and Skylanders Imaginators. So yes, there are certain parts to that game that I am very much not looking forward to, at all. Oh dear, let's get ourselves out of that particularly precarious situation as we hit this teleporter. Hit this button right there, sweet! Hit that button right there, also sweet. Yeah, luckily for us, this puzzle is made that much more easier by Zap's speed moving through this. You know, it makes it more fast-paced because I can very easily dash around to the places where I need to be, make things a little bit more quicker on my behalf. Yeah, it's really clever how they split this puzzle between different areas, so you have to teleport back and forth in order to solve it successfully. It's nice level design. That's, again, what makes this one of the best levels of the game. Okay, before we switch over from the undead element, I'm going to perform a little bit of a cheat, a little bit of a shortcut, because I really can't be asked to tackle that lock puzzle. So instead, we're going to teleport ourselves, utilising that whirlpool right there. So now that the water section is officially came to an end, it's time to switch out for Ghost Roaster, our undead representative. The character which we're going to be seeing a lot throughout this level. And I do not use the term a lot lightly. I mean it when I say it. We're going to see this guy a lot moving forward throughout this level. Ooh, don't mind if I do. That's a good looking gold tooth right there. Very valuable as well, which is precisely why I picked it up in the first place. Oh dear, now that was a lot of damage right there. Not cool, video game. The idea is for Ghost Roaster to not be dead. I need him to remain undead rather than dead. Undead is far superior dead than dead. I've said dead so many times throughout this episode. It's a good thing that nobody's taking a shot every single time I say the word dead, because if they are, you best go call yourself an ambulance, because that, my friend, would be a healthy dosage of alcohol poisoning at this point. Like, if you're taking a shot every single time I say the word dead, you yourself, you are dead by now. I've said the word too many times. That's way too many shots for you to possibly be able to handle. So, we're back to water again, which I have no problems with whatsoever, because Zap, as we've already established, is an awesome Skylander, worthy of some screen time in this series. Oh dear, that was pretty bizarre. Okay, let's get this into place. If Zap wasn't fully maxed out with his health bar right now, we could have healed up using the water, but luckily for us, we're doing just fine as it is. Because, you know, there is a body of water right there, which is why Skylanders of Water Element are stronger here. It makes sense for water Skylanders to be stronger in an area where a body of water can be found. But like how fire Skylanders are stronger whenever fire can be seen. So let's be continuing on. Apparently the water element is going to remain for a little bit longer until this moment exactly, where Zap's going to take a massive action phase, but he's going to, you know, kind of just walk it off like a champ, and instead we're going to switch back to Ghost Roaster again. Man, I'm just doing great in this episode of Say What You See, you know. At the end of the day, like, I'm just saying exactly what you see on the screen. Now, that is what I would call elevated commentary. It's going to get much better. Okay, let's get out of here. Well, when I got out of here, I managed to mash myself out of the way of that spider's trap. And now that spider has trapped itself. Congratulations. You played yourself. Oh, wow, more enemies to meet its feet. They should just line up for slaughter at this point. Got him! Man, that is satisfactory. I feel very satisfied by this notion right now. Enemies, they are dead because of the attacks that I hit them with, so satisfying, that is what I feel. I schedule satisfaction for this time exactly, so me feeling satisfied at the time of my satisfaction is even more satisfying to add satisfying to the satisfaction. It is satisfactionception, and in case you cannot tell, I'm trying to sound rather robotic right now. Unfortunately, I just have too much charm. Because I have charm coming out of my ass, I can't tend to be cold and robotic to save my own life. That's what happens when you have charm coming out of your ass like I do. You're just too good to be so emotionless, to be so robotic, so to say. Okay, sweet, that's been dealt with. We're going to grab the treasure whilst we're at it, because we can, and so I shall. Okay, here we go, let's hit that as well. Yeah, it's a bit bizarre how this puzzle functions. You've got to actually stay on these fellas for a little bit longer than you would expect, especially since on the Wii version it's instantaneous. How stepping on these buttons actually functions. So yes, once again, like most things, switching from the Xbox 360, or switching to the Xbox 360 version after having directly played the Wii version, it is rather jarring. Luckily, this part involving the legendary treasure is done the exact same way in both versions. And I'm going after the legendary treasure because Ghost Roaster could really be doing with it. Oh crap, I unlocked it only to lock it back up again. That's what I get for not listening to the sound cues. At the end of the day, if I was quiet for once, I could have actually heard what was going on based on the sound cues. But as we all know, I have many talents, but being quiet is not one of them. Which is why I missed it completely. We're just going to tank that damage like an absolute champ and then grab ourselves some legendary treasures without further ado. Now when upgrading this Ghost Roaster, I chose to upgrade him down the ectoplasm pathway, so naturally he takes damage a lot more. Come on, just go down, thank you. He takes damage a lot more slowly, and whenever he enters the mode, he also deals damage to everything around him. And apparently I also break the game by slowing down its frames whenever I do it. That's another benefit to the ectoplasm form, I guess. But yeah, I'm going to try and use that form to my advantage during the boss fight so I don't take damage to the evil minions. Boom! Take that, suckers. Got him! Okay, let's grab that piece of treasure right now. Those ones too. And is there a piece of food around here? There would be if I had tackled the Dark Light Crypt beforehand, because the Dark Light Crypt obviously spawns pies throughout the entirety of Skylands. And in this level in particular, you get plenty of pies for health benefits, but unfortunately I haven't yet tackled the Dark Light Crypt. We're saving that until the end, which is why I'm going through Creepy Citadel completely Dark Light Cryptless. Ha! Dark Light Cryptless, now that's funny right there. Damn! I hate it when I think wrong. I prefer thinking right. Right is the right way of thinking after all, is it not? That's why they call it right after all. What's right is right, what's wrong is wrong. It's simple as that really. But here we go! Time for some Ghost Roaster and Ghost Roaster action. Bring it, lad, bring it. Oh, he brought it. Oh, apparently that doesn't deal damage now, all of a sudden. Nice try, you can't hit me. Oh, now you can hit me. Yeah, I'm not timing the ectoplasm particularly well, am I? Ow! And I'm getting hit in the face. And I'm getting hit in the face again. I really should stop that. Why are you going so many times? Just complete your pattern already, you stupid, foolish fool. Anyway, it's Chop Chop I'm worried about, because Chop Chop deals a shit ton of damage. And so, I have to go close and personal with him, unfortunately, as I am a melee character. And a melee character against a melee enemy that deals that much damage to you is not a good combination on my behalf. Will it end well? Maybe not. Or maybe it will! We shall soon find out, which we have to wait for that moment. The ultimate evil spell of undead destruction! You see Chaos 2 can play that game. Even though my throat is getting pretty sore right now. This is what happens when you record like 4 hours of footage in a row. As I said earlier, I'm recording this entire game in one session, in one sitting, because I can. At the end of the day, I have the day off work, so I might as well spend it doing something productive. So if that means recording this entire game in one session, so be it. I was even stating in an earlier episode how much I prefer short games over longer games, because short games I actually can beat within a reasonable time span, so it makes it more accessible to me, someone who has little time on their hands outside of YouTube and a full-time job. So yeah, it's cool that we have short games such as this one. Yes, I could just go straight past him. Neat. No! No, Chop Chop, no! Don't do it, Chop Chop, no! Bad Chop Chop! Bad Chop Chop! Very bad Chop Chop! Okay, time to play this safe, I guess. I have no other choice in the matter! Oh, shit! Oh, shit! No! No! Oh, man! Our first casualty of a CarryOn Locke. Oh, I really wanted to move forward. Knowing that these games are only going to get harder and harder because later games have Nightmare Mode, unlike Spyro's Adventure. So now we have to go into Nightmare Mode of Giants with only 15 characters guaranteed. It could be even less than that if I lose even more characters, if more characters are defeated along the way. Losing Ghost Roaster is devastating because it means we can't get all the way up to Superchargers with him to unlock that ultimate elite form at the end of it. Oh man, this stinks! Oh, I'm so upset. I really wanted members of this cast to get far through the series, but unfortunately, the game had other plans in mind. So Ghost Roaster is our first defeat of a CarryOn Locke. He is cast as dead and cannot be used throughout the remainder of the series, especially since it is his original form, specifically, that has gone. We never got to his elite form in Superchargers. So now, the only hope we have at getting an elite form in Superchargers is with Voodoo, unless obviously some of the other characters who got elite forms in that game will generate a random later on in the series. But that has made later Nightmare Modes that much more harder because I have less of a cast moving forward. Damn, that is rough. But what we need right now is decent projectile attacks, and Zap has already proven himself in this chapter. So, you know, why not go with more of what is clearly working? Cool, he's out of here. We're going to grab that food right there and heal ourselves up. But yes, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. In the case of Zap, he ain't broke, so we ain't fixing him. We're just going to continue with what is working. At the end of the day, when in doubt, go with Zap. That brings a whole new meaning to the phrase, because it used to be Drobot. When in doubt, go with Drobot. But since Drobot wasn't chosen at random for our cast, instead we have Zap, so Zap becomes the new Drobot. Oh great, that was the last thing we need, another undead spell of total destruction. Man, Ghost Roaster, that was rough. I could have played that so much better as well. That's the most painful part, is like, he died because I did not push the be good at video game button. That was entirely my fault. I believe I'm safe here in the middle. I am. Ow! I am not safe. I am many things. Safe is not one of them. Okay, get out of the way. Yeah, I really need to push the get a video game button right now, but I am struggling, folks. I am struggling. Okay, at least that undead spell is over, so we can defeat Hex, hopefully with as little damage as possible, so I can heal back up again. I've already lost one Skylander to this encounter. The last thing I need to do is lose two. No, Chaos! Don't you do it! Don't you do it, Chaos! Don't you do it! Oh, he's totally gonna do it. He did it! I am very much afraid of the dark! This is the face of a terrified man! Luckily, this is what I have projectiles for! Won't you die? Thank you. Ask you shall receive, I suppose. But yes, let's grab that food right now because it is much needed. At the end of the day, I could heal up with my soul gem for love of the sea, but unfortunately there is no sea around. So when there is no sea available, I suppose cheese will have to do. Oh, of course he does freaking chaos, but that was a shame. Ghost Roaster only lasted 2 episodes. Obviously he only got defeated the 6th episode in, but that's because he only debuted in the previous episode. So, man, this reminds me of an Organed character that they kill off in 2 episodes. It's like there's one episode where they introduced him, the second episode you're like, I'm starting to grow to like this character, and then the next thing you know, shit, that character that I was starting to like, they're dead now. Okay, here we are, with more electric sounding glitches to distract me as I try to dodge these foolish spell falls. That was my exact reaction to Ghost Roast right there, Chaos. What? How can this be? Yeah, Ghost Roast's death was rough. Especially since it could have been avoidable if I had just played the game better, but unfortunately, you know, shit happens, as they say. It's mostly me because my mouth open and words came out, so that's exactly what saying stuff means. And here we go with all 3 at once. I repeat, it is all 3 at once. But luckily for me, with the Zap, I can slow them down a bit, maybe bring them onto my level a bit more. Oh boy, that is not the best time for my controller to lose connection, but I know for the fact that the batteries are fine, so that was just my controller playing up, unfortunately. Yes, we took a hit right there that we very much did not need to take. Ow! That was a lot of damage from Chop Chop right there. Okay, one of them is dead. We're going to grab that food right now. Okay, now Hex is dead as well. Sweet! Wow, that just really slowed the game down. Zap was too powerful for the game to handle. I mean, if it's impossible, then I therefore just made for impossible possible. Yeah, that's what possible impossibility looks like. So, that's one hell of an Undead source right there. And it's been collected by Zap. Usually, like when we collect an internal source, it's collected by the kind of the same element. Not always though. Ghost Roaster collected the Tech Eternal Source, and now Zap is collecting the Eternal Undead Source. But before that, every single time the Eternal Source was collected by the Skylander of the same element. A bit like how the rules state that I need to switch out to a Skylander corresponding to the current element of the area and cannot switch out until the element of the area changes once more. It's a bit like that, but for Eternal Elemental Sources as well. And now we have a train. I repeat, we have a train. As well as the best NPC of all time, that being Diggs. You can't go much wrong with that combination. Diggs and train equals awesome!
Am I the only one that didn't know this was here? I mean, honestly, there's a train here.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to miss the train, so yes, Hugo. It's safe to say that you're the only one who managed to miss that.
Right there behind you.
It's not behind him, it's to the right of him. Our left, his right. Is Hugo blind as well?
Couldn't possibly be because he's blind as a bat, could it?
Hey, you can still hear, you know.
That's right. Boom!
Hey, I can still hear you know.
What do you know? Diggs and I, we thought alike, and that is the deepest honour for me. Because they say great minds think alike, but Diggs is the greatest mind. His mind is just above everyone else's. It is elevated, it is superior. So for me to be nearly at the same plane of existence right now, I am so deeply humbled to be amongst the greatest mind of all time right now. Even being in his presence is turning me into an infinitely better being right now. I feel it, just the power emanating from him. Diggs is that much a legendary NPC. And hey, this is some epic music as well. Diggs deserves the very best music, don't you know? So that's what we are receiving.
Perhaps you could recover the crucible.
Yes, perhaps I could do all of that, but that is for the next episode. For the moment being, I think this episode has already seen enough tragedy. And now that we've lost Ghost Roaster, my aim is to lose no more characters until the end of this game, so we can carry on to the next game with at least 7 characters remaining. We aren't quite exactly in the same place where we left off in the previous episode now, are we? And that's because some idiot, this guy right here, he forgot to push the record button on his Elgato software. So now, all of the original footage for the 7th episode you're about to bear witness to, it is gone. I lost that footage because even with the flashback software available for the Elgato capturing system, because I then recorded another episode directly afterwards, it basically meant that all of the timeline was lost for all of the footage before that episode's recording. So naturally, everything between episode 6 and episode 8 that I recorded on the gameplay front, everything between those episodes was lost. So I'm having to come back and re-record all of this gameplay for the 2 fire levels of the series. I'm not going to talk to Hugo, we've got to leave that for the finale, because this is towards the end of the game, where obviously I'm jumping into this in a brand new session, which is why I've changed up my attire, despite the fact that the rest of the series is going to go back to the attire you've seen for the rest of the Spyro's Adventure gameplay coverage in this carry-on series, as I did record everything originally in one session, but now I'm having to go back, re-record this episode, and directly after this I'm going to be re-recording aspects of the finale as well, so obviously you guys will get to see that in a few weeks time from now when we actually cover the finale for the Spyro's Adventure portion of Carry On series. But enough of my blabbering here, we're going to press that pause button, because obviously the way I'm going to need to replay through these levels is via the chapter selection screen, and that means we get to kick things off here with Mork in mind. Now I was playing as Zap to start off this episode, because he also concluded the previous episode, given that something rather tragic happened in the previous episode, to where Ghost Roaster was brutally killed off. In only his 2nd episode, no less. Ghost Roaster didn't even get past 2 episodes before being just obliterated by Chaos's evil undead minions, and it was a travesty. I have not been this depressed by a Locke death in a while now, knowing that I have to go on throughout the rest of the series being completely Ghost Roasterless. All of that potential, all of that future character development that Ghost Roaster could have potentially had, it is gone now. All of his future gameplay and all of his potential is lost alongside his life after having been defeated in battle and classified as dead. So therefore, he can't be used again throughout the remainder of the series, which is why, you know, I use such words as travesty, even though that is quite mild, all things considered, because it is far, far more devastating and dramatic than that. Die! I'm taking my revenge out on all these rocks. I definitely had it come in for look at me funny. Now usually this switch is great for the legendary treasure. But the legendary treasure is something that I picked up already when I originally went through this level, so it's no longer there as I'm replaying through these levels to re-record this episode. I can't emphasize this enough that this is a re-recording because some idiot managed to miss pressing the big red button on his Elgato software. Like seriously, it's a big red button. Usually I'm attracted to those. Usually I hit those with no problem, but apparently this session I had lost any of my remaining brain cells. In fact, I'm still not sure I've completely recovered because those brain cells are still nowhere to be seen apparently. But at least now, I'm not going to forget to swap out this time. We're going to place Zap upon recorder because the current element of the area is the water element, which means that I must switch out to a Skylander corresponding element. Cannot switch out again until the element of the area changes once more per the rules of the CarryOn Locke series. A Lava King? Anything but a Lava King? How am I supposed to deal with a Lava King when I have water electrical powers like that? That is how you do it, folks, with absolute obliteration. It was Ghost Roaster who got obliterated in the previous episode, but now luckily we're getting revenge for all the Skylanders kind here, because Zap is now being the one who is obliterating as opposed to being obliterated. Huge difference there grammatically. Grammatically speaking, because obviously we're talking about current tense and future tense over here. Massive difference between what's going to happen, what has happened, and what is currently happening. Hence the 3 different tenses available in the British language. Fortunately, we aren't too confusing like other foreign languages to have all the sorts of different tenses. Like in French, for example, I know very little of the French language, as I studied it for 2 years of primary school. Then we moved on to Spanish when our French teacher decided she had enough of us and called it quits. So, learn French, then Spanish, then we went back to French again for years 7 and 8 at secondary school, only to go back to bloody Spanish again in year 9. So when I did all of my Spanish classes at secondary school, you know what I was speaking for half of them? Blooming French! Ooh, I never collected the story score last time it would appear. So we are absolutely going to be gathering up that beauty right there, only so I can instantly skip it. Yeah, that's right, we collect story scrolls here, only to get rid of them immediately. Can I use this bomb on the 2 soul crystals all the way up the fire and over here? Is that quick enough? Like, can I just skip the cannon puzzle entirely? Yes, I can. Who cares about doing cannon puzzles that don't need to be done now, right? I tell you, I don't care for it. Funniest part is that you don't even need the bomb to destroy those crystals if you're fortunate enough to be playing as Prison Break, because Prison Break can just destroy those things on his lonesome. He is the only Skylander from Spyro's Adventure capable of doing so. I believe in Giants, Flashwing, and Crusher can do it also. But anyway, now that that guy's gone, we have more guys to destroy apparently. But now that they've been destroyed, we can rescue the final miner. And since we don't have an undead representative to switch out to, given that he was defeated in the previous episode, why couldn't that episode have been the one that I would have to go back and re-record? Perhaps give Ghost Roast a second chance, but that would have been annoying because then I would have had future episodes where I wouldn't have switched out for the undead element, believing Ghost Roasted to be dead, but then upon re-recording he somehow makes it. Yes, that wouldn't have quite worked out. Would have meant that I would have to re-record episode 6 and then everything else onwards, whereas this way I apparently make Diggs disappear. What's he doing all the way back here again? Wait, he's not all the way back here? So he's not all the way back here, where did he go? This game is like 5 different layers of jank, man. But let's say, this way, at least I only have to record the 7th episode. I just have to make sure that Igniter survives because he will too be in future episodes of this series, given that my original run of this series also resulted in, you see that no lives lost counter right there? No lives lost across the board on both of these levels at hand. Malkin Mine isn't particularly difficult, however, when we select Lava Lake's Railway, that is where far more difficulties will come into play, because Igniter will have to solo shot the fire sequence against Chaos and his minions! Anyway, let's skip over that instantly. And here's what I was talking about earlier. So Undead is going to pop up here, and we currently don't have an Undead representative to switch out for. We don't have a Skylander corresponding to the Undead element. So therefore, we have to remain as a Skylander currently in corporate power. And since that was Bash, because we concluded Malkin Mine as Bash, that means that Bash now has to play through the first half of Lava Lake's Railway until we get up to the fire segment that's obviously going to be dealt with by Igniter. Yeah, take that, suckers! Anyway, we're going to just attack absolutely nothing whatsoever right now. It had to come and look at me funny, what can I say? Most things look at me funny, which is why most things get destroyed by me. You'd think things would learn a lesson by now, but apparently not. So let's flippity bubbity that switchery do. You know, if we're going to be Australian, then let's at least go all of the way, shall we? Because everyone knows that that's basically what characterises Australia as an entire nation. You know, dingoes and stuff. That's Australian, right, mate? Oh, here we go. Apparently, the enemy was indestructible, and then out of nowhere, just decided to commit Sudoku. I don't know about him, you know, but personally, if I was indestructible, I wouldn't commit Sudoku that way, knowing that I was indestructible and I could take on just about anything. No, I would take advantage of said indestructibility. So, let's destroy this stuff right here, forgetting that there's a fire spell pump to be dealt with, but they are dead. And here is Eruptor's Soul Gem, which I didn't collect last time. I'm feeling in the mood to collect it this time, even though we won't be bothering to preview it, because Eruptor isn't part of this randomised cast. Instead, we have Ignited to enjoy the far superior fire character in every conceivable manner. In fact, even the Flameslinger would have been better than Eruptor, so boy, am I glad he wasn't chosen. These first got to go, and luckily these guys were a little bit more destructible than their indestructible comrade who committed Sudoku. Again, he was indestructible, so why commit Sudoku knowing that you cannot be destroyed, being indestructible and all that? You know, that's kind of like what being indestructible means, that you can't be destroyed. So here we have a bomb, a very convenient bomb, that, because I need it in order to destroy some crystals. Now once again, the first time I was around here, I collected the legendary treasure and the treasure chest, so therefore with them not being available to us, there's no point going out of our way to collect what would essentially be thin air. So we're just going to instantly activate that switch and press the best button of the video game, the skip button, get that unnecessary deep stew out of here. I really did not mean to push that into place, because the first time I was around here I did exactly what you just bet witnessed to me doing right there. I pushed the block instantly into place. This time I meant to push this guy out of the way and form a bridge that could get me up to that treasure chest, which hasn't yet been collected. But apparently the game had other ideas and went ahead and pushed the block anyway, despite what my intentions were. But man, this level is so hot right now that you can visually see, like, obviously what is all of the magma dust being kicked up. That's what the lines on the screen are, you know. It has nothing to do with the software currently struggling and the dropping of frame rate. You know, nothing to do with that whatsoever. The lines are due to the absolute heat. Like, look at that. That was some of the worst this game tends to get. It's definitely not technically on the level of other Skylanders games, and because I have made the very wise decision to play through this entire series on the Xbox 360 for this series, CarryOn series, you know, if the cast carries over, we might as well carry over between the different games with the same system in which we're playing them through for Xbox 360. So, and plus the Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3 are the only systems that every Skylanders game is available on. So naturally I've chosen the Xbox 360 as, between the two consoles, this is the only console of the two that I actually can capture gameplay for. My Elgato can capture Xbox 360 gameplay, but not PlayStation 3 gameplay. It's, once again, to quote myself from earlier, an utter travesty. I'm appalled by this. I'm not even disgraced, I'm appalled. I don't know why I'm bringing poor Paul's name into this. Ha! Poor Paul. Now that's funny right there, because that's alliterative. But say, that's the plan, which is why the graphics around my face cam right now, which is, that is why they are what they are. I have all of the Skylanders games, and whichever game I'm currently playing through is for one that will be coloured in. So currently Spyro's Adventure is coloured in. But then when we make our way to Giants, then that game will be coloured in and all of the other games will be blackened out, so to say. Now that Fire is stronger here, it's time for Ignite to take centre stage with a treasure count that is fiercely inconsistent the last time you saw him. But that's because of everything I've done in between. Because obviously I'm not recording this series in order, because I had to come back and re-record this particular episode due to the lack of actually recording it I did earlier. You know, like I said, some idiot forgot to push the record button. It's a big red button. How do you miss it, Ignite? Should have hit the big red button. Maybe that would be the title of the episode. How did that not hit him? Excuse me, video game. I demand a refund on that hitbox. Oh, but at least now the indestructible enemies are a little less indestructible. That's great. Okay. Time for range and power. Boy, that was absolutely an article right now. I almost feel sorry for these guys. Ow, things are hitting me. More things are hitting me. Okay, cool. I took a shit ton of damage right there, which is, actually, that's not cool. Why did I say it's cool? It's not cool. Ooh, but they're all dead, which is cool, in fact. Is that fire spellpunk not going to die on me? Is it going to be rude? Is it going to be a rude spellpunk? Why aren't you dying more? Oh, wait, never mind. I take it all back. Okay, there we go. That's down now. So, can Igniter's fire attack work the way it was meant to? Thank you, video game. Thank you. Okay. Boom! We charge up and we slam it down. Boom! Yeah, take that, sucker. We're going to charge it up again, even though I'm not sure we're going to need a full charge. It took so much damage the first time that 80 is basically overkill. And once again, that guy just kind of phased out of existence. Now, I cannot remember if we collected the cake all the way back up here or not. I'm sure hoping that we didn't, because that way it's going to be another health benefit for us moving forward, being able to grab that cake that we left behind. Only that I didn't leave it behind like an absolute fool, so now I have to go forward with half of Igniter's health against the fire enemies. And we can't lose him neither, because he's alive in later episodes. So if you're losing Igniter here, not only am I losing my favourite Skylander before he has potential to be badass in later games, not only am I proving myself an infinitely worse Skylander player than Cohen, which cannot happen. I'm far too competitive to allow Cohen to be the superior Skylanders player. Take this to the face! Man, I really wish that lasted longer. Then again, I might be asking too much. I also really wish that he had his wild power right now, because then, like, my blue flames would be left behind and really engulf that guy. Don't spawn enemies! That's rude, old chap! Ooh! Never mind, spawn more enemies, give me more healing! But yeah, I'm competitive, I cannot possibly lose more Skylanders as opposed to mentioning Cohen did for his ultimate nightmare lock. But the ultimate tragedy wouldn't be any of that, it would be the fact that I'd have to go back and re-record all of those darn episodes to take into account Igniter's death. Okay, so here we are with the main man himself, Chaos. Or should I say Saving Skylanders, because I'm recording this after Skylander Dude released his one of his most recent videos. By the time this goes live, it's probably not his most recent video anymore. But he exposed all of us Skytubers. So there's no point in even pretending anymore. I am telekinetic. He called me out on it, and what he said was 1000% the truth. I have telekinetic powers. Why else do you reckon I'm not showing my controller right now? I am controlling the Skylander with my mind. Boom, baby. I mean, how else would I like to be as badass as he is? This isn't something plausible with a controller. We burnt him up, folks. All of the fire puns, you know, they're just blazing and blazing out of the... This is bad. This is a bad pun. I'm just gonna stop. Okay, I'm just gonna stop. I'm trying to incorporate blazing into a pun, and it's not working. I'm just gonna stop, okay? But yeah, he exposed all of us, me, for my telekinetic abilities. Please do not tell my supervillain enemies. You know, I need that part of my life to remain personal. Otherwise, they'll come after my family. You know, I need to protect my identity, much like Spider-Man. So, Skylander Dude, out me like that. He's kind of risking the security of the known and the unknown universe. Oh shit! I've already said too much. The unknown universe. You guys aren't supposed to know about that. That's why it's unknown. Oh dear. I've really got to bite my tongue talking about things like this. But you know what? I trust you, folks. I'm sure we can keep this on the hush, on the download. Me and my telekinetic abilities. But yeah, Saving the Skylanders was also exposed for being the physical embodiment of chaos. Because that, once again, is the absolute truth. How could it be anything other than that? It makes so much sense, actually. I have no idea how we didn't see it before now. Watch out! I have no idea how that didn't hit me, but we will take it. And he is dead thanks to the raw awesomeness of my telekinetic abilities. I really need to stop exposing myself further. I already dug the hole by doing the blindfolded video. Skylander called me out on it. He found the truth. So the hole has already been dug. I need to stop digging it deeper. The first thing you need to do when you're in the hole is to put down the shovel. I am failing to do so currently, and I'm failing miserably. I'm failing on a similar degree as to those fire puns earlier. Anyway, those hits were not very good, but luckily that's what we were cake for. Some very nutritious cake at that. Man, Igniter is beating it. Like in the original gameplay, it was very excited because I cut it really forking close. Why am I censoring myself now? Why did it take me 5 years to start censoring my my naughty words? The words that I shouldn't say on YouTube, and yet here I am saying them half the time, except for the times where I randomly decide that, hey, maybe censoring myself is a forking good idea for once. Yeah, a bit of a change of pace, that, censoring myself. But yeah, that's that. We're getting very excited here. The commentary is the usual Ignite levels of charismatic, because I have charm coming out of my ass. Yeah, sure he will. Sure he will. He should have brought out an evil version of Igniter. An evil version of Igniter would be unstoppable, because this is Igniter we're talking about here. He's too broken to be defeated. Oh boy, do I love the range of that attack. Igniter is a ranged Skylander. This gameplay confirms it. He is a ranged Skylander. This charge ability not only deals 80 damage, but you can walk around with it. It is so stupid. This character is so stupid. And death. That's what we like to see. We also like to see once again some nutritious chicken. We had nutritious cake before. Now we have nutritious chicken. These episodes are fun, okay? The gameplay is somehow even better than it was the first time I recorded it. And like I said, or at least what I was alluding to earlier, and then I completely lost my train of thought. Which is funny in this level, because this level involves a train, and I said train of thought. Haha! and funny. Don't laugh at my joke. I see you're not laughing at it. Laugh at it already. I will use my telekinetic powers on you. Okay, you have been warned. Okay, I really need to kill some folk. Let's take out Flameslinger first. He's definitely the biggest threat. Where is oh, there's Sunburn. For a moment now, I thought he just kind of disappeared on me. Oh, but he did get killed by the fire spell. We take those. And now Eruptor's dead. We didn't even cut it close that time, unlike the original gameplay, where we cut things really close. It was super exciting. Igniter at one point must have been at about 20 health. And that's because I went into the firefight with about 200 health remaining because I did not play well in the section leading up to it. And that's because in the previous section, there's no use in hiding it. I was garbage. I failed to hit the be good at the game button. How else do you reckon Ghost Roaster died to what is usually a deathless pursuit? Creepy Citadel isn't usually that tough for me. Yet I made the level look a lot harder than it actually is through my own raw stupidity, I suppose. Because the whole art of a carryover lock is that whatever Skylanders are remaining at the end of a lock for a specific game, they get carried over into the lock for the next game. In every game we get to introduce one new Skylander per element, and these Skylanders are chosen at random. In this case we have a random cast of 8 for Spyro's Adventure, where one of them has been defeated already, Ghost Roaster. At least he went down fighting, but he went down all the same, and when a Skylander is defeated, their class is dead and cannot be used throughout the remainder of the entirety of the series. So Ghost Roaster, all of those future badass moments that we were about to experience with him, they're all gone, flushed down the toilet alongside his death, which was caused not by Spyro's Adventure's jankiness, which you think it would be, because this game has jank written all over it, but instead it was by my foolishness, because I did not push the be good at the video game button. I failed on every conceivable level, and Ghost Roaster suffered for it. I have deep regret over that, but fortunately, Ignite did not suffer the same fate when he tackled Lava Lake's Railway, which was awesome. Yeah, he's still around now, so that means that he has potential to be carried on throughout the entirety of the series moving forward. He could get past Giants, he could get past Swap Force, Trap Team, Superchargers. Who knows, he could even be alive at the end of Imaginators yet. Any one of these characters can, and that is what is exciting for this CarryOn Locke moving forward. We get to see which Skylanders can make it from the beginning to the very end. So we have to unlock the gate to the vault in a pretty simple objective and that means, first of all, switch out for the air element, because as per regular lock rules, whenever an element of the area pops up, I must switch out for Skylander, cross one for an element, and I cannot switch out until the element of the area has changed once more. Ah yes, we have epic Quicksilver Vault music. I've pretty much said this about every level so far, because the music in every level has been epic so far. Yeah, Quicksilver Vault. The music here truly is some of the best, as are the visuals. Like seriously, this level is so aesthetically beautiful with the blue lava. It's a really nice, sharp in colour contrast. Which frankly, this looks like something that came out of Superchargers, so this level was ahead of its time, graphically speaking. There we go, let's take out that fool right there. Thinking he can take on me, well he was wrong, he cannot take me on. Boom, we got him! We even got the little technical things right there, obviously for Archean enemies, because these are the Archean inspired levels. Okay, cool, let's grab that and then destroy the last fella right there, because now that we have a key we can unlock these gates right round here, baby, right round. It's kind of like a record player, because it goes right round, round, round. Funny thing is that I much prefer Ghost Roaster over Tornado, and yet Tornado is the one who lives and gets to carry on. It's so not fair! So far, Tornado has proven himself as a better Skylander than Ghost Roaster, which are words that I never thought would leave my mouth, and yet here we are. Okay, cool, he's out of here, and we can even unlock the gate with the very same key that we grabbed earlier. Rather convenient having grabbed that key earlier, it was very convenient we did. Okay, these guys really need more tornadoes to the face, can't you tell? This is what they've been asking for, more tornadoes to the face, and I accidentally ate that food when I did not need to. Let's get this soul gem so that then it's not in the way whilst we try to defeat this Ultron, because it's going to be a lot harder to defeat him whilst the soul gem is in the way. However, we will not be previewing the Wrecking Ball, as he is my least favourite Skylander, so I wouldn't dare tarnish the quality of this episode by taking a look at the piece of trash that is Wrecking Ball. Okay, this guy has got to go, man. He has got to go. Why aren't you going anywhere? Okay, cool. He's out of here, and we were able to avoid his attacks by spinning straight out of the way. Tornado luckily has that speed factor going forward. Very useful being dismaneuverable around the battlefield. Very useful it is indeed. And there's Magic Spell Pump, which we are going to destroy. We're going to destroy it, and we're going to destroy it hard. There we go, he is out of here! Okay, let's open that up because I can. Or not, I guess. Why don't you guys just stay still and die so I can open up this chest at long last? Not that I even need the treasure from within, because Tornado is one of my characters within this CarryOn Locke that's already been maxed out. As you can see from his treasure count right now, these NFC chips cannot store physically more than 65,000 gold, hence why they are capped at that value specifically. No other value specifically, just that value specifically. Okay, here we go. I'm looking forward to when we eventually unlock Light Core Tornado, if Tornado makes it as far as Swap Force, because that Tornado is down the far superior pathway, so I'll be able to finally enjoy this character a lot more. Ow! But at this rate, he's not even going to make it that far. Man, I'm making the same mistakes as what I did with Ghost Roaster, so I really need to, like, you know, stop doing that.
You need a life, Skylander.
There we go, he's dead at long last and the teleporter has been unlocked. So let's get out of here, because luckily the air element isn't going to last much longer, so we can get out of here and switch out to whatever element will be corresponding with next. Yeah, that's great, Weapon Master. If I could, I would be skipping over your completely unnecessary Deep 2 right now, but unfortunately, the skip button does not seem to want to work. It's rather tragic, actually, and I'm not a big fan. But man, Undead is going to have a rough go of it throughout this entire series, because Undead also has to tackle Wolfgang and Trap Team, which means that a ton of Undead characters are no doubt going to be lost there as well. We already lost our first Undead character, and Undead also needs to make it through Giants, which is easier said than done, but luckily for us, Undead doesn't have too many particularly difficult sections in Giants. And now we get to switch over to a magic element, so Voodoo shall be placed upon the Port of Power, as he is our magic representative. Yeah, I'm trying to think what elements have the toughest section in Giants for Water element. Water have so many tough sections during the Archean trilogy. But luckily for us, we are playing as one of the most busted water characters out there, Zap. In fact, I would argue that Zap is the most busted character from those first two games of the water element. Moving past that, the only characters who really come close to Zap's overpoweredness are characters like Freeze Blade is definitely up there. Who else? I mean, the Snapshot and Lobstar are certainly good, but that's just because all the Trapmasters are good, so when you compare them to the other Trapmasters, Snapshot does hold his own, but Lobstar is one of the weaker Trapmasters, unfortunately. I suppose Deep Dive Gilbert could definitely be classed as a top tier character, and luckily for Imaginators they have Tide Pool, so yeah, water does get pretty busted from Giants onwards. Zap is no longer the best water character when you take into account Tide Pool. Okay, let's get that pushed into place, or at least not the most overpowered character. I do think Zap is still better than Tide Pool though, because he is my favourite water Skylander, with Tide Pool being my second favourite water Skylander. I find it funny how water has been like so abundant in this series. Even when we're not playing as our water representative, Zap, we're still talking about him. Like, geez, Voodoo is currently on screen right now, we're not even talking about him. That must be so insulting. And yet, here I am, 0 fucks are being given right now. 0, I tell you. Okay, let's get that pushed into place, then we can push you. And then we can get you out of here also. 3 simple puzzles to unlock all of the locks on the vault, but that's okay because it means that we should be able to get through this relatively easy. Hopefully, Voodoo being level 6 won't be what is the end of him, because him being slightly under level means that he does have less health to go around. So like I say, as long as we're careful, then it's not going to matter how much less health he has. And he does at least have all of his upgrades, so we can defeat enemies with more ease than we would so otherwise. Okay, let's get that into place, and just like that, we have completed the very last puzzle required to unlock the vault.
The vault has been opened.
The Quicksilver Shadow. Oh my! After we hit the teleporter, of course, and after we defeat our way through more hordes of enemies, because apparently we haven't seen enough enemies already. Okay, I meant to grab that pizza, but apparently the game said no. Man, my gameplay is just so off today. And yet I thought it was a good idea to record this entire thing in one sitting. At least my gameplay is consistent. Consistently bad, that is. Cool, get them out of here. Okay, let's zip on over and then finish them off. Sweet! Oh, you guys thought you stood a chance? Well, you thought wrong. That was very satisfying. I quite enjoyed that, actually. Boom! One kill. One shot kill. This is great. 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 Great, great. Okay, let's set up a magic tripwire. Let's set up another one and another one. That was for the wrong attack button. I meant to zip line there. This is once again me getting the controls mixed up, because obviously in the later games the B button is the ziplining button, but here obviously the B button is the special attack button, because this is Spyro's Adventure as opposed to one of the latter 4 games where the controls were obviously mixed up to compensate for the need of a jump button. But there it is, the Quicksilver itself. It is magnificent.
The Quicksilver.
Man, what a level. We didn't even get through it in under 6 minutes 43, but why would you rush a level that is so much perfection all at once? So now we have another cutscene to skip over. Luckily that time I could, in fact, push the best button in the video game, the skip button. We've got that cutscene immediately out of here, and now we have Hugo explaining to us once again about the next Eternal Source. We need the magic Eternal Source.
Oh, well, of course you did. Please.
Yes, of course he did.
It's the final source we need to rebuild the core of light.
Yes, let's get that core of light rebuilt so that then we have it ready for superchargers, where even the core of light can carry over into the future games.
I thought you'd all disappeared.
In some ways, yes, but in others, we have always been.
Oh, thanks for that. Like that's going to make things any less confusing, Weapon Master. But man, this guy is so cool. Imagine how cool he would have been as a Skylander figure. Though he was planned as his own Skylander figure at one point, but obviously, after we got a prototype figurine, we never saw anything past that for a development of a playable character for the Weapon Master. So instead, he's here as an NPC. Perhaps they had made his model already for the game, but you know, after they decided to maybe cut his gameplay for some reason or another, they turned it into an NPC instead, rather than wasting the model. There's all sorts of things that could have gone down behind the scenes that obviously we will never know about, because these are completely confidential, or this whole scenario here is completely confidential information, could go as far as saying. We know so little about the development of most games because the development of games is kept under wraps. I had to do a project once where we looked into the pre-production of a game, and so we were allowed to choose which game we were to look into, but unfortunately, like, for games that a lot of people chose for the course were games that just didn't have a lot of information out there about the pre-development. I chose a game instead that was recommended by my tutor, that being The Last of Us, because The Last of Us has so much information out there about its pre-development, so I chose that game, and I got a distinction on that assignment. It was my first ever distinction on a college assignment, because I had so much information to digest about the pre-development of Last of Us. And this was after I played it on PlayStation 3 for the first time. I've told you already in this series about my first ever playthrough on the PlayStation 3 for The Last of Us. Then I made this pre-production project, than I got for the game on the PlayStation 4 after having looked into its pre-development. So all those factors combined is really what made my later playthroughs of the game so good. It's why I'm now so incredibly fond of the game. The First Last of Us is one of my favourite games of all time. That is how much of a pedestal I put that game upon. After all, its story is pretty much what I would describe as perfection. There are a few other gaming stories that come to the level of Last of Us Part 1's like absolute perfection. Okay, cool, those fellas are being dealt with slowly but surely. Fantastic. Get him out of here, man, get him out of here. But yes, you can see now why I don't really do Locke's for Spyro's Adventure, because we're here, second to last level, with 7 characters remaining. Locks for this game aren't worth tackling because they're just far too easy to get through. You know already what the outcome is going to be, because the outcome is most likely going to be a success. At most, you'll lose 1 or 2 characters, so long as you're a competent enough player. We're about to see how competent I am as to whether I lose any more than Ghost Roast, which I've lost already. Yes, that's generally how Spyro's Adventure Locks go. In fact, this is the first ever Spyro's Adventure Lock I'm doing it on the channel, besides when I used to film locks with a phone. This is the first ever one I'm recording of Spyro's Adventure with a capture card, is basically what I'm going as far to say here. And I must admit, this is smooth. I'm really enjoying this experience. Why else do you reckon I'm getting through this whole game in one sitting today? It's convenient for me time-wise, but it's also just so much fun. Like, I would have stopped ages ago if I had stopped having fun, but that's just not how this game works. The game is totally doable in one sitting, which is what I'm proving to us all now by recording this in one sitting. I'm not sure whether I'll be able to record all the other games in one sitting, especially longer ones like Sword Force and Superchargers. I probably will be able to do Trap Team in one sitting as well because it's short and it's so much fun. Same with Imaginators, but the problem with Imaginators is that because I'm tackling every single level in the franchise, that does include a Magic Round from Imaginators, so I'm going to have to suffer through those as well, which is going to make the experience so much more painful, especially when it comes to rounds like that of the Magic Round. As we know, I have a strong disdain for that level. I hate it with every fibre of my being. I couldn't hate a level anymore if I tried. Like that, my level of hatred for that level is so above my hatred for anything else that is unfathomable, truly, how much I hate this level. I wouldn't wish that level upon my own worst enemy. So if I was to torture someone to get information, I would force them to play that level on loop. That would instantly bring out whatever information I need, because that would be true torture. I have to play through the Magic Round again and again and again and again and again. To add cherry on top, I would play the music for Easy Street on loop in the background, so it would just be like the Magic Round, playing through that on loop in Imaginators, doing all that with Easy Street in the background. How unbearable that would be. I've just described an awful scenario to where anyone who is withholding information that I want, they will not be withholding it for long, that is for sure. You know, they will do anything to end that cycle, probably before they even beat Magic Round for the first time. Like, I doubt they could even get through the level once, let alone experiencing it again and again and again and again and again and again and again. Man, all the lava here is very aesthetically pleasing. I mean, admittedly, this is a good level. The only bad thing about it is this arcane section, which brings the pace into an absolute crawl. But apart from that, it's well designed. It's a fun level to traverse, and it's got really interesting infrastructure to basically distinguish it much more from other levels in this game. Because the problem with this game is that a lot of the levels do kind of mesh together due to the similar theming and music choices. So yeah, because of that, less of the game is left to stand out because it all just amalgamates together for me at times. Unlike levels like this that kind of stand out because they are so much more unique to what the rest of the game has to offer. Usually this is the second to last level of the game, so they really do go out with a bang on this one. Obviously for our playthrough, it's not going to be the second to last level because we're going to tackle the adventure pack levels, all 4 of them. We're going to do that for the next episode. So yeah, that's going to prolong things a little bit before, obviously, for the final episode of Spyro's Adventure, we will be, obviously, taking on for Final Chaos boss fight as well as the level preceding it. Wow, this is just, it is really, really tough. Take that guy down. I have no idea how I managed it. Like, wow. What a fight that right there. What a fight. Anyway, can this arcane robot please hurry the fuck up? It's taking its sweet time, isn't it? And that, my friends, is what unfortunately brings the pacing of this level to an absolute crawl. Anyway, I'm going to readjust myself on this seat right now. Not that it is uncomfortable, far from it. It's so much better than my previous chair. And it's black and white. Not even black and white, it's black and red. Apparently I've gone colourblind. It's black and red to match the channel aesthetics. Now all I need is a red headset, and we'll be there for the red branding of the channel. Just red everywhere. When in doubt, throw in some red. That's my philosophy when designing branding for a channel, pretty much. Wherever in doubt, throw in some red. After all, Optimus Prime is red. Igniter is red. Smolder Dash is almost red.
In order to unlock the main vault, 3 switches must be activated in smaller vaults. These vaults will require a security key card. You will find the security key card somewhere in the lower level of our temple.
Well, it sure is convenient that Weapon Master has kind of just laid all of this out for us. Like, honestly, what would we do without him, like, explicitly stating exactly what it is, what we need to do? So, air is stronger here. It's time for the Night of Tornado!
Stronger in this zone.
Again, not my favourite character, but we'll just have to deal with it, won't we? Okay, cool. They're all, well, dead more or less. And now there's these guys. Why wouldn't there be these guys, right? Luckily for me, all of their attacks I can pretty much outmaneuver every last one of them with absolute ease. Get out of here, boy. Get out of here, man. Get out of here. Everyone, get out of here. Okay, sweet. They're all out of here, man. Oh, yep, there it is.
Skylanders of the magic element are stronger in this
Okay, let's switch out for Voodoo. Oh, these enemies are so screwed now. In fact, we can even collect Voodoo's soul gem in this level, so we can preview Voodoo after Voodoo. Psych this out for soul of Voodoo is Voodoo Deception, which I'm absolutely a-okay with. Boom! Take him out right there. And we level up for good measure. Don't mind if we do. Do not mind if we do at all. Now we don't need to worry about tackling any of the optional stuff in this level, so the air escape, for example. We are purely bothered about getting from point A to point B here. Hey! What are you attacking me for? That's a bit interesting. Okay, sweet, and they are out of here, so let's grab the key card, which we so desperately need. Thank you, Weapon Master. That was kind of abundantly clear though, because you already showed me what it was we needed. And I went there and got it. You don't need to tell me a second time, after I got what I need, that I did in fact get what I need. Okay, so there is the very soul gem I've been alluding to. We can zip line straight into it, as we get the soul gem for Voodoo. As Voodoo, as per the norm, as we do in these situations, we're absolutely going to be previewing this guy. And he has a really awesome soul gem animation right there. That was really detailed and neat. Oh yeah, those guys didn't stand a chance now, did they? That was very satisfying. For the soul gem has now been found for an elite character, no less. And I mean that quite literally, so if this guy manages to make it all the way up to superchargers, then we get to upgrade to this elite form. Okay, those guys are out of here. Boom! There we go. Okay, gotta try and stay back from these guys' attacks, because they can very easily overwhelm us and obliterate our health bar, turn it into pulp. Oh, well, he's gone! Luckily for us, we can do the same thing to them. There we go, he's dead. Let's get that flipped and then get out of the way of the rockets already, because those rockets, they terrify me. Okay, there we go. That is in place, so we can now visit each of the smaller vaults. Yes, let's do that. Let's do exactly just that, which Vault Master has explained for us to do, or Weapons Master even. Where did I get Vault Master from? I mean, he did kind of talk us through these vault systems, because we are effectively viewing Archean vaults to find the source we're after. Ooh, yay, some food. Not that Voodoo was in desperate need of it. He already had enough health as it is. And it's not like these enemies stand much of a chance at depleting Voodoo's health, because he's too busy defeating them before they have any chance of even, like, dealing much damage to him. In fact, that guy was so intimidated by Voodoo's presence that he just got gone ahead and committed Sudoku. I didn't even have a chance to defeat him, because he had already defeated himself. I love this character. Okay, this guy... At first I was concerned, how on earth is he going to get through 4 games after this to get all the way up to Superchargers for his elite form? I think based on the gameplay we've seen so far in this series, he should make it to Superchargers no problem. The game would have to try very, very hard to get rid of this guy. And unfortunately for the game, when it comes to being try hard, I try harder. Yeah, let's gather that treasure right there, don't mind if we do. And we come in swinging right there. That's the third and final one. So at last we can finally gather that eternal magic source. Yeah, let's get it. Let's get her done. Oh boy, I'm pumped for this, because after having garnered the eternal magic source, we can then tackle the 4 adventure pack levels, and then we can defeat Chaos and be done with the very first recording session of the Skylanders CarryOn Locke. Then obviously I can determine what our cast will be for the Giants portion of the long as we add 1 new Skylander to every single element. And yes, that can include Giants. Giants will be in the lineup for random name pickers, but it will only have a 1 in 5 shot for every element. So let's press the A button and get back to Ruins, where after a couple of cutscenes we can obviously conclude the episode. This has certainly been the shortest one so far, because we've only tackled 2 short levels and 2 short levels of that. As I promised in the previous episode, we are alas going to be tackling the adventure pack levels of Spyro's Adventure, starting of course with the Empire of Ice, the first of the quadrilogy, I suppose, where we have cutscenes to immediately skip over, which is my absolute favourite. And so we concluded the previous episode as Voodoo gathering the Eternal Magic Source. But unfortunately, based on where the Empire of Ice has spawned in on the ruins, we need to actually switch out to a character who can swim across the water and gain access to the Empire of Ice structure. So without further ado, we're going to take both the Empire of Ice off the portal and replace Voodoo with the might of Zap, because when in doubt, go with Zap. That's our new motto ever since Drobot wasn't chosen for the random name picker, so instead, when in doubt, we have to go with Zap. Without further ado, here we are. Let's travel to the Empire of Ice. Now, we're skipping cutscenes left, right, centre because they're completely unnecessary pieces of deep stew. And you know what we do with unnecessary deep stew. We press the best button in the video game, the skip button.
She's all put together. I'll never lose a snowball fight again.
Yeah, that's great, Haldo, but can you please shut up so we can, you know, like, move on already? Actually beat the very same level that you have introduced me to. I would love to do that. Man, that would be great. So here we are, Undead is currently here, but unfortunately our Undead representative, Ghost Roaster, has been defeated in battles, therefore his class is dead and cannot be used for the remainder of the series. I did say used in a very weird fashion right there, but the point is, since he can no longer be used, we remain as the Skylander is currently on the portal of power, Zap, as Undead has no representative corresponding to it. So we can't even play as a Skylander corresponding to the current element of the area as that representative. Once again. He's dead, he's gone, he's a goner, he's kaput, dunzos. I cannot emphasise this enough. But luckily, he is going to get a cameo in this episode. You're going to get a return, however brief it is, of Ghost Roaster. We're going to be reminded of his sacrifice in order for us to move on with the CarryOn Locke. And we're going to do that when we find his soul gem in the Dark Light Crypt and preview it. But for now, we're going to focus on the Empire of Ice, where we have an Ice Ogre to deal with. Yeah, let's take him out, Zap. Let's get him. Every last one of them. This is for Ghost Roaster. Get him! He doesn't stand a chance. Against Zap, very few enemies stand a chance, because Zap is such a unit, and he is superior to every one of those enemies on every conceivable level. That's just Zap for you. That is who he is and what he does. He comes in, sees a bunch of enemies, obliterates them all, and then he leaves. A masterful plan of mastery, you don't say. So that being said, let's continue up through here. Yeah, let's take out some fools. Oh my gosh, a furry clops. It's like a clops, but a furry. Dear, not a furry Cyclops. Last thing I need is the dawn and the ushering of more furries in this game. Please, please, I don't want to be a furry. I'll do anything. Including gathering the story scroll, which does not need to be gathered yet. Here I am, having collected it anyway, but this is not a 100% series. And I'm glad it's not 100% series, because it would have been particularly difficult to tackle the undead sections without our undead representative Ghost Roaster. Oh, but I will take that food, thank you very much. Now, the funniest part is that I do believe the next section of the level is going to be dedicated to the water element, and obviously Zap is our water representative, so we'll already have a Skylander water power corresponding to the current element of the area, meaning that we won't even need to switch. My apologies for certain right now, I'm just very excited. Am I overly excited? Does this series really justify all this assignment? Well, no, but I'm going to be excited anyway, and you, my friends, are going to have to, in words of mighty tough work, deal with it. And there it is, the very same water element I was talking about earlier, so we get to remain as Zap a little bit longer. Okay, cool, he's dead, which is sweet. We'd love to see it, we'd love to see it. It's convenient that you can ride the wave, because riding the wave makes it kind of easier to traverse all this ice, as long as we're actually facing the way we want to go, because unfortunately, making a 360-degree turn with the wave is near impossible, but we can at least use it to traverse the ice in a straight line. There we go, so that's 2 of 4, and now all we've got to do is get through this painful section. Luckily, this is what we have the waves for. The waves are actually working out quite well, as luck would have it. So there's the first bit we need to get to. Luckily, we can traverse this with the Sea Slime Slide as well, which does give us traction, but unfortunately after the Sea Slime Slide is done, we do just kind of like, drift a little. Thank you, Cactus. That Cactus is actually kind of what saved us right there. So now that we've hit that, we can hit the teleporter once again. Am I bothered about the hat? No, not really. Oh wait, we got to get the catapult piece, I almost forgot about that. So we kind of just plummeted to our death right now. Good gravy! I could go for some good gravy. After all, good gravy is delicious and it does elevate your meal. We was talking about potatoes in the very first episode, so to draw a full circle to our potato tier list right now, what elevates potatoes? Not just oregano or sage, you know, delicious herbs you can go with new potatoes and make them that much more tasty and full of flavour. Butter as well. Butter goes really well with potatoes, kind of softens them up. In fact, butter is a necessity for mashed potatoes in order to make them soft and mushable. But they are elevated by gravy. Okay, mashed potatoes, they're kind of bland, which is why they're not a top tier potato, or at least they're not an A tier potato. What's missing is gravy. Gravy makes them so much more less bland. Undead, so we remain even longer as Zap. In fact, Zap is going to have to solo shot this entire level by the looks of things. But I'm okay with that because Zap is awesome. And this isn't even the end of Zap we'll see in this episode, because Zap also will have a section of the Pirate Seas to play through. Okay, cool, that fella's out of here. Now all we've got to do is let these guys use their artillery against them. Oh, you fool, you've just given me access to this area. You're literally splitting out your own doom over here. It's like Lord Shen, he caused his own defeat through his actions. You know, he effectively sealed his fate. That being said, let's continue on over here with the Might of our Sea Slime Slide, making this hell of an easy experience getting through. Boom, baby! Give me that dear, sweet, glorious treasure, because Zap definitely deserves some fruits for his labour. Those fruits being not actual literal fruits, but instead coins. But that's okay, because we can use the coins to buy fruit, along with many other things. But, you know, fruit should definitely be a priority. You know, food is very rather important. After all, that's what I spend a lot of my hard-earned money on. so that I can, you know, live. Food is quite important in that equation. So, here's Haldor himself. And now here comes one of my least favourite sections of any Skylanders game. The dreaded wall. I hate wall. Wall is awful. And now you get to play as a water dragon shooting fireballs out of a cannon at a wall. Okay, that scenario is pretty neat. I do like that. That's cool. Okay, we want to hit lower down a wall, because if you deal enough damage to the lower wall, then obviously when that part falls, the rest of the wall on top of it has to fall with it. That is how physics work. Not that Skylanders has ever really cared about realism. Okay, we're not quite charging it up enough. There you go, that's more like it. Get it, get it, get it, Zap, get it. Who would have known that Zap was so great for fireballs, man? Oh man, that was a lot of fireballs right there. That's what we're talking about, baby. Water Skylander mixing with fire to make the perfect combination, obviously. Boom! And it is out of here in record shattering time. I haven't defeated that wall as quickly as that in a long time. But I'm okay with this because it means that we have to spend less time on the utmost worst section of this level. Less time of area and all that. Less is more. Because less time spent with that wall is more of me not losing my mind and more of me actually enjoying this game. But unfortunately, after this I have to tackle Pirate Seas, and I hate having to tackle Pirate Seas. In fact, I'm not a big fan of Dragon's Peak either. The only level in this chunk is that I'm actually going to enjoy will be the Dark Light Crypt. Ironically, the longest level, and I'm glad it's the longest level, because not only will it feel more rewarding to have beaten it afterwards, but it also means that I get to spend longer doing what is my favourite of the 4 levels. So now it looks like it is time for the Pirate Seas to be placed upon the Portal of Power. There it is, good old Pirate Seas, where we have another cutscene to skip over. Let's get that Pirate Seas off the portal again and then head down to the port where it can be found. This time around we don't need to switch out to a specific Skylander, because any Skylander can quite easily access this boat. There you are, the Pirate Seas. Without further ado, let's get travelling. Let's get travelling. Yeah. Now this level revolves around the life, earth and water elements. So once again we're going to get to see more of Zap. First things first, the very first element of the area will be life. So once that pops up, inevitably we will switch out for the Skylander corresponding to that element, and will not switch out again until the element of the area changes once more. Now what harms this level is the flow and the pacing, because there is none due to the pirate card games to come up, and the pirate card games are way too easy and way too drawn out. It's a huge pacing and mood killer. I'd rather just play through the level regularly without the card games, but unfortunately that is asking for too much, isn't it? There, Jess LeGrand, that is clearly asking too much.
They've captured everyone, even my father.
Oh my god, get this woman an Oscar! Best voice actor in Skylanders history!
Defeat these pirates and save our town. Just hope we're not too late.
Oh, obviously too late, they've killed everyone already. So let's gather the story scroll, because we have time to be wasted apparently. You know, who needs to save village people when instead we can go around gathering collectibles, right? So it's Stump Smasher's turn to take centre stage as the life element has popped up, as I was alluding to earlier. Boom! Let's take them out. Sweet! Take my acorn to the face. Boom! He's out here. And so is that little choppy fella too. Sweet. Yeah, I don't really much care about these enemies. Boom! Explosion time. Okay, now we can speak with this guy and get this pirate cards game over and done with already. Luckily for me, I don't need to worry about 100% of the levels. We're not going to be going out of our way to tackle stuff like the life elemental gate, for Pete's sake. Now that would also bring things to a crawl, pacing-wise, and that's the last thing I want. I want to be a speeding demon. I don't want to be going at a crawl's pace. Your anchor deck sounds like no problem whatsoever, because I am smart. I'm super in fact, I'm not even smart. I'm smirked. I'm so smirked right now. Sword. Well, obviously it's below it. Never mind, it's not below it. But the two scooters are right next to one another. And swords are also right next to each other. Okay, let's get those matched up. And finally we have the two map pieces. Yeah, but Stump Smash doesn't have a yellow belly. In fact, I'm not even confident that Stump Smash has a belly, period. So how could he possibly be yellow-bellied? This man makes no sense. But then again, pirates weren't really bred to make sense, were they? Pirates are many things, but sense makers are not one of them. For they make no sense. Literally zero. Yeah, this is all great and all that, but I'd rather you know, not explain all this, so then I can just do it. Rather than being told to do it, I can just do it. And hey, this is epic music at least. I do like this music right now. Then again, it's Skylanders music, so I'm pretty sure the default statement is that I like it. At the bare minimum. Like, Skylanders music is hard to dislike, so you either like it or you love it. Okay, cool. He's dead. He is very, very dead. And soon his little friends will be too. And boom! Oh, that was a bit of overkill right there, Stump Smash. Like, jeez, is this really necessary, bro? According to Stump Smash it is. Why else do you think he's powering through his foes right now as Earth becomes stronger? So it's time for Bash to be placed upon the portal of power. Yeah, let's destroy all that. Okay, here's some more folks that are in desperate need of killing. Boom! Baby, no, that was some damage right there. Got him. And I got him too. Sweet! Killed him off screen as well, which is an extra level of skill. Got him! There you go. There goes that life scroll pump fella. And soon the Chompy Pod will follow them. Sweet! And now he's down too, so let's speak with this fella right now. That was some Bash Annihilation if I ever have seen it. Bash just goes through these scenarios and makes them look so easy. Not that Spyro's Adventure was difficult to begin with, but Bash turns easy mode into baby mode. Bash's baby character is that good. I mean, as is Joebot. This game does... people say this game doesn't have difficulty settings, because technically it doesn't. Except for the fact that it does, because what character you play as determines the difficulty of the game. So, hard mode is Wrecking Ball. Easy mode, by comparison, is Joebot, or Igniter, or Camo, or Bash. Pretty much any one of the overpowered ones turns this game into easy mode. Okay, I have not been paying attention. Oh, except for the cannon, I know where both of those are. Okay, I know where Blackbeard is also. Okay, so we've paired up for 2 maps, and now the last one is for 2 hats. Bingo! Yeah, Bandit is not a big fan of our victory right now, and I don't much care what he is and isn't a fan of. Much like the game, I don't care what he wants. I mean, the game doesn't care what he wants. The game doesn't care what I want. The game doesn't care what anybody wants. Because if it did, I wouldn't be playing for all these stupid card games right now. I get that it's something different. It's nice to really spice up the gameplay with some variety, but this is not good variety. In this case, Skylanders had gameplay that was working, and it chose to deviate from that, which was its mistake. And at the end of the day, if there's only 2 or 3 of these card games, that would be fine. If it was fun like Skystones, it would be fine. But the thing is that it's neither of those things. That is the problem we face. Oh, that's just great, Chance. That's just great. Ugh. Right, let's go ahead and beat that deck without further ado. Let's do it. What cards do we have is the question. So, we have ourselves a compass. Some booty! Ha ha ha! He said the word booty. Oh, in fact, the 2 booties are right next to each other. Now that's a good pair of booty right there if I've seen it. Okay, Pirate Curse. And a hat. Oh, the compass was the top left, I do remember that. Ooh, it's a ghost ship. Okay, 2-bid is what was next to ghost ship. Okay, we've seen the hat already. That was this middle one. Sweet. Okay, 2-bid, and then one of these will be the curse, and the other one will be the ghost ship. Luckily, we found the ghost ship, so we could just go straight into this pair. Not that the curse would have done much, because the curse would have just, like, swapped over 2 cards, which were already a pair. So we would have very easily found the pair regardless. It's kind of hard to miss getting the pair when there's only that one pair that's left. Oh, all this talk about pairs has got me hungry for fruit. Anyway, it's Sap's turn here on Coconut Island. Yeah, this gameplay is making me go coconuts right now, so I suppose it's an appropriate name for it. Okay, cool, take out the Chompy fella, and now we can get some more pirate cards. Not at all what I've been looking forward to. Not even close, in fact. But hey, with Ghost Voice having been defeated, at least with Undead we have a higher chance of getting a Series 2, which will give us a second life. We can get Hex, Cinder, or Chop Chop. It's a 3 in 5 chance we get one of them. And so obviously, since they go immediately to their Series 2, with that being the orange-based iteration, it means that, oh, wow, we've already found a Peekaboo. Yeah, it means that we can go straight into one of their Series 2s.
Wild card! Pirate curse!
Yeah, let's just flip everything that I just watched get discovered before me. In case it's not abundantly clear, I was not paying attention to that whatsoever. Okay, no bids. Let's just re-mesmerize the whole board all over again, shall we? Oh, well, that's convenient. For some reason, I thought this one to the right was a schooner. But anyway, with that being said and done, we already had 6 pairs because the curse counts as a pair, apparently. So sweet, we didn't even need to get the ghost ships as a pair. What we do need to do, however, is destroy that Chompy board right there, because I had it coming, mainly for looking at me funny. And also it spewed out evil Chompies, so I suppose that was a 2-for-1 type dealio. I get to defeat something that was evil for spewing evil things, and something that was evil for its looks. We can't just have enemies continue to walk around and live, not when they look at me funny. They're too much of a threat. So here we are, 8 matches being required. Booty! That's some good looking booty right now. I like to look at that booty. A map and a 2-bid. Well, at least the 2-bids are right next to one another. That's easy enough to remember. Okay, there's for compass. I can't remember if we found the compass already. Well, now we know where the two curses are at least. Can't remember if we've seen the schooner already. Oh, we have seen the compass already though. There you go. My memory isn't quite doing me too well at the moment, is it? So there's the sword and the she-beard. Oh, was Booty that one, or was it the other one? Okay, that was the schooner, so let's pair up 2 booties at least. Okay, I can't remember where the other map was, but at least now we know where the other she-beard is, so we can pair up the 2 of them, get some more time. Not that we're in desperate need of time, but we got more time all the same. Oh shit, which one was swords again? Was it that one? No, that was a schooner. Now, I forgot what was given to us 30 seconds ago, but at least now I know where both the Peekaboos are, so we can match that up easily and just watch everything and pay attention this time. Okay, easy enough, I remember where everything is now. So the 2 schooners are diagonal from one another, then the 2 swords are... No, the 2 maps even. Top and bottom, and that leaves the 2 swords, which are the ones that are not diagonal to each other, because those are the pirate curses instead, giving us 8 of 8 matches. That's the thing, you've got to say your logic out loud, because if you just stood there staring and thinking, it is so distracting and discerning to the other person. Whereas sometimes I kind of just want to be left there, let me think, jeez. You'll be at a bar and you want to think for 2 seconds what your drink is, and they don't even leave you for 30 seconds. It's like, okay, what are we having? It's like, oh, can I just have a second to process? They're like, sure, okay, now do you know what you want? And I'm like, no, because you only asked me 2 seconds ago. Not much has changed since last time you asked me, I'm afraid. I will order a drink when I am ready. You don't need to ask me if I'm ready. You can assume I'm ready when I tell you quite explicitly that I am ready. That is how you'll know when I'm ready. Yo ho and a bottle of rum. Though they're not going to talk about rum in a Skylanders game because that's alcohol. You can't possibly acknowledge alcohol in a kids game, no less. As far as this kids game is concerned, alcohol does not exist. Not the school deck. Anything but the school deck. I'm scared. Okay, that's a shit ton of stones right there. They're not even stones, they're cards. I call them stones out of the habit because of Sky Stones, which are also cards, by the way. They're glorified cards. Okay, swords and a no beard. There's a cannon with an extra N and a map. Hat. And Peekaboo. Okay, no beard. We can finally pair that. Okay, I haven't seen Booty yet. We've probably seen Schooner yet, I just don't remember where it is. Same with map. Was map falling right above it? Nope, that's for cannon. Is this one the map? No, there's just swords. Well, there's Two Beard. Okay, was that one right next to it? No, that was map that was right next to it. Okay, that one's Schooner. Making that one Booty, damn it. Well, I really didn't mesmerise these very well, did I? But yeah, that's the thing. This just isn't really captivating gameplay, is it? Oh, well, we know where the other cannon is, because we recently discovered it for a second time. And when you've seen it for a second time, that makes it more obvious as to where the matches are. Okay, Peekaboo. There's the hat. We have seen the hat already, I just can't remember where it is. Let's use a wild card on the Peekaboo. Right, so the two beards were right next to one another. Oh, well, not exactly next to one another. Why did I think they were right next to each other? They were clearly not right next to one another. Okay, then I believe these two were diagonal to one another. There you go. There goes all the pairs that I actually bothered to mesmerise. Is that for maybe the Schooner? No, that's the hat, which was actually up here, wasn't it? Yep, there you go. Okay, so the Schooner is right above it. And finally, last but not least, we have the swords. Which ironically is being flipped over by a dagger, which is a small sword, a puny sword. Puny sword gets to flip over for the big boy swords. Now, the puny sword knows what it would look like if it was actually a big boy sword, but it's not a big boy sword, instead it's a puny dagger sword. You puny, pathetic loser of a sword. You should know how much of a loser you are by being compared to the much mightier big boys. Oh no, not that character. Anything but that character, not her. You know, take Flynn instead. Well, I'm glad that, you know, this village that compromises of exactly like 3 people, now the 2 people have gathered so that we can go and save the other person. Like, seriously, Mayor Legrand obviously got voted in because he voted for himself and then his daughter also voted for him. This here Shipmaster probably voted for himself too, but he doesn't have a daughter who voted for him, so he didn't become mayor. Kind of surprised the daughter didn't vote for herself, actually, you know, and then they'd have a 3-way tie, so how do they determine who the mayor is? This very small village with only 3 people in it. Thunder Island, voiced by the same person as Blobbers. So now you've reminded me of Blobbers, who is a far superior NPC to you in every conceivable fashion. So Shipmaster, get out of here. I don't like you, I don't care for you, I don't trust you. Yeah, whatever, Shipmaster, whatever. Discount Blobbers, discount Blobbers. Well, we have to be stuck with him, aren't we? Blobbers, give me Blobbers. So sad. Yeah, that's great, let's do that. But I can only do it when you shut up telling me to do it. Die, 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 frickin' fort, die, 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 die. Thank you, frickin' fort. Frickin' fort got fricked by yours truly, who's very good at fricking the frickers. Can this ship move any faster? Well, I should say it sarcastically. Can this ship possibly move any slower? Though I shouldn't ask that, because then my question would be answered, and most likely the answer would be yes. Yes, the ship can move slower. Okay, cool, that's dead. Now we have more cannons to deal with, which is just great. Oh, at least we killed the ship. The ship is gone. Now take out the other house thing and blob. I don't care that I'm taking damage right now. I don't much care. I don't much care at all. Okay, cool, that's down. It's going to continue making our way all the way over to the right. slowly at that. Very, very slowly. In fact, you couldn't get any more slow than this if you tried, to be honest. I mean, I know it's a ship. Ships are usually slow, but come on, man. This is a real insult right now. I am insulted. Your ship speed deeply offends me on a personal scale. You should remove it instantly for the sake of our children and our children's children, so that they can grow up in a better world. Okay, let's take out more of these, because it is very much to repeat the same gameplay over and over and over and over again. Like, even the war in Empire of Ice, as terrible as that section is, at least by now it would have been over. But no, we not only have to destroy all this stuff, but we also have to afterwards play yet another stinking pirate card game. Do you not understand that I've had enough of these pirate card games already? Obviously the game doesn't understand that, because if it did, it probably wouldn't torture me with more of them, but unfortunately it does in fact torture me with more of them. The epic music is just enough to keep me on the edge of sanity right now. Just enough for that. Yes, I did, Dreadbeard. Congratulations, noticing, Dreadbeard.
If you want her back, you'll need to beat me poop deck.
Haha! He said poop. That's funny right there. He said poop! Okay, that's a crap ton of cards right there. Just kind of keeps going. What do you mean that's not a match? Sands of Time and Cannon look extremely similar. They might as well be a match. Oh, well, that's a convenient card. It means that right off the bat, 5 cards are being taken out. Okay, let's bring out the second wild card. I do wonder what would happen if you were to pair 2 wild cards. Like, how does that work exactly? Which one was the schooner again? It wasn't that one, I'll tell you that. Was this one the hat? Yes, it was. Okay, which one was Compass? That one. Yeah, I got something right. And it was totally, completely, 100% intentional. Right, so you're the map, which I believe was the other one to the right. I believed incorrectly, actually. I couldn't have got that more wrong if I tried. So the map, and then the 2 schooner pieces shall finally be paired up and reunited with one another.
You're a legend.
Man, this level would be so much better if we just cut out all of the pirate card games. I'd probably maybe actually like the level at least a little in that case. At least a little. Just a little bit. But there she is, Jess Legrand. At least now that we're done with that level, it means we can finally tackle the level I've actually been looking forward to. So, here we go. We did clear it under 17.5 minutes, which is pretty neat. Because that level is long and we somehow made it even shorter. We made a long level short, which is great. Well, not short, but shorter, which is key. The O on the end, rather important. That being said, Dark Light Crypt is now going onto the Portal Power to give us, yet again, more NSA Deep 2 that we are immediately going to press best button on a video game to skip over. So now that has been done, let's go on ahead to the Dark Light Crypt, where we are going to have a very long, exposition-heavy starting cutscene. So let's get to it. Let's get to watching it, and whilst we watch it, we can drink more of the Pepsi Max that I've had on my side to help soothe my throat as I continue to speak for far too long, far too loudly. I love this music though. Once again, that is pretty much the phrase that came out of my mouth for the most throughout this entire series, how much I love the goddamn music here. Makes me glad that I'm not playing the game without any music, because I could have always turned off the music and then that would make it easier for me to make cuts and stuff, but this series isn't heavily reliant on editing. I don't need to make as many cuts as I usually do, so the need for removing the music isn't there, and I'd rather enjoy the game as I go through it, and I enjoy it more with the music on. So yes, it does mean that if I were to make a cut, it would chop up the music as well, because it's no longer like its own separate audio layer on Premiere. But since I'm not making those cuts anyway, it makes no difference, is what I'm going as far to say here. No! Not an evil bank! Anything but an evil bank! This is not okay. Battison, we will help you out because of this whole win-win situation where the ghosts are no longer eating the brains of the living. That is an ideal world for us. Okay, let's kill those fellas right there because they have came to life in the Ghost World, but we needed to be in the Ghost World in order to get through this gate right here, where the undead element has popped up as being stronger here, but that is completely irrelevant because we don't currently have an undead representative to switch to correspond with the current element of the area. As our undead representative, Ghost Roaster, he was defeated in combat and cast his death cannot be used throughout the remainder of the series, and I'm hoping that he will remain as the only defeat in this portion of the CarryOn Locke. So then we can go into Giants with as many characters as possible, ready to tackle Nightmare Mode. No, I didn't mean to do that, god damn it! Well, luckily for us, he's easy enough to defeat, and we can just head straight into it. So, let's grab Ghost Roaster Soldier, so that then we can have a preview of him, be reminded of what has been lost to get us to this moment. Gone, not forgotten. Oh, that ectoplasm attack would have been so useful against the undead minions, man. And yet I just forgot to use it. How foolish of me. But now that we're in the land of the living, we can actually first into these guys quite easily. We can then defeat these knights. And we can flip our worlds back over again. Man, this whole world is constantly being turned upside down on its side. Left is now right, all that yada 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 jazz. Get him! Okay, cool, he's out here.
There's somebody in here with me, and he's creeping me out.
Oh, is that right, Mr. Locking fella? So, now that we're in the land of the undead, we can actually access these puzzles, and we can only do so in the land of the dead. I haven't got this up already, have I? I believe that I have, yes. Somehow. We probably would be better off just starting this puzzle off all over again. But oh well, never mind, eh? Okay, never mind, I guess we're starting it all over again. Yeah, how do you mess up the first puzzle and how do you mess it up that quickly? I'm trying to remember what it is you're meant to do with this. I believe you're meant to go left, then left again, and left again. That's a lot of left, an awful lot of left. I hate how much left that is. It's so much left, I hate it. Okay, now let's go left again, right, and then we can go right again. There we go. Talk about a perfect score much. Well, an excellent score at least, but I do in fact agree it was excellent. Okay, Fire Element, it's time to bring out Igniter! Oh boy, have I been looking forward to this moment. Got him! And we even got some food along the way, so don't mind if we do. But unfortunately, that key is kind of phased out in the Land of the Undead. In order to access tangible items, we need to be in the world of the living. So we got to head through here, where fortunately the gate is blocking our way. But the moment we go into the Land of the Living in order to gain access to the key is actually required to open up the gate within the world of the living. It's very clever level design. I think the developers will really pat themselves on the back for this one. But at the end of the day, Toys for Bob is really known for its creativity, not only from the Skylanders franchise, but from other franchises they've worked on, such as Crash Bandicoot. Crash 4 is pumped full of creative moments that are really, really memorable. Mostly because of how they distinguish themselves from other platformers. You know, you're not going to see sections that you see in Crash Bandicoot in other platform games because they simply just don't share that same style and level design. Toys for Bob doesn't really know what they're doing. Anyway, this guy's got to go right now. Yes, he's out of here. We're going to grab that pie because it looked delicious. Okay, magic. So I'll be swapping out that as soon as we get past all of them. Voodoo's turn to shine. Yeah, Voodoo's turn to shine. Okay, I've moved my Skylanders to my destination, so I should be able to access them easier in the future and not need to reach as much. Get him! Sweet, he's out of there, and I'm gonna grab that treasure because, you know, I like the way it looked to me. That's a bit of a change of pace from the usual. Okay, can this guy do me a favour and move? Move, damn it, move! Thank you. Asking you shall receive and all that. Anyway, speaking of moving, I really need to be quicker than this. No! He left me! The piece left me. That's tragic, man. Okay, if we take out these plants in the land of the living, then that means that when we shift over to the land of the undead, then they won't come to life. Convenient that. So now the gate is open for us because we're in the land of the dead instead. But we won't be able to traverse for much longer because the bridge is going to be blocked by the stones that are in place. So instead we've got to transfer to the land of living, where obviously those chains become tangible again, and those guys bob up and down, giving us access to walk over the bridge, as my eyes just keep playing up. Ugh, they're dirty, obviously. Dirty, dirty eyeballs. Yes, zipline for the win. We're going to kill him whilst we're in the land of living, because that will make him so much more easier to deal with. And boom! Oh wait, we've got to wait for him to get lined up first. Okay, we line him up. I said we line them up. Okay, that works. We didn't need to line them up. Oh, wait. There we go. We need them all in place. So now they've been lined up, they're all in place, and the bridge can be walked over upon in the land of the dead, which we need to be in order to gain access to that lock puzzle up there. You see how clever level designers already instantly beat mini-games that just add unnecessary slow pace into the level? Funny how that works. Good level design is good at level design. End of story. That guy's just stuck there infinitely. Okay, somehow we made this work. So hopefully I haven't glitched it out, because apparently we only have 1 of 3 collected. This is 2 of 3 collected, but we've collected them all. And we solved this puzzle. That is the ultimate insult to injury right there, when the game just says, yeah, you did it. But it's no big deal. You know, you did it, but you took your time doing it now, didn't you? In fact, the game was so annoyed by how long I was taking that it decided to disconnect my controller from my console. That is rather inconvenient and uncool of it. You hear me, controller? So uncool! I'm sure yelling at it will make it last longer. Oh yes, I'm looking forward to defeating Oculus. I'm looking forward to it very much so, especially since it's a really creative boss fight. Splices some nice variety into this game, because this game, as much as I love it, is not really well known for its boss fights. The Stone Giant, the Final Chaos boss fight, and Oculus are pretty much the only creative bosses in the game.
Maybe you can help us kick Oculus out of this town for good.
Alright, sounds like a plan, but I would love to go ahead and do it, but I can't do it as long as you're talking about me doing it. So how about you stop talking about me doing it, so then I can actually just go and do it. How's that for a plan? I personally like that plan, so I hope Gallant gets on board. Get on board, Gallant. Shut up and get on board. Hashtag keep calm and get on board. Level me up. Okay, maybe not, I guess. Level me up. The answer is still no. The game said no, I'm afraid. This game just really does not want to level up Voodoo now, does it? Level up Voodoo? That's asking too much. Okay, let's grab that cake right there. That was some delicious cake, I must admit. Boom, boom, we shake the room, oh yeah. And there is our level up at long last, level 9, all the way here, 1 level behind our maximum cap, at least for Spyro's Adventure. Obviously that changes in the latter games. So let's slowly make our way down to this maze where the last elemental switch of the level will take place, because when Undead inevitably pops up, we won't be able to switch out to it because of Ghost Roaster's lack of current aliveness. So instead, Stump Smash is going to have to tackle a boss fight on his behalf. Because, you know, after Pirate Seas, we clearly haven't seen enough of Stump Smash as of just yet. We need more Stump Smash. What could possibly go wrong with more Stump Smash, right? Just gotta make sure I don't get defeated in the process, because that would be tragic, and that would mean I wouldn't have my dumb, stupid, broken Wow Mouth Giant, which I need. I need it so bad. Boom, get that plant out of here. Bye-bye, plant. Bye-bye. Say bye-bye to the plant, everyone. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, plant. Okay, now the key is as good as ours. Sweet. Now let's continue heading on round. Let's let's open that up. Sweet. And then we are obviously going to defeat those dudes while we're in the land of living when they can't fight back. Boom, baby. I'm a coward and I don't much care. Okay, let's push that up there. Now, I do believe we're going to have more enemies here to deal with, but luckily for me, that's what I have giant acorns for. And obviously attacks at the 90 damage all in one. Now, that is just plain embarrassing. Oh, those guys did not stand a ghost of a chance, which is a funny thing for me to say because we're playing a ghost level. Haha, funny Ignite. So, let's pop through here now that the gate has been opened. We have more Knights of the Undead table to defeat. Alternatively, you know, just go back to the Land of Living where they're nothing but statues. Does mean, however, we have to defeat one of these demon fellas. But with a couple of good smashes from our stumps, they'll be out of here in a jiffy and spit. That's just for joy of having attacks that deal 90 damage, yo. Plus the extra damage from the elemental buff. That's rather convenient, that. And boom, we shaketh the room much so. Golden's Pie whilst we're down here because you can't go wrong with more health now, right? More health the merrier, as they say. So it's currently stuck in the Land of Living still. We can grab this key. Then we can make our way all the way down. There we go, get them all, grab the chicken, don't mind if we do. And then boom! Take giant acorn to the face, you stupid fella. With 3 keys, we can finally open up this door and head out for the boss fight. Yeah, that camera angle was weird. I don't remember that camera angle usually being there because it exposes the fact that there's actually a lot of ground underneath these moving blocks. I don't know, just kind of looked weird, I suppose. But now we're up close and personal with Oculus, who looks really weird in real world. So I think it's about time we changed and put a little perspective on the matter. After all, that is how Ego criticises his food. He puts things into a little bit of perspective. This voice acting is so brilliant. Ego is like one of the best Pixar villains that's not actually a villain. Yeah, the villain of Ratatouille is actually Chef Skinner. You know, he is actively going against our goals of the main character and creating an obstacle for them. Whereas Anton Ego is kind of like just the critic at the end of the day. Obviously the critic that has the power to shut down a restaurant, but Remy's not going to allow that to happen, not when he's a chef as good as he is. You can't close down a restaurant when Remy is as good a chef as he is, bro. A rat of all things. He outchefs everyone with his chefliness. That's rude! What did he hit me for? Didn't you know it's rude to hit people with eye lasers? Did no one ever tell you that growing up? Okay, so let's make our way all the way around, and then we're going to hit him in his stupid eyeball. Yeah, I don't much care that it hurt. And boom, I never saw you as Mr. Nice Guy. Anyway, can I shift worlds, please? Can you let me shift worlds? Shift worlds, March. I would like to shift the world. Shifting world would be great. Hello, Mr. World Shifty Thingamabob. Am I asking for too much or am I kidding? I'm obviously asking too much. Oculus, stop it. Get some help, bro. Obviously, I can't attack you from here because I'm Stump Smash. I'm not really known for my range. So yeah, just let me in. Let me into your world. I'm a huge fan. Yeah, for some reason when we get hit by him, it resets the cycle so we can go back again. In fact, graphically, this entire level is very strange. But that's okay, we like strange. Strange is different. Different is good. Boom! Boom! Shake the room. Got him! Okay, now let's hit him in his stupid eyeball. Again. Okay, actually we need to make sure we run into the laser to reset things again. There you go, that'll reset it nicely. Because he's, as you can see right now, he's shifted his skin back to what he's supposed to look like in the real world. And as soon as he's done that, we can shift back into the ghost world. Tank another hit from him like an absolute champ, because that is what Stump Smash is designed to do. Hit hard and take hard hits. You know, he's able to deal damage to him. Well, he can hit him as well as he can take him, more or less. Now that he's dead, we can get out of here. Boom, man! With combo on screen and everything. See ya! Yeah, that boss fight is really, like, unpolished, but who cares, because it's really creative at least. The only, Adventure Pack level with a boss fight, actually. Because, come on, Empire of Ice, a wall, we don't class that as a boss fight. That is not a fucking boss fight. If it was to be a boss fight, it'd be a really anticlimactic boss fight. Now, we're not bothered about backtracking for the sake of a hat, so instead we're going to go straight to the bakery over here. Why is Oculus still in the background, and why do we just have floating chains and nothing else to them? That's weird, we just got rid of that guy. And he's back again. So rude, just coming back again like that, after we killed you. After we kill you, can you do us a huge favour, Oculus? Stay dead! I don't think I'm asking for much. Okay, I don't think I'm asking for that much. I'm asking for much, but not that much. Come on, man. Really, dude? Too soon? Batterson, that was way too soon. But that being said, we have one final Adventure Pack level to tackle in this episode before we conclude things and prepare for the final episode within the SPYRO'S Adventure portion of the CarryOn Locke. So that's going to mean for Dragon's Peak, where once again we're going to press the skip button to get that out of here. And now that the Dragon's Peak piece is spawned into the ruins, we need to walk all the way over here in order to gain access to the level. Man, that was quite the trek. So let's go to the Dragon's Peak without further ado. Let's get travelling, folks. Where we have in this level, we have air, earth and fire, I believe, as the elements of the area to have to tackle. So throughout all 4 Adventure Pack levels, you do eventually have an elemental area for each element. So every corresponding Skylander has had their chance to shine this episode. Skylands. I wonder how many brain cells it took to come up with the name of this area. It's just Skylands. Oh boy, not that fella. Anything but that fella right now. Okay, cool. He's dead without blowing up on us. We don't need a suicide bomber on our asses. No, thank you. And thank goodness this level has the ability to skip over all of the cutscenes. That is already making us far less annoying than the previous levels. Apart from this cutscene, apparently. This is the one where the developers were like, no, you will sit down and you will watch this cutscene and you will like it!
I should have known. He may not be the brightest fire burning, but he's...
That's rude!
My villainous brother Vathek is...
You don't say that behind someone's back, you say it to their face. Ramses, man. Grow some courage already. Tell the man himself. But man, I do like that guy. He's a good guy. That guy was just talking about so much of a good guy, in fact, that I cannot even remember his name. Ah, Flavius, that's his name. Unfortunately, we can call upon Flavius. Not the brightest dragon out there, but he's fiercely loyal. At least that's all according to Ramses. Epic Dragon's Peak music time. I love Epic Dragon's Peak music. It's one of my favourites, actually. I can't remember what I put myself in my top 10 best Skylander soundtracks video. I know SkyLanders Locke is in there somewhere because that track is just so iconic and memorable. It was even used for the magic theme in Giants, at least a remixed version of it was. Okay, here we are. Now all I need to do is not hit things. Easy enough, especially when there's only one of 4 inputs for me to utilise. One of 4 directions, I should say. Now we collect these gems. Do these gems actually add anything to our treasure count? I'm not sure with Stump Smash, because he's already maxed out on his gold count, so nothing will change anyway. So I'll have to wait until we play as a Skylander who's not maxed out yet in order to actually discover whether or not they add to our gold count or not. Or whether they're just there to be aesthetically pleasing. And plus, at the end of the day, you also get a nice satisfying click when it's sounded. So we did that whole minigame, only to fly like a couple of feet. We can even see the previous island behind us during that cutscene. Okay, Air, it's time for Warren Air to shine. The only Skylander who's yet to have appeared in this Adventure Pack marathon, I should say. Get Them, out of here, every last one of them. Okay, sweet. And now that that's been unlocked, we can once again tackle this flying section. Not my favourite, but hey, I'll take these over pirate card games any day of the week. Plus, you know, it's hard to get mad at this level when you hear this music in the background. It's so good! Flavius is right, it never gets old. He was obviously specifically talking about the music. He has nothing, his statement has nothing to do with the fact that we're flying right now, nothing whatsoever. No, it's all to do with the music and its glory. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Vapik won't stand a chance against us because we're going to defeat him in a cutscene. Everything this level builds up to. Instead of an epic boss fight, we defeat Vapik in a cutscene. It is the single most disappointing ending to a Skylanders level of all time. Imagine if Chaos was defeated in a cutscene. How disappointing would that be? Oh, we accidentally opened up the air elemental gate, but we're okay with that. Okay, sweet, they're out of here, so that's going to give us access to that bounce pad. Once again, we're not going to bother going out of our way for all of the other little trinkets. We just want to get through this level as fast as possible, not waste any time. Because then we can spend whatever time we save doing, you know, something else with it. Which is why I appreciate my viewership so much. Just by watching this video, you're not only supporting my channel, but you're really supporting me as an individual, knowing that you're choosing to spend your time, so you won't get back, mind you, you're choosing to spend something as precious as time with me. I really appreciate that. It's so humbling that you choose to spend your time of all things with me when you could be doing something so much better. It's very generous at the end of the day, like, because time is something so precious to us and it's something that we never get back and it's something that, you know, is always being used up. It's incredibly generous to spend time with me or with anyone else who's worth the time. You know, at the end of the day, like, just being with someone. You don't have to be with someone to actually be with someone, you know? Sometimes just being there is enough. And time is truly, like, the most generous gift you can bestow upon anyone. Man, it's 10:30 already. I've been recording this series for a while now, but hey, having all of these in advance means that I have weeks of footage ahead of me. Let's not hit the fire. Hitting the fire would be a bad plan. So here we go with the earth element having popped up, so it's time for us to place into Portal a dragon. I think it's about time that a dragon tackled for Dragon's Peak. Okay, gotta watch out for all these fires. We do not want to get hit by those. That would not be ideal. Not at all. Okay, I can just miss those guys entirely, I suppose. I have no idea how that worked out the way it did, but we take those. Now that is the platforming skill right there. Ow! And that's some damage right there. Luckily for us we killed the other one. Oh, but he still dealt damage to us from the end there. That's just annoying, that is. But luckily that's what we got food for, as well as more treasure. Not that it's going to heal us up like it would for Scratch. But you know what? Treasure is treasure. I'm not exactly losing anything by grabbing it now, am I? Okay, cool. Let's grab it all. Every last bit of it. Sweet! Oh, and I'm also going to, whilst I'm here, grab these treasures, because they're glorious. I mean, why would I grab them if they weren't glorious, right? That's kind of self-explanatory in and of itself. Boom! Rock Fist. Apparently those guys weren't large fans of the idea of taking Rock Fist to the face. So, if they won't take my Rock Fist, they will, however, take my Tail Swing. Which, by the looks of it, is sometimes more painful, so I'm okay with that. I'm okay with inflicting 10 times the pain and hurt. Man, for the last time we tackled 4 chapters in one episode, it was for the debut episode where we gathered the Eternal Air Source. This has taken a lot longer than that. Well, not a lot longer, just longer all the same. You know, it's very clear that these levels are much longer than that of the 4 air levels, and that's largely due to Dark Light Crypt, but also because these levels are just bogged down and slowed and paced by so many unnecessary features like these find sections or the card sections in Pirate Seas. Even Dark Light Crypt, my favourite Skylanders level of all time, has its downsides with the lock puzzles. At least in Giants, lock puzzles are made a lot more fast paced, and lock puzzles in that game are actually bearable. But here, we have to be very careful with Ignited because we do not want another Soul Seekers moment.
Flashback.
Tilted in the direction of it. Okay, we barely made it up here by some miracle. And here's the next platform. We just barely missed it. Shit! Oh my god.
End of flashback.
Okay, sweet. We defeated that guy and garnered ourselves a treasure chest in the process. Don't mind if we do. Yes, give me all the sweet, glorious treasure. What? Okay, that was a glitch right there. Okay, let's be careful of the fire. Like I said, we do not want another Soul Seekers type moment. Okay, here we go. Okay, these guys are lighting up again, so we're going to wait here patiently and not get attacked by the fire, which somehow deals damage to us despite us being a literal suit having set ablaze. You know, we're a fire spirit. How is a fire spirit dealt damage to by fire? Obviously, all of the sensors there. It's completely realistic. Oh, okay. Gotta be careful. Okay, I'm trying to go off in a completely wrong direction. At least we didn't fall on top of the flamethrowers, so that's always a win. And boom, we're back up here again. That's fantastic. We got through that pretty much unscathed. We did not have another Soul Seekers moment. I am very grateful of that. That's a very gratuitous moment on the channel right here. Well, he's a very dark and intimidating dragon. I can't wait to fight him.
These minions are loyal to the throne. They will punish you for your treachery.
Oh, great. But magic is about to pop up, so these guys are about to be absolutely obliterated by Voodoo. He's just going to wipe these guys out before your very eyes. You'll click and the enemies will be gone. See ya! Wouldn't want to be here because you're so very dead right now. This is fun. This does put a smile on my face. You know, they do say that defeating enemies isn't something that one should consider fun. But this does put a smile on my face. To quote Thanos himself, even though that quote, despite how glorious it is, didn't even make it into the final movie. They have a great trailer quote that isn't even in the movie. How very disappointing. Talk about false advertisement. I think I should sue Disney for that. I should sue them for false advertisement. Got him! 2 for 1 right there.
Minions are such weaklings, but you can't.
No, the problem is that they're dealing with Voodoo, who's such a strongling by comparison. You know, just about anyone of the minions, no matter what you throw at us, they are going to struggle against Voodoo because Voodoo is that much of a fucking unit. I love me a good bit of Voodoo. Love it, I do. I love it! Okay, up we bounce. Oh, I didn't quite have enough height on that. The game said no, but I am going to have a go out of my way, grab this treasure chest up here because I can and I want to. There we go. My strength just really shone through there as we obviously opened up the treasure chest, and now we can garner all of the fruits from inside. There they are, the fruits of our labour. Okay, up we bounce. Damn, that didn't quite work out where I wanted it to. Yeah, this is just about the only level in Skylanders, as well as mentioned, that really incorporates platforming into its level design. And it is unique. At the end of the day, I had a lot of fun tackling Dragon's Peak today, more than I usually do, but that's just because this has gone so smooth. Now, compared to the rest of the session, this has been by far my best gameplay. I'm hoping that carries on to the next episode I'm going to be recording directly after this for finale for SPYRO'S Adventure. You know, I'm going to need to be good if I want Igniter to so-shot chaos, so I need to find the good video game button, man. Dead! 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 Sweet!
These minions are worthless.
Well, I'm glad that he thinks so, because now it finally means we can fight him. Bring on the boss man. I think he's terrifying, but I will defeat him. I will do what I must. Apart from the fact that Flavius is just kind of going to come in and sit on the throne and take it from him. Well, that was anticlimactic, wasn't it? This might as well be known as anticlimactic the episode. The coolest part is that at the end here, during the cutscene, which I'm going to skip if I can, but I can't. But the coolest part is that finally the Skylander is up there near the throne because he's right next to Ramses being seen as an equal. It's very cool, that development we've gone through throughout the level. Yeah, that's a nice touch. What would have been an even nicer touch is if Fat Vic was the final boss fight of this level. That would have been great. But clearly, that was asking too much.
I suppose I will have to banish him. I don't know. He makes a pretty good statue.
Hey, if he's banished, at least then he will be alive. That statue is a far more sinister punishment, a far worse fate for him to have befell upon him. Flavius! Plot twist, he was the evil dragon the whole time. Takes a sick mind to come up with something that punishing, no matter how evil you are, to be frozen like that. To spend an eternity suffering. Not cool, Flavius. Not cool.
Without your bravery and heroism, none of this would have been possible.
Yeah, damn right, Ramses. Damn straight, man.
Farewell, friend.
Fare thee well. Let's press the A button because now that all of the adventure packs are done, we can finally conclude this epic marathon of an episode. We are going to tackle these adventure pack levels again in Giants because we can. It's going to make the nightmare mode for that a lot more tougher, so that added challenge is what's going to make it a lot more intense. We're going to do it over the course of 2 episodes in Giants instead because Giants are going to tackle most of the game as dual chapters. I'm pretty much going to do what I have done in the past. We're going to tackle the first 3 levels, then 4 and 5, 6 and 7, 8 and 9, 10 and 11, 12 and 13. Then we're going to do 2 adventure packs, another 2 adventure packs, and we're going to conclude things with the Archean trilogy. All of the Skylanders that survived this upcoming confrontation, they will be carried over into Giants, where they will have a possibility to be upgraded to their Series 2 versions if they possess one. Then if the Series 2 version is defeated in battle, they revert back to their original form, and if that original form is also defeated in battle, then they are classed as dead and can't be used throughout the remainder of the series. Even if they revert to an original form in the game, if they have a later version in another game that they can upgrade to, then when that game rolls around, they can upgrade to that version, and then when that is defeated, they revert back to their original once more. It is essentially the same rules as the Supercharged series, but instead it's being carried over through different games, where lock rules are still in place, so we have to switch out to a Skylander corresponding to the current element of the area, and cannot switch out again until the element of the area changes once more. My apologies for stuttering, but there's also the fact that the Skylander is defeated in battle, their class is dead and cannot be used throughout the remainder of the series. That's not just the game at hand, that is all of the games preceding it moving forward, because it's a carry-on lock. Only our survivors are carried on to the next game, where from Giants onwards we're going to be tackling the games exclusively on Nightmare mode, so it's going to make things so much more tougher. It's why I wanted to get through this game with all 8 survivors, but unfortunately I was asked for too much. For Ghost Roaster faced a gruesome fate. It was rather tragic indeed. What's not so tragic is that I now get to play as my favourite Skylander, who has to one-shot Chaos. He has to one-shot Chaos because going into Chaos, the final element of the area is of the fire element. So yes, let's just look. Not that we're going to need it because Anida has done this shot before. Okay, I don't mean to do the combo, but we'll take it, I guess. Boom! I mean, that final combo was kind of an overkill against a single enemy, but we take those. Let's grab ourselves that key. Not the blade, which is flurrying blade, which is at me. That's a bit rude, but look at that's what we get food for. And hey, because I don't need the healing from any of the food back there, we can instead grab the treasure that Igniter is in desperate need of. Regardless, we started this level with Voodoo, and now we have to go back to playing as Voodoo, because this level has a ton of magic and fire areas, where obviously when those elements pop up, I must switch out to the Skylander corresponding to the element, cannot switch out again until the area changes once more. Okay, let's take out this fella right now, grab ourselves some food because we're in desperate need of it. That banana split looked particularly nutritious. And so we'll have to do the same for when Earth pops up in this level, much later in this level. I'd rather gather treasure over a story score, to be perfectly honest with you, because treasure is way more shinier, and I like shiny things. Okay, let's grab this food, because apparently these guys don't like the idea of being hit, despite me having very clearly hit them. Ow. Okay, so the treasure chest is probably going to give us more treasure than what the legendary treasure has to offer, so we might as well go for the treasure chest instead. Yeah, like, look at all this treasure. I'm pretty sure that's way more than the 1,000 or so gold that the legendary treasure would have gave us. Or maybe it's exactly the same, which would have been a really nice touch, actually. It means that your choice basically meant nothing other than the specific collectible objective you would have ticked off by it. Okay, back to fire. That was quick, but as I said earlier, we're constantly switching between fire and magic for this level. Watch out for the Blade Witch. Yeah, this truly is like our final test, more or less. Boom! Get him, and get him some more. Now that's what we're talking about! Now where's the food that I'm in desperate need of right now? Apparently, it is nowhere to be seen. So we'll start going over to the left here, where we can switch out instantly for Bash. I want to make sure I swap out for Bash as soon as possible, because we don't need Igniter taking even more damage. After all, you want to make sure that Igniter actually makes it to a boss fight in the first place. How is he supposed to solo shot it if he's defeated along the way? And at the end of the day, of all these characters, it is Ignite that I really want to make it to the end, because that means he can be carried over onto Giants. In fact, I want Ignited to make it through the Locke for as long as possible, because he is my favourite Skylander, so the longer he's in the Locke, the more joy I personally shall feel. Okay, let's continue slowly making our way around, very slowly. Okay, I think we're about there now. Yeah, more or less. Just got to stay out for reach of the arms. That's the thing with this level. On the Wii version, it's so much better, because at least in the Wii version, you're always moving. You go through corridors to make it to each split path, whereas here, it's so boring because you have to wait for the platform to just move on its own as it's automated. And then you have to do the same going back. And that's a good, like, 5 or 6 minute chunk of the level. It's such a disappointing final level of the video game, because it takes away from all the challenge. There we go, now that's what I'm talking about, baby! Actually, before we leave, we might as well pick up the treasure, because, you know, we need some sort of reward for tackling those guys with such ease now, don't we? And this is quite possibly the last time Bash will even be seen in this series, so we might as well take advantage of Bash's screen time in this game whilst we can. And my controller really needs to stop doing that! I asked it nicely in the previous episode, and clearly the thing wasn't listening to me. I know the batteries are fine, we only just replaced the batteries at the start of the session. Which, in terms of these videos going live, that episode would have been published weeks ago. Man, it took us 10 weeks to get up to this point, and yet I recorded the entirety of Spyro's Adventure all in one bulk sitting. Okay, we're just going to stand here. We're going to stand here menacingly! Okay, that was the moment where I realised that I forgot to press record on my Elgato. Luckily, my Elgato has a feature where I can go back on the timeline and record everything since it was first plugged in, so I was able to go back to when I started recording this episode and stop recording from there. Thank you, Flashback Elgato feature! You've really saved my bacon on this one, and I like bacon, so I'm glad it was saved. Anyway, we're gonna just slowly wait for this one again. And the worst part is that once we get there, we have to defeat a bunch of enemies, grab another key, and then wait for it to go all the way back again. Why can't they just invest in teleporters? Like, why not just teleport us there? This is not challenging at all. It just completely withdraws from all the pacing of the level altogether. And besides, those pylons don't offer a challenge. They're just cheap because you can't dodge them. They are too quick to be dodged. They are physically impossible to dodge. So what's the point in offering it as a challenge when instead it's just something, like, cheap? At the end of the day, I'm sure the intention was to make it so you'd have to constantly move around the platform, so you'd always be dodging the pylons. But like I said already, they're too quick to even dodge them, and their hitboxes extend far too big. So naturally, like, you don't spend the whole time trying to dodge them, you spend the whole time in a corner avoiding them. That is, if my zipline wants to function correctly. Thank God this is the last magic section, so that Voodoo doesn't have to worry about being defeated by this absolute rubbish. But yes, as you can see, I literally just stand here. I don't spend the whole time moving around the platform, because if I did, I'd die, because these pylons deal damage to you far too easily. So why even bother with a challenge? Yes, just about everything about design of this part of the level is horrendous. Hence, the rant. But I've ranted about it long enough, we finally got where we needed to be, so we can get ourselves the fuck off of this platform and head back to defeat some more enemies, which shall be done by, obviously, Igniter, as the fire element is stronger here. You should expect a lot of silence moving forward, to be perfectly honest, because I'm going to need to concentrate a lot, but we'll grab the treasure at least. Yeah, that treasure is great. Now that the gate has been opened, we can come through here. Whee! Make a passageway with absolute clear to ease. Bye, fella! And I wouldn't want to be you neither, because you're a bit dead right now, and I like not being dead. As I've established previously in the series. Oh, really? You're going to try and attack me? Well, that's a bit foolish, don't you think? Haha! Oh, man! They were just... That was quick. Okay, here we go. Wait for it. Boom, baby! Now that's a lot of damage. And we are even going to grab ourselves a slice of cheese right there. How very glorious indeed. Boom, boom. Let's shake the room. Almost get 2 price 1 right now, but unfortunately for me, almost doesn't quite count now, does it? Okay, that guy's just going to go ahead and commit Sudoku. I can't blame him. Fighting Igniter is a terrifying task, which I myself would not want to do either. But that being said, we're going to grab that food, fully heal ourselves up. It's not going to matter because at the beginning of the Chaos boss fight, they fully heal up all of your Skylanders anyway. So in the end, it doesn't even matter. But man, I'm running out of footage on my face cam right now. I only have 48 minutes of footage left. I've already used up 11 minutes of those, so I best hope that I defeat this boss quickly enough and I don't run out of storage space on my phone. But that's kind of what happens when you record this thing on board, and frankly, I'm impressed that I've had as much storage to last me as long as it has.
Hey there everyone, we've now gone full screen so we can admire Igniter in all of his glory in this larger format, mind you. Now no doubt you're wondering where the facecam has gone. Well, this has been recorded as part of the second session. I recorded this directly after I recorded, or re-recorded so to say, the fire episode. So obviously I re-recorded Malkin Mine and Lava Lakes Railway back to back, and that was what created episode 7. Given that it was a second session, I also had a change up in attire, and I was meant to carry over that attire into a face cam for this portion of the finale, for the Spyro's Adventure portion of the CarryOn Locke, but nothing really went to plan here when it came to the initial recording, that is. I don't even know what went wrong. All I know is that when I went to edit it, I only had half of this fight, so naturally I definitely have to come back, re-record it. And the reason why I didn't set up my face cam for this finale, despite teasing it in a few episodes prior to this, is the fact that I felt it would be much better if I could pour 1000% of my concentration into this fight and not have to worry about commentary on top of it. So naturally that's exactly what I did. I shut off the face cam and allowed myself to focus purely on the fight, because it is very important not to lose Ignite here. And we're off to a great start. You know, my sword strike's not hitting Chaos or Gilgrunt directly because the hitboxes in this game are just absolutely jank. And now already Igniter has lost a massive chunk of health, which he instantly heals back up from, mind you, thanks to that glorious chicken that Gilgrunt has left for us so generously. So now we're going to go continue attacking Chaos as quickly as possible, because whilst Igniter's at full health, what we want to do is deplete Chaos's health as fast as possible, get this phase over and done with. Now with Eruptor we can quite easily dodge his attacks whilst we're charging up our slam, of course, but just like that, we're now initiating the next phase of the boss already, because we have well, shall we say, a special creature to be meeting with, one with multiple personalities, shall we say. Yes, it's a very difficult fight, this one, at least to solo shot it with a character so melee based like Igniter, so that is why the concentration is required, and I'm here instead to post commentate the epicness of this grand finale, so to say. Plus, it also meant that I could make this gameplay, I could justify making it full screen if I didn't have a face cam to go alongside it, so that was another perk behind my decision here. So here we are with the usual problems, such as my controller disconnecting. I completely forgot that this happened midway through the fight. That is rather inconvenient, but luckily for me I was able to reconnect it instantly, because it's not like the batteries on it were dead. This was pretty much the only time I'm using my 360 controllers when I'm recording this series, which is why I know that the batteries wouldn't have been dead yet, because even after all of this gameplay, given that I have Duracell batteries, they would have lasted. Hashtag not sponsored. I'm totally not sponsored by Duracell, but they totally should sponsor me. I'd be a great person to sponsor from Duracell. Anyway, when it comes to these life spells, once again they are really incredibly janky and hard to hit, especially with Igniter's hitbox, which seems very inconsistent in this game for whatever reason. But luckily there is a cheat there where his secondary combination can spout out fire all around you, and that's guaranteed to collide with the hitboxes of a life spell and ensure that all those creatures are defeated. Then with the Doom Sharks, I'm going to have a much easier job of avoiding them with Ignited than I am with Zap. Now obviously on the Wii the hitboxes are a lot more clearer, but we're playing the Expect version where the hitboxes once again are janky and inconsistent. I'm noticing a theme here. But with Igniter, he has little, on his elbows for his suit he has spikes, so as long as the spikes are within the hitbox of the Doom Shark, he'll be sure to heal up as opposed to take damage them. That is personally how I judge the hitboxes. And rather than going to Undead, we're going back to life already, which I am okay with, because Undead and Fire are definitely the hardest most spells. We got very lucky to avoid fire there. And here I am messing up which combinations I'm intending to use, because I just keep pressing for incorrect buttons, thinking that we're going back to the days of Skylanders Swap Force, where obviously the controls were completely mixed up, so that is messing with my head, so to say. And now we're going to take a nasty hit from the fire. We got very lucky to initiate the next phase before that fire followed through and dealt even more damage to me. But luckily, as we saw the Doom Sharks here, Igniter might not have any self-healing abilities, and there is a lack of food as a healing option in this fight. The only way you can do so is by defeating Chaos's evil minions. But it is much safer to deal as much damage to Chaos as quickly as possible and move on to the next phase of minions, because the longer minions stay around, for more damage they can potentially deal to you. The only minions you really want to defeat is this first round of minions, where they have lower health, you don't quite hit as hard, so you can more easily recover, and hopefully you defeat them quickly. You can have some food and leave that behind for later phases. So it's pretty crucial for me to not miss with that Mega Slam like I just did, so apparently not missing with it is easier said than done. Yeah, it's basically the tactic for the Chaos fight here. Just deal damage as much as possible to Chaos as much as quickly as possible, so to say, and then hope that the Doom Sharks pop up to heal you up, just like we did right now. As you can tell, I'm using the spikes on Igniter's shoulders, and I am avoiding the damage hitboxes quite easily indeed. I'm getting healed up every single time I'm in that correct hitbox and making a judgment. I'm taking a high risk with it, mind you. I could take damage in the process, but with high risk also comes high reward. There's that cheese, which I did really want to save for later, but unfortunately it spawned right on top of me. That's one of the disadvantages to Igniter being melee based. When you defeat an enemy, you've defeated them up close and personal, but luckily we can leave that cheese behind after a absolutely miraculous dodge from Igniter right there. Man, to squeeze through those acorns was impressive in and of itself. But now we get slow motion because we are on the outside hitbox of the Doom Shark, so the game's mechanics are working through that in order to still play the cutscene on top of that layer. It's another thing which makes the coding of Spyro's Adventure, so to say, not so efficient. It's definitely something they improved upon in the later games. This, from a technical standpoint, if you're not playing on the Wii, that is not nearly up to the standards of the rest of the franchise, but it's still a great starting point. We all love Spyro's Adventure just for its nostalgic feeling, but also its simplicity. At the end of the day, this is a game that is very easy to just pick up and play. You don't have to concern yourself about all too much more than that. And I am hearing rain pattering very loudly on my window outside, so hopefully that's not picking up on the mic. It shouldn't do, because the mic is far enough away, but it is annoying me, and now it's in my head. Another reason why I'm glad I was able to cut out the face cam, because if I did do a face cam whilst it was raining like this, then I'd have raining, and I'd have to worry about that possibly like taking focus away from my commentary, maybe making it break down a little bit, like like what is unintended, so to say. It could distract me mid-sentence like it's currently doing. And I'm not even live commentating this right now, I'm post commentating this and it's still attracting me. So can you imagine distracted commentary whilst trying to play the game as well on top of that? Yeah, so that's what we have the powers of post commentary for instead. Now, okay, there we go, we're on the next phase already. Didn't even defeat any of those minions, but when it comes to Stealth Elf and Ghost Roaster, you really want to get them off screen as fast as possible. Stealth Elf is pretty easy to dodge and there's no problem one-on-one, but Ghost Roaster, on the other hand, in this version, he just doesn't stop skull charging, and it's annoying, especially given how much damage it deals. If only regular Ghost Roaster was as good as that, maybe then he wouldn't have died so movably in Creepy Citadel. I'm joking, of course. That was purely a result of my own actions, those actions being a lack of pushing the be good of the video game button. And it's a shame because Ghost Roaster could have been really useful in the later games, not only for his absolutely broken tertiary ability, but the fact that had we got him up to superchargers, he could have become an elite as well, so we would have had a better shot at those vehicle sections. Igniter! Stop taking damage, you're kind of doing the opposite of the point of the game right now. So yes, this is a trio of minions that, as you saw right there, are brutal. Problem is that it never stops at just one. As soon as one hits you, they all seem to get a slice of you. Oh, and here comes Chop Chop again, where we've got to be very careful not to get stuck in a corner with him, because if we do, then we are as good as dead. But we move on to the next phase, once again with a lack of food. So Igniter is down to below 300 health, and we still have one final trio of minions, the hardest of which to take out. As Chaos puts it, they are lame shooting, or they are lame incompetence with at least far shooting capabilities. They are, to quote Chaos, far shooting lame incompetence. So yes, we desperately need to avoid these guys like the plague, because they can very easily stack damage, and worst of all, they can do it from afar. Meanwhile, Igniter has to get personal with them, because his secondary ability is so jank in this game. Not only are you left vulnerable, but your fire, once again, can collide directly with an enemy hitbox, and it's still not guaranteed to deal damage. You gotta hit a very specific part, and Gilbrand, I think I've defeated him already. But we defeat him as fast as possible, get some food whilst at 48 health. The food is spawned in, but I can't even approach it, given the onslaught of projectiles on behalf of Hex and Flameslinger. Of course, it had to be a fire spell, it couldn't be something convenient like a water spell, but we managed to narrowly avoid the fire, taking the food, and we're down to 198 health, so we definitely lost more health than we gained during that encounter. Now, Hex did hit us, but fortunately it didn't deal damage, so it would appear as though the enemies have as much a struggle actually hitting me when they hit me, just as much as I do. Yeah, imagine hitting someone, but then not actually hitting someone. Imagine that working in real life, with fist just phases through someone, and they are fine, as if they were never hit in the first place. Like, seriously, Chaos is invincible. Those hits absolutely should have landed. And you wonder why I had to post-commentate this. I was too scared to do this live commentary. I mean, look at this, 132 health already. If I weren't concentrating, I'd be dead by now. But luckily, we have a nice charge up. We just have to avoid all of the solar rains and the fire arrows all at once. No big deal, but with a full charge, hopefully against Chaos, we can deal, well, it would be a full charge if that cutscene interrupting us. And of course, we walk directly into the fire. What a great plan that was. We need to hurry up and get Chaos down to his final phase already, so that then we at least have no more evil minions to worry about. Like that, let's freaking go. We was really close there. I'm acting as though I don't know the final result of this battle. Obviously, I'm post-commentating this, so the gameplay portion of this has already happened. I know what happens, but it's still very exciting to see myself drop to 62 health and finally initiate this final phase where I won't have these onslaught of minions to have to worry about, because minions have definitely dealt the most damage throughout this fight, more so than the Hydra. And even then, the Hydra only really deals damage when it's for fire spell. The Undead spell can tend to hit you, but luckily we're not playing the Wii version where, well, first of all, Chaos would usually heal himself when you're on the Wii version, so we got that benefit. Second of all, for Undead spells don't deal as much damage. So they're not as punishing in this version of the game. But now, without further ado, we're going to be at 60 health no longer, because this is what we have for Mighty and Awesomeness of Doom Shocks for, especially when we're being healed by 3 of them all at once. Now that is what I'm talking about. find ourselves yet another shark, and then just follow it down. There we go. Is this going to be double shark? Double shark? Double shark, pretty please. I'm asking you nicely, pretty please, with cherry on top. No, apparently not. I was asking too much. Anyway, we're slowing down time, but that's not going to stop us from taking damage to the fire still. And you've got to be very careful doing that spell, because in the corners you probably noticed a small little, like, volcano-looking thing. That can still deal damage to you. It's this tiny little spark at the corner of the screen, and yet the whole corner can deal damage to you. It's absolute rubbish. It certainly is a good thing that I've played this fight enough to learn of these things. Otherwise, I'd walk directly into it, trying to avoid the circle in the middle and taking complete and utter unnecessary damage. Anyway, this right here is the easiest shark to heal up from, because we can simply just follow it down. It takes a straight pathway. As soon as you get into the correct hitbox judgment for this, you just got to follow it all the way down. So, Igniter, yes, the spike in the elbow certainly helps, but it's not like he needed it. There we go, back up to full health just like that. It's hard to believe that just like 2 minutes ago, we were struggling. We were on the brink of death. Maybe a couple more seconds, and we would have been a goner and would have lost my favourite Skylander. But fortunately for me, I clutched out, I saw it through, and we got to the water spell whilst not taking too much damage. We got to the water spell, healed ourselves up with a micro absolute roaring legendary awesomeness. So here we go with a fire and undercontrol combined, the two most brutal spells. Life is only ever brutal if you can't destroy the like little red fellas, but fortunately for us with Igniter, we have a little trick, which is, you know, obviously when I do the correct combination, like that, for example, a very convenient combination that most combo characters though have some sort of move that will take those down efficiently. Stump Smash definitely does, but we're not playing a Stump Smash right now because life doesn't really appear in the latter half of the game. It's very rare, actually, for Skylanders games to have life in the later levels. For some reason, the developers just didn't see life as a very hardcore element and preserved it for some of the more easier sections in all of these games. Like in Trap Team, I can't remember if life even appears past Chapter 12, at least in the base game. I don't think it does. Obviously, it doesn't appear in the adventure packs, which for Trap Team are unnecessarily brutal for no good reason whatsoever. So they're going to be fun to experience when we get around to that. But to even get there in the first place, we need to make sure enough characters are alive to be carried forward. So hopefully, having lost Ghost already, we won't lose anyone else, such as Igniter we see before us, because that would be truly tragic. One loss is already one too many. But luckily for us, that's what we have a charged flaming slam for, and there are those corner hitboxes I was referring to earlier. You can see already how cheap they are. The fire spell hadn't even finished summoning in yet, the animation hadn't even started yet, and yet I still took damage to it in the corner, purely because I was there trying to attack Chaos and avoid the attacks in the middle. Like, come on game, you can't have your cake and eat it too. Like, that is overkill, having attacks in the middle and attacks in the corners. Where am I supposed to go to avoid your attacks? And your whole mechanics are built on us being able to avoid the attacks. Yes, you got to have balance in life. After all, the universe in and of itself wouldn't exist without balance, so I think it's not too much to ask for balance in my video game as well. Who am I kidding? Of course, I have to ask them for too much, but speaking of balance, or the lack thereof, we fully healed ourselves back up again, so all that damage has been nullified. Damage in this fight just does not matter, because that's what we have the water spell for. A very convenient water spell, actually. So I'm going to get out of the corner. I've learned from the last time, but this time there aren't any attacks instantly initiated in the corners instead, because that fire spell loops around and eventually makes its way to the corners, so obviously having volcanoes in the corners on top of that wasn't necessary for developers felt like. So here we go, let's continue attacking Chaos, taking 10 damage to the face. I take that back, Igniter doesn't even have a face, but once again this last spell is going to be no problem for us. We're going to initiate the oh so crucial chain reaction of events that's going to destroy all of the life spells around us, thanks to the might of that awesome combo, mind you. In later games that combo isn't going to be nearly as useful because it's slow, it leaves you vulnerable, and the attacking hitbox isn't as wide as it really needs to be, so it just so happens that that combination is the perfect thing to tackle that exact scenario in this game. But outside of that exact scenario, it's not the greatest combo that which Igniter has to offer. The tertiary combo with the slam is very good when you combine it with his series 2, because with the wow power, obviously every slam or fiery attack you do involving the tertiary and secondary attack buttons, they leave behind some blue fire. So obviously with the tertiary combo initiating a tertiary attack, it leaves behind the blue flames as well, so you can quickly stack up the damage from combo, and then the blue flames linger and engulf the enemies, dealing a lot of damage. It stacks up very quickly. That's what makes Igniter as brutal as he is. You think on Nightmare mode it wouldn't be so great because you have to get up close and personal with enemies, but the thing is that Igniter has already defeated the enemies in no time. For that, he defeats them so quickly that it's like they were never born, basically. So with how quickly he defeats them, the enemies don't really stand a chance to hit you back, and that's going to be a common theme of this character, that is, so long as he makes it past Spyro's adventure, which he most certainly did. Let's freaking go. But Dave Sharks is still after us, despite Chaos having been defeated already. He was really trying to like post-mortem us then, but that's not gonna happen, Chaos. I said no, and what I say goes. Chaos, that final phase was no problem for us whatsoever. As soon as you get past the minions, this fight is a joke, and luckily I was able to get past the minions thanks to concentration with my lack of face cam having been set up for the finale of this portion of the CarryOn Locke. But yes, it's very exciting. After this, obviously next week's episode, rather than moving straight along to Giants, we are going to take a look at every single episode of the Spyro's Adventure portion of CarryOn Locke back to back. I'm going to create one of my long form videos for that, so we can celebrate Spyro's Adventure having come to a close, so to say, and that's what we're going to be doing to break up between the games every single time in the CarryOver series. So as soon as we beat a game in the CarryOver series, we are going to, that next following week, upload a long-form video with all of the episodes of that game, running one after the other, as one long movie. Obviously for Spyro's Adventure, that movie is going to be about 8-ish hours, maybe a little bit under that, but that's purely because the adventure pack levels alone are an hour long, and there's 10 of these episodes, so an average about 40 minutes an episode will come to around that ballpark. Or maybe I'm completely off and my math is horrendous. This is what an A-star maths looks like, apparently. But now we have all of the characters congratulating us and yada yada yada. We beat the game. We're awesome. Igniter gets to move on to the next games, which I am so looking forward to. Obviously, the proper way to celebrate this is with Quigley's infamous quote. He noticed that our head was on fire, but we was on about faces earlier. Like, Igniter doesn't have a face, so does he have a head? I mean, supposedly he has something hidden within that suit of his that he is eternally binded to per the curse the witch placed upon him. Yes, that's Igniter's intriguing backstory for you, and you wonder why he's my favourite character. Go on, he's definitely proved himself with the CarryOn series, and you know what? You ain't seen nothing yet. Igniter in this series is brutal. He makes me feel sorry for the enemies, actually. And another thing I feel sorry for right now is how much of that cold wound up in the water, and obviously Igniter being a fire creature, him and the water don't really mesh. So we're going to grab the treasure that we can, and then we're going to head back over here because the bomb even left us with some goodies of its own. So now we're tucked away in the corner. We are without further ado going to conclude the Spyro's Adventure portion of the CarryOn Locke. I cannot, in good conscience, end off this video without first thanking all of my incredible channel members whose continued support help make these videos possible. Without them, these videos would be near impossible to make, so from the bottom of my heart, I truly appreciate every last one of them. If you enjoyed this video and would like to see more, there are plenty of options on screen now to explore, and please consider subscribing to keep up to date with all my content. On that note, this video is coming to an end, so thank you so much as always for watching. Until the next video arises, peace!